Chapter 161. Cave Fire 1. The cave was filled with cold air. The goblins sniffled every now and then, and the cold moisture settled on their skin, but they didn't say anything. An estimated 1,000 goblins all stood there, silent. Today, a great warrior died in the Colosseum. Then one of them spoke in a soft voice. The warrior's name was Jairi. She was the daughter of Orogon and Gorh, warriors of the White Mane tribe, descendant of Gorgur, and a great warrior who inherited the white lion tattoos. The one who spoke couldn't be seen. They were buried in the crowd. Leaning against the shadows of the cave and their people, the goblin spoke. It wasn't a speech since they weren't talking from an elevated position. She was a cool person. Karuk. Since she was a youngling, she used to beat up others. And now she died from being beaten up. Since it wasn't a speech, the goblins spoke freely. Inside the dark cave, the goblins here and there all said a few words, not caring if they cut each other off. Through the fragments of their words, the life of a person could be seen. Jairi never remembered hitting me. She won't remember now that she's dead. Kerr. She was always a feisty child. I remember, when she was young, Gorh tried to tattoo Jairi. However, Jairi shook her head, saying that she wanted to tattoo herself, and copied the tattoos of others. Kerr. Jairi always shook her head. A life was assembled from the fragments. From 1,000 short stories. 1,000 tales which made up the story of a goblin called Jairi. I realized. It's a funeral. A goblin had died in the match in the Colosseum today. The name of that goblin was Jairi. And those who had known Jairi, who had at least talked to Jairi once, had gathered in the depths of the mine. For Jairi, hitting something with her knife was her world. She'd thought that way even as a child. Gerk. That's why she became a gladiator. The bonfire flickered. The shadows stretched across the walls. In the shadows, the goblins were indistinguishable. They were a crowd. The twisting shadows opened their mouths and murmured. -36 people were slain by Jairi's blade. A merciless child. When the snails branded people with the sword mark, Jairi smiled. Kirker. She thought it was a great tattoo. A terrifying child. She was a child who only found happiness in cutting things. But the only battlefield that would allow that was the Colosseum. The only enemies Jairi could face were her own people. Gork. It was Jairi's own bad luck that she had no choice but to kill her own people with the knives that made her happy. Kerk. It's hard to talk about it. An unfortunate child. The bonfire flickered. Is Jairi one of our kind? The shadows responded. Gorh. Jairi drew tattoos. She was a talented artist. She loved the mud and missed rainwater. Jairi is one of us. Then an old voice spoke. Jairi has returned to Guru. Guru. It was a word I knew well. As I watched the goblins continue their funeral with bated breath, I heard the tower's voice. You have witnessed the Guru doctrine of the goblin race. Then words appeared before my eyes. Plus, Guru doctrine, classification, religion, white lion belief, origin, tribal consciousness, c. Description. Guru is the homeland of all goblins. Guru was the first village to be established by the goblins after the fall of the Golden Era. Guru is the land of the goblins. Guru is the place where the warm streams flow and where the soft mud enfolds you gently. Guru. It was the last place the white lion stayed. The goblins do not separate life and death. They only distinguish between Guru and not Guru. The things goblins desire are rainwater, mud, a lot of meat, and comfortable beds, all of which can be found in the present world. For the goblins, belief in the afterlife is unnecessary. The homeland of their race. They all want to return to Guru. However, as time passes, memories of Guru will fade. If left to continue on this trajectory, Guru will transform into an fathomless abstract place. In that case, Guru will change to the concept of a place that exists somewhere else, not in this world. It has been quite some time since the goblins lost their Guru. There is a possibility that the Guru doctrine will become the underworld doctrine. Plus, I stared blankly at the information window. There were words written there that were difficult for me to understand. But there was one thing that only I could understand. A name that I came up with without really thinking about it. Guru. My heart shook. It means a lot to these kids. Something. I felt an emotion I'd never felt before. It was weird. I was proud that the goblins had grown up so much without me. But I was afraid that everything I said without thinking would have a great meaning for these kids, and that I would have to live with it. I was nervous. I was worried about these children. Children? I realized. This is what it feels like to look at your children. Up to this point, I'd never thought about having kids. I'd never thought about myself becoming someone's parent. But now, intentionally or unintentionally, I ended up playing a role similar to a parent for the goblins. Really? I never had any brats, so I wouldn't know. My heart pounded.
Kerk.
An old goblin stepped out of the group. The bonfire continued to burn in the middle of the cave. When the goblins stepped in front of the bonfire, the goblins, who had still been tossing around stories of Gyari, fell silent. Silence. The old goblin waited until it was completely silent. Ha! Then he put his hands into the fire. Hold on. If you want to commit suicide then. He's not. Look carefully, zombie. His hands aren't burning. Bei Hurayong, who was behind me, cut me off. That guy knows how to use aura. Ha! That guy is an aura user. Both of his hands are covered with aura. Bei Hurayong was right. I couldn't see it very well because of the fire, but the goblin's wrinkled hands were definitely covered in aura. The aura was red. The old goblin buried both of his hands into the bonfire. Whoosh! Then the flames soared. The bonfire, which had been burning normally before then, bent strangely. The old man calmly used his aura to manipulate the flames. With the old man's touch, the flames soared into the air like a dragon, spun like a whirlpool, and blossomed like a flower at full bloom. The goblins silently watched the ever-changing flames. Like an audience, they simply looked at the performance. Whoosh! Swoosh! The cave was huge, and the space above them was pitch black. So the flames were the only color that caught the eyes of those watching. Ah! Then I realized. He's drawing. That's right. The old goblin was using fire to draw. The flames continued to burn. But each time it burned differently. The fire broke into two separate parts like jaws opening up before flying to the ceiling of the cave. There was anger. The fire hit the ceiling and scattered. The sparks slowly drifted down like flower petals. In the dark cave, the sparks twinkled before eventually disappearing. Now only darkness remained. There was sadness. Flames were constantly burning in the bonfire. It split again. This time, like 5 fingers, it split into 5 parts going in 5 different directions. However, these flames could not reach the ceiling. They couldn't catch the falling sparks. Between the sparks falling from the ceiling and the flame fingers rising from the ground, there was a stretch of air that couldn't be filled. That was Gyari's death and funeral. The goblins wept silently. Everyone who saw it could understand the meaning of the flames. It was their text, their letters, their drawings. Even the smallest spark had a clear meaning for the goblins. The old man set the fire on fire. You have witnessed the fire painting of the goblin race. In the flickering flames, words appeared before me. Plus, fire painting, classification, art.
Origin, primitive fashionista, e.
Description. Fire painting is an art form unique to the goblin race. After being conquered by the snail race and brought to Remepolis, the goblins found it difficult to acquire mud, and it became difficult for them to create paintings. We have to draw. However, the aesthetic mindset of the goblin race didn't disappear. And we want to. Instead, it was set ablaze. The goblins decided to choose fire as a substitute for mud. It was hard to see drawings in the dark caves. But with fire, the darkness of the cave became a huge drawing board. The goblins accepted and made use of their cave life. Beautiful. They became fascinated with using fire for art. Gore. Cave fire. The goblins called it fire painting. Sometimes they painted in the caves, so it was called whole fire. Sometimes the flames looked like blood, so they called it blood fire. And sometimes they called it blood painting. 1. The fire burns, then disappears, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, it was easier to avoid getting caught by the snail race. It was considered polite to remain silent while watching fire painting. This was also done to prevent getting caught by the snails. Good luck came from the tranquil fire. However, only aura users could demonstrate fire painting. Very few goblins know how to use aura. Among them, only the priest can use red aura. If the priest dies without leaving a successor, the art of fire painting will decline. Plus, the old goblin waved his hands in the flames. Osage. The fire, which once burned strongly, gradually died down. There were no longer any flames hitting the ceiling and becoming sparks. No longer any flames rising up to catch them. The fire dissipated quietly without leaving a trace. The flames went out. Darkness fell. When the fire went out, the cave was immediately plunged into extreme darkness. There wasn't even the slightest hint of light. By extinguishing the flames, the old goblin ensured that the impact of the fire painting would linger. The darkness of the cave was no longer empty. It was filled with the memories of the old goblin's fire painting. The goblins looked at the darkness and wept quietly in the middle of the night. Gore. No one lit a torch. It was now. The goblins accepted. No one told or ordered them to go back. But the goblins turned away on their own. They were going to sleep. The goblins walked along the path they took not so long ago. They couldn't see anything in. However, their body odor remained. By sniffing the scent of their race, the goblins were able to return home in groups. Those with the best noses took the lead. The other goblins followed them while holding each other's hands or shoulders. And so, the goblins left the cave their own little temple. In the temple that they'd created underground, there was just me and Bei Hurayong, and the old goblin priest. Kerr. The old goblin sat on the ground of the cave as though he had been sapped of his energy. It seemed that this was his home. The goblins left some fish behind when they left the temple, and the old man ate that fish as he sat. I silently looked at the temple my race had created. Here, the children of mud had held a funeral. They had commemorated the death of their kin. I never taught them to hold funerals. I never taught them how to accept death. All I taught them was how to use tattoos to cover their stench, and drawings to express 6 words. That was all. With that alone, the goblins had created a temple, and they had found a way to use fire on their own. I may be the parent of these children, but I opened my mouth. These children are not mine. They hadn't grown in the way I had expected them to. These children had grown in their own way. They learned how to accept death. I was proud of them. Leaving the old priest behind, I headed up to the underground city once again. I know what I want to do for these kids now. Support, not salvation. Encouragement, not concern. Supporting and encouraging these kids. That's what I need to do. The place where the huge pillar the snails had created was located. Our group, which had separated yesterday, were all gathered again. I wondered if everyone went to look at their races like I did. The Black Dragon Master was looking down at the ground silently, and Venomous Snake was frowning with his arms crossed. Ah, you're here, Death Lord. The heretic questioner waved his hand. The Death King was the last one. Now then, have you made up your mind? Yes. I nodded. I can't surrender to you. I won't let the children I took care of lose themselves and forget their homeland. Ah, then, I will help the goblins get out of your empire. Heretic questioner. I continued, and I will knock you out of the 32nd floor. Ah. The heretic question smiled brightly. I thought you would make that choice, Death King. It's just as I expected. All right then. I'll bet the snails and you'll bet the goblins. Let's wage war on each other's races. That was the declaration of war between the two of us. Chapter 162. Cave Fire, 2. I would like to hear the others' opinions as well. The heretic questioner turned to our companions. Will you surrender to me? Or will you follow the Death King and compete with me? I don't mind either way. Isn't this an act of betrayal? The Black Dragon Master put her hand to her forehead. I wondered if she was having a headache. She looked at the psychopath that she'd known for a long time. We swore to not be hostile to each other. That night, when we cleared the 28th floor with the Death King, I thought that oath would have had more weight. This time it's fine. Regardless of if I win or you win, this stage will be cleared. In other words, we win either way. The only difference is how we win. Ha! I will stand with the Death King. The Sword Saint spoke. I came to the tower because I was tired of a life of chasing quick results. I don't want to go back to such a life after coming so far. 10,000 Temple Master. You politely requested we surrender to you, but I will politely refuse. My companions began moving one by one. Thump, thump. The heretic questioner smiled as he saw the destination of their footsteps. Aha! 5 people were standing behind me. Indeed, I am hopelessly untrustable. No one was standing behind the heretic questioner. Just yesterday, there were several people who agreed with the heretic questioner. The Count was one of them. However, after seeing the situation of our various races for a day, no one sided with the heretic questioner anymore. You're not untrustable. The Crusader spoke. We all know that you are an amazing guild leader, but we also know that you would be the worst parent. Children take after their parents. Leaving our children with you, it would probably be better to leave them with Venomous Snake. Huh? Why are you picking on me when I haven't done anything? It was a compliment. I said that you would be a better parent than heretic questioner. Oi oi, what kind of compliment is that? I'd rather you said I was a better leader than Hitler. 6-1. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, the heretic questioner remained smiling. What are you going to do now, Death King? The city I built is strong. The slaves have already forgotten the wildness of their past and obey the snail race's rule. The heretic questioner seemed confident. You probably got a glimpse of the secret assembly the goblins created. But even there, you wouldn't have found any voices condemning or slandering the snails. They would have just performed a few rituals. This proves just how much they have accepted the snail race's rule. As expected. He knew about the goblin's secret meeting, but he didn't do anything about it. Like me, the heretic questioner could make himself invisible and move around. And he'd ruled over this place for 200 years. There was no way he didn't know about the secret assembly. It doesn't matter. They're not a big threat anyway. That is the judgment the heretic questioner would have reached, and also the reason why he left it alone. I'm sorry, but your people have already given up hope. They are just mourning and remembering the past. My work over 200 years is what made that possible. Death King, do you have a way to pick up those who are on their knees? I quietly looked around the underworld city. Dawn had already arrived. A ray of sunlight flowed into the city from the large hole in the ceiling. Blinking their heavy eyelids, the goblins crawled out of their pits. The slaves were always the last to sleep and the first to wake. I'm not going to pick them up. I opened the civilization store. The items in the store appeared in front of me. Plus, Oracle message, 20 points. Animal possession, 40 points. Dream appearance, 100 points. Prey search, 5 points. Search for a bronze ranked settlement, 80 points. Clan rank general, draw, 100 points. Invention of bronze rank technology, draw, 1,000 points. Plus, I touched one of them with my hand. Instead, I'll give those kids a chance to stand up for themselves. Soon after, the tower's voice appeared in my head. Purchased, Oracle message, 20 race points have been deducted. You currently have 995 race points. It didn't stop there. Purchased, Oracle message, 20 race points have been deducted. You currently have 975 race points. I used up almost all of my points. Purchased, Oracle message. Purchased, Oracle message. Purchased, Oracle message. I remember that time when I was standing on my own, for 1,000 days of regression, when I had to endure 4,000 deaths on my own. It was none other than that voice that helped me. The tower's voice saying, "You have died." Every time I died, the tower notified me of it. And every time I returned to the tower, I knew that someone was watching over me, that someone remembered me. When I was really struggling, that fact comforted me. Purchased, Oracle message. And now it was my turn to comfort others. 20 race points have been deducted. You currently have 215 race points. I bought 40 Oracle messages. Nevertheless, the heretic questioner continued smiling. It was impossible to tell what other people had bought. In the meantime, I picked 40 individuals to send my oracles to, including the goblin priest, the supervisors in charge of each pit, and the sword fighters resting in their quarters in the Colosseum. I wonder what I should say to them. I was worried. I don't want to tell them to rebel against the snail race. Rebellion or obedience is for the goblins to decide on their own. What I have to do isn't to present those kids with a choice. Instead, I should help them make their own choices. Only one sentence could be sent with an oracle message. After thinking for a while, I finally thought of the words I wanted to send through the oracle. The white lion is by your side. The older female that was rubbing water on a child's face froze. The white lion is by your side. The supervisor, who had just exited the pit and picked up a stone axe, was startled. The white lion is by your side. The gladiator who was fiddling with his sword in his cramped quarters jumped up. The stone he had been using to sharpen his sword fell to the side. The white lion is by your side. The person that you worshipped as God was powerless. I didn't have the power to overturn the earth or shake the sky. All I could do was send them a sentence. The white lion is by your side. That was my first oracle. The old goblin priest, who had been laying on the floor, tossed and turned. Using a piece of firewood as a cane, he hurriedly got to his feet. Crack. Unable to withstand his weight, the stick broke, but the priest had already risen to his feet. Gore. Struggling, the old man walked through the maze-like underground cave. The more he walked, the faster he got. From the bottom of the mine to the top, the old goblin crawled up using not only his feet, but also his hands. The white lion has spoken to us. The priest grabbed a hold of a rock and pulled himself out of the cave. Red aura erupted from his old body. The aura, which resembled flames, echoed in the cave together with his voice. The white lion has spoken to us. An echo rebounded. The white lion has spoken to us. The goblin's underground cave had dozens of paths. Augmented by his aura, the priest's voice echoed along dozens of paths. Before long, the sound escaped from the cave and spread to the salt mines where the morning work had already begun. Spoken to us? The white lion has spoken to us. The echo finally reached the entrance of the mines. The goblins, who were drinking water before they started working, pricked their ears. The white lion to us? Then the old man collapsed in exhaustion. He'd poured out the last of his aura and risked his life to deliver the message. Spoken. The old priest lay on the ground without the strength to stand up again. His screams had not yet subsided. Hearing his voice return as an echo, the old priest closed his eyes. Kekkerkirk? A buzz rose among the goblins. They all poked their heads from their pits and looked towards the entrance of the mine. Echoes continued to flow from the dark entrance.
Kerk.
A supervisor put down her child and stood up. She was one of the 40 who had received the oracle. The white lion has spoken to us. Before the last of the old goblin's echoes subsided, she also started shouting. She wasn't the only one. Dozens of goblins who had received the oracle raised their heads one after the other. The white lion has finally returned. I heard it. Kirk, I heard it too. He said that he is with us. That was all. The children who had received my oracle began to shout urgently as they let the others know about it. That alone was enough to shock the snail overseers. What's going on? Rhyme. All of a sudden, they are quiet. Everyone be quiet. Control the loud-mouthed molds with your whips. The snails crawled out of the watchtower and began swinging their tentacles. Smack! When they heard the sound of the whips, several goblins flinched. Nevertheless, the goblins didn't stop shouting, and the snails began whipping the instigators without hesitation. The heretic questioner stroked his chin. I see. Did you use an oracle message to trigger them? Simple and effective. However, Death King, your points are limited. You can't possibly send an oracle to 1,000 people, let alone 10,000. This level of turmoil is not difficult for the snails to. I didn't wait to hear what the heretic questioner had to say. I immediately purchased the next item. Purchased, pray search. 5 points have been deducted. You currently have 210 race points. It was an item I purchased once before. I quickly used the item. Please search for the nearest lion. A map appeared in my mind. It was the Colosseum. There, in a cage right beside the arena, as many as 5 lions were trapped together. I looked at one of the lions that was nibbling on some kind of bone. Okay. I bought the third and final item from the store. I'd like to buy Animal Possession. The tower responded. Purchased. Animal Possession. 40 points have been deducted. You currently have 170 race points. Before the heretic questioner could even finish speaking, I was already possessing a lion in the Colosseum. Whoosh! My perspective twisted. My mind went dark like a room that had lost its light. In the next instant, I found myself in the body of the lion. KRR. Unlike the last time, this lion didn't have white fur. This mane was also plain brown. But that didn't matter. KRRNG. Gore. Regardless of its color, a lion's voice was a lion's voice. I raised the aura of this body. A bloody red aura flowed out as my heart shook. Ba-bump. I focused on the beating of my heart before letting out a roar. KRRRRK. The other beasts in the cages were startled. KRRR. My roars slid through the bars of the cage and reached the square where the Colosseum was located, the street where snails walked back and forth, and even the ceiling of the cavern. It also spread to the pits that had been dug by the goblins. I am here. Even if they didn't see me with their eyes, they would know it was the voice of a lion. The goblins must have heard my cry. They were listening to my voice. KRR. I took a deep breath. Guru Dash. I let out a lion's roar. And with it, I said the name of the place that could be called the homeland of the goblins. The name I had given them. The first word that I'd given to them, and the name that had become their faith. Guru. It didn't take long for me to receive an answer. Guru. Shouts came from the other end of the large cavern. The shout was infinitely weaker than my own voice, which contained aura. But my ears would never miss the sound of the goblins' shouts. Guru. And they didn't miss it either. A rebellion has erupted in Remepolis. The goblins have risen up against the snails. Chapter 163. Cave Fire 3. The disturbance in the early morning woke the snails up. What's with all the fuss? A lion suddenly started roaring. Rhyme. Ominous sounds are coming from the mines, from the buildings that rose like mushrooms in the underground cavern. Snails crawled out of their windows. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. From the snail who slept the lightest to the one who slept the deepest. The snail's mucus covered the walls. What's with the commotion? A rebellion? It's a rebellion. Blow the horn. Rhyme. Let's awaken the spirits of our ancestors. The snails climbed up the wall. Slap. They slapped themselves with the antennae on top of their heads. That was how they woke themselves up. Boo. The snails who climbed to the top of the wall first blew their horns. They weren't actually horns or trumpets. They were the shells of snails who had already died. The snails used the shells left behind by those who died as a kind of coffin, and they also blew them to let out a long, disturbing trumpet sound. Boo. Following the first horn being blown, The other snails also climbed the wall, lifted the shells of their kind and blew into them. The numerous buildings in the underground city began to tremble.
Organ.
Each building was like a pipe that rang out in the large cavern.
Bu.
Boo! The harmony of the organ blown by the snails shook the dark space. The sounds of the goblins coming from afar were buried by the harmony. Bark! Bark! The dogs raised by the snails also began barking. The snail race considered dogs to be sacred because they resembled God. The dogs raised in the cavern had wet noses and gloomy cries. The snails' horns muffled even the fierce cries of the dogs. Krr. I broke the iron bars of the cage. Crack. The iron bars were like tofu for my paws that were reinforced with aura. The keepers noticed late and crawled over, but I had already escaped and was running into the streets of Remepolis. The lion! The gladiator lion has escaped. The snails that were climbing the walls were startled to see me, and they hurried, even more, to get to a high place. I kicked off from the ground with my hind legs and leaped onto the same pillar the snails had carved their history into. Krr. My front paws dug into the pillar. My feet were overflowing with red aura. I climbed the pillar one step at a time like a mountain climber scaling a rock wall. Rhyme! L-dash! Look over there. My ascent frightened the snails. The snails, who were climbing the walls of other buildings, scattered in trails of mucus. Some of them even lost their grip and fell. I climbed to the top of the pillar and looked down at the city. The cavern was filled with the sounds of the horns. It was a sound that came from dead bodies. And when they heard the sound, the snails all armed themselves and assembled. The snail troops began moving all over the city, and before long, they would subdue the goblins. I won't let that happen. I lifted my chest. None of the buildings were higher than the pillar I had climbed on. I inhaled a breath of air at the highest point in the city and slowly opened my mouth. Goo! A loud roar erupted from it. Like ripples spreading through a pond, the lion's voice swept away the sound of the snail's horns. The more it spread, the more it pushed. My lungs were deeper than the empty shells of dead snails, and my voice was louder than their notes. Gore! Finally, the goblins appeared. They were gathered at the entrance of the mine with stone hammers in their hands. When I saw them, the children also saw me. The goblins shouted. Kekerker. That was my name. When their language had still been closer to the cries of a beast, the goblins called me Kekerker. Ku meaning water. Everything that was transparent and pure in the world was called Ku by the goblins. Kirk meaning the sky. The goblins called the highest and most sacred thing in the world Kirk. Ker meaning meat. It also meant animal or beast. That's what my name was. Kekerker. A white beast that came down from the sky. A white lion. I stood tall on the pillar in the middle of the underground city and roared. Guru! Seeing me on the pillar, the snails froze, but the goblins kept moving. The goblins began to line up. They took the hunting formation that I had taught them while catching bison. The goblins still remembered the things I taught them 200 years ago, just like words that were randomly thrown out by parents unintentionally leaving a lifelong mark on their children. I felt a sense of responsibility when I saw the goblins' formation. Guru! Fine. My young strangers, I will take you to the home you longed for. Cork! I pressed down with my front paws. Aura rushed out from my heart and down the lion's forelimbs and claws. Crackle! A crack appeared where my claw had sunk into the stone. In an instant, the red aura stretched across the entire pillar like a spider web. Infernal heaven's demonic art. First form. The burning young sword. The huge pillar shattered like glass. The snails screamed. Many things had been carved on the pillar. The stone fragments containing the myths of the snail race shattered. I stepped from one fragment to the other with a ta-ta-ta and went down to the ground. As I landed, the pillar collapsed around me, creating an enormous cloud of dust. With this, the snail race's momentum will be destroyed. The people of this era lived on myths and legends. The collapse of the pillar was different from the collapse of a simple building. For on the pillar was the recorded history and religion of the snail race. That's why the collapse of the pillar meant disaster. God had descended. On the other hand, the goblin's momentum will increase. However, I wasn't the only god present in this underground city. I heard a message that I had never gotten before. The heretic questioner admires your swift plan. Suddenly, a hound jumped through the cloud of dust. Ka! With a howl, the hound clawed at my back. It was a surprise attack. I roared and swung my paws back. Whoosh! But instead of the hound's head, my paws only met the air. The hound had disappeared suddenly.
Sacred transformation technique.
I immediately realized the hound's identity. The heretic questioner was also possessing a beast. The heretic questioner had immediately noticed what I was aiming for, destroying the pillar that symbolized the snail race's religion, to make the snails panic. I tried to win quickly by creating this kind of mythical scene. When the snail race was confused, it would be easier for the goblins to escape. But the heretic questioner had possessed the divine beast to confront me. Where are you? My back ached. Blood flowed from the wound left behind by the heretic questioner. I was wary of my surroundings, but I couldn't see any signs of the heretic questioner. My surroundings were still covered by the dust cloud, which affected my vision. Where are you going to show up next? Heretic questioner. It was at that moment that the scent of oil filled my nose. Kor. As soon as I smelled the oil, I rolled to the side. Thud. The hound leaped through the air and landed in the spot I had just vacated. The hound stuck out its tongue as if in regret. It was a hound with golden fur. It was clear that the snails regularly took care of this beast. The hound's teeth had small jewels embedded in them, and its short fur had been trimmed in a wave-like pattern. Most importantly, its entire body carried the scent of perfumed oil similar to olive oil. I'm sure he chose the divine beast to fight against the myth. I let out a soft growl. You messed up, heretic questioner. Your entire body smells like perfume. You managed to sneak attack me once, but don't think it'll happen a second time. I could only make the sounds of a lion in this body. However, the heretic questioner still seemed to understand my noises. Since he knew that it was meaningless, he stopped trying to sneak attack. We looked at each before each taking a step forward. Car. Gore. The sounds of a lion and a hound mixed in the dust. I slowly circled around. He can't beat me in a one-on-one fight, and I doubt this will become a group battle. His sacred transformation technique is formidable, but it's closer to a support skill. Without teammates to help him fight, he's only half as strong. The golden hound let out a soft car. To me, it sounded like the heretic questioner was laughing. The heretic questioner says he's happy to fight you. Happy? The heretic questioner wants you to prove that you are more capable than him. I couldn't understand the meaning of the message at first. As if reading my expression, the hound moved its front paws slowly. The heretic questioner says, he only aims to get the best result. The cloud of dust slowly settled. Each person has different abilities. The best of the capable is better than the best of the incapable. The heretic questioner is willing to obey you if you prove that you are more capable than he is. Through the dust that settled, the snails and goblins were revealed. The two races were facing off against each other. He has shown his best over the past 200 years. The heretic questioner asks that now you show your best. The hound rushed forward. I also raised my claws with a roar. At the same time as the two of us collided, the citizens rushed towards the slaves, and the slaves rushed towards the citizens. Rhyme. Kekerker. The snails wore leather armor and swung swords held in their tentacles. The goblins didn't have any proper clothes, so they just swung their stone hammers with their bare bodies. The citizens' armor was overwhelmingly better. However, the snails had been shaken by the collapse of the pillar, which allowed the slaves, who had higher morale, to push them back. Gork! My claws tore into the heretic questioner's hind leg. Ka! The hound twisted its neck and cried out. But my attack wasn't fatal. Every time I tried to land a decisive blow, the heretic questioner cleverly avoided it with his sacred transformation technique. The sacred transformation technique might be useless for surprise attacks now, but it was still effective for evasion. It was clear what the heretic questioner's tactics meant. He's buying time. The hound let out a soft cry. I couldn't understand the hound, but I had an idea of what the heretic questioner was trying to say. The heretic questioner was saying this: the snails might be confused right now, but they will gradually regain their senses. And more troops will gather here. As long as I continue to buy time, I will eventually win. Delaying. That was the tactic the heretic questioner had chosen. KRRR. I stared at the hound as the wound on my back bled. The hound limped slightly and made eye contact with me. We were both wounded beasts. It's not a bad tactic, I growled. It's a valid tactic that he could handle on his own. In this situation, it's a smart choice. Unfortunately, time was never on the heretic questioner's side. To be precise, it was never on the snail race's side. The time the snail race had dominated was slowly coming to an end. A rebellion has erupted in Remepolis. Pot. Something appeared in the air. It was a black swan. The black swan spread its wings and let out a long cry. The vampires have risen up against the snails. The beast that the Black Dragon Master had possessed arrived through space transfer. The bats hanging from the ceiling flapped their wings. They descended upon the snails, slowly moving over to the mines. The snails cried out and swung their tentacles, but the vampires showed that their teeth were more fierce. It wasn't you who was buying time, heretic questioner. It was me. The cries of beasts in the underground city didn't end there. For roars erupted from the pier, where the river flowed, the port where the salt was stored, and from the east and west sides of the large cavern. The mermaids have risen up against the snails. The sprites have risen up against the snails. The elves have risen up against the snails. The humans have risen up against the snails. It was the sound of an empire collapsing. Chapter 164. Rain, Mud, and Fire 1. The young goblins didn't know what rain meant. Those who did know what rain was were already old. It was the grandmothers, mostly. Occasionally, these older goblins would sit around the bonfire and chatter. Rain is water that falls from the dark sky. The old goblins used charcoal on their nails to draw. It meant night, but it also meant darkness. It was the most familiar character for the goblins who had become slaves of the snail race and lived here in the Great Cavern. When it rains, the entire world is filled with water. You can get water anywhere without needing to go to the stream or well. All the dry land becomes wet in an instant. It becomes soft and muddy. When it rains, just walking on the ground causes a pleasant feeling to wrap around your toes. The older ones talked while drawing on the ground. Rain falling from the dark, night sky. Gork. It was like a fairy tale. Water that poured from the sky, mud that covered the ground. Water and mud were difficult to obtain in the Great Cavern. They were only allowed to collect water twice a day. The ground in the Great Cavern was made of sand and gravel, so no matter how much water they mixed, it could never become mud. Sometimes water falls from the ceiling. The old goblins whispered, "That is rain." However, the water that drips isn't enough to fill the cavern. Is it? That's because there is only a small hole in the ceiling of the cave. The outside world is different. Is there really a world outside? This is a cave. It's just a small cavern. When you leave this cave, you will see that the world outside is so vast and that there are many such caverns around. That sounds like a lie. For the young goblins, the Great Cavern was their world. The ceiling was high and the underground was deep. No matter how much they dug, it seemed endless. And yet the Great Cavern was small? Naturally, they found this hard to believe. One day, the white lion will return. Gore. In the beginning, the world was covered in trees. We lived in the forest world. However, because of God's wrath, the forest world burned. The fire was never ending. The fire grew for 10 days and burned for 100 days. And in that time, the white lion guided us to safety. The white lion will return and save us from this cavern. Kekerker. As time passed, the older goblins died. Everyone who remembered Guru slowly perished. And now, even the oldest didn't know about rain. Occasionally, There were goblins who managed to enjoy the feeling of mud, but that was a luxury that was given in exchange for risking their lives in the Colosseum. It was never because of rain that overturned the sky. Kirk. Veng. Kerk. Mud. As they looked at the 2 water jars floating in the stream, the goblins wished for rain. As they applied sand mixed with water to their skin, they wished for mud. Somewhere other than here. A life other than this one. Guru. Our homeland. 2. Remepolis. Cries erupted all over the city where the snails had created their civilization. The vampires have risen up against the snails. The mermaids have risen up against the snails. The sprites have risen up against the snails. The elves have risen up against the snails. The humans have risen up against the snails. Individually, each cry was so weak that they couldn't overpower the horns blown by the snails. But it was only a matter of time. The 5 cries heralded 5 large fires that burned in 5 different parts of the city. Caillou, the Black Dragon Master's divine beast, the Black Swan, spread its wings. I had no talent when it came to understanding the cries of birds, but I was somehow able to understand what she was saying. I'm here to help, Death King. I nodded. If the Black Dragon Master helps, then this fight will be much easier. I had worked with the Black Dragon Master several times before. The Black Dragon Master herself might not remember, but I had grown accustomed to her fighting style after fighting together hundreds of times while subjugating the Devil King of Fall Rain. There was no hunter who could overcome the combination of us two. Grrrk. I growled at the hound and charged forward. Whoosh! The surroundings were set ablaze as the infernal heaven's demonic art unfolded. When the flames swept in from all directions, the hound used his sacred transformation technique to evade. Now! But the heretic questioner wasn't the only one capable of using space transfer. Pot! The Black Dragon Master immediately followed the heretic questioner to the place he had fled to. The heretic questioner, who had just escaped from my attack, wasn't paying attention to his back, and the Black Dragon Master wouldn't miss such an opening. Crack! The Black Swan's sharp claws scratched the Golden Hound's back. Car dash! The hound cried out as its blood was spilt. It twisted its head around and bit at the swan's wings. The Black Swan and the hound rolled around in the mud. This time I was the one who saw the opening. Shift the attack. I immediately charged forward and bit into the hound's back. My sharp fangs sank deeply into the Golden Hound's flesh. Blood flowed into my mouth, and at the same time, a loud scream erupted from the hound's mouth. One-sided abuse. The goblins cheered at the sight of the hound being hurt. Kekerker. The White Lion will defeat the Golden Hound. To Guru. Let's return to our homeland. As the number of wounds on the hound increased, the goblins became more confident. On the other hand, the snails were shocked. They responded quickly to the massive rebellion, but they became confused when they saw their deity being injured. The Remepolis mines have been liberated. The goblins gradually drove the snails back. Where are the reinforcements? Rhyme. H-. The slaves are causing commotions in other places too. The horns are rioting. Rhyme. Requesting immediate support. The fish are rioting at the port. Support is impossible. We need help here too. As for reinforcements from the other cities, how can we ask for reinforcements when the waterway is blocked? Even those bat bastards have gone crazy. The snails fought back desperately. However, the slaves directly pushed the snails into a corner. The goblins on the ground, the mermaids in the water, the vampires in the air, and the sprites, elves, and humans in the streets. Flames erupted everywhere the snails used slaves. The Remepolis Red Light District has been liberated. The Remepolis Temple has been liberated. The tribes captured as slaves couldn't communicate with each other. Each of the 6 races spoke a different language. This was probably why the slaves had never united and instead continued to serve the snail race. Gork. Coo. However, it was the same way that the gods and their respective races couldn't communicate. In any case, revelation was many times more powerful than words. The divine beasts were the ones that guided each race. While the Black Dragon Master and I pushed the heretic questioner around, our other companions stirred up Remepolis to their heart's content. The snails had lost control of the city. The Remepolis Gate has been liberated. The Remepolis Barracks has been liberated. The scales had been tipped. The rebels, who had started at the mines, finally reached the port. Mermaids swam in the river that connected the inside of the great cavern to the outside. Receiving an oracle from their god, they cut off the ropes that were wrapped around their necks and charged towards the ships. Why dash you, low-class fish? The snail overseers raised their tentacles high and struck them. Slap! The mermaids, who were struck, screamed and fell below the surface of the water. However, that didn't stop them. Dozens of mermaids grabbed the bottom of the ships and rocked them back and forth. Ach! The snails slipped off the decks of the ships and with a splash, and fell into the river. The mermaids then surrounded them. Get back! Get back! Evil fish! Ach! The mermaids ate the snails one by one. It was like a herd of sharks hunting penguins. The snails swung their tentacles, but they were no match for the mermaids in the water. After a while, only empty shells remained floating on the surface of the river. The Remepolis port has been liberated. Gurgle! The large ships that sat at the port all sank to the bottom of the river. The salt cargo that they had sank along with them. The rock salt that the goblins had worked all night to crush into small pieces melted without a trace after falling into the river. The hound watched this scene with narrowed eyes. Dozens of ships sank. A pink dolphin leaped into the air among the wreckage. It was the divine beast that had been possessed by the Crusader. Whoosh! The dolphin dived below the surface in a beautiful curve. The mermaids cheered loudly and slapped their tails against the water. Remepolis has been captured by the rebels. The hound opened its mouth. Car. Maybe the heretic questioner was laughing. The city he had spent 200 years to create was collapsing. Kerk, Ker. The hound took a step back. Every time he took a step, sticky blood flowed out. Its beautiful golden fur had been torn apart by the lion's fangs and the black swan's claws. The same was true for the snails. Rhyme, rhyme. Terrified, the snails hid behind the hound. The snails' shells had been cracked by the goblins' hammers. There were also snails whose antennae or tentacles had been cut off. The snails from all over the city were driven to stand around the hound. KGR. Naturally, the tribes that drove the snails over also gathered. The blood-stained sprites roared fiercely. Kill those bastards! Make them repay for what they did to us. The sprites had a single horn in the middle of their forehead. These horns, which should have grown long and proud like unicorns, were broken in half. This was proof of their enslavement. As if they were branding them, the snails broke the horns of their sprite slaves. Along with the horns, they also broke their slaves' pride. This was the price. In the place of the broken pride grew poisonous resentment. Dog-like scum, the situation wasn't any different for the other races. They laughed as they fed us dirt. Throw them in a hole and pour salt over them. The humans growled. Catch one of their young and put it in a well, then treat it like a fishbowl. Let's throw those bastards in the Colosseum and make them fight each other. The mermaids cried out from the water. Their curses seemed to flutter on the water's dark surface. They pulled on our ears because they were long. Cut off their antennae and feed it to them, said the elves. Blood? The vampires hung from the nearby buildings as they quietly looked at the snails. The vampires weren't very vocal. However, they brought the corpses of beasts that they had brought from somewhere else and dropped them at their feet. They were the dogs that the snails regarded as sacred. Each of the 6 races spoke a different language, so they could not share each other's anger. However, there were a few common words in the snail race's language that they all learned. The slaves were forced to learn their master's language. Kill them. Someone whispered in the snail language. Kill them. That one phrase was something every race knew. It was something that the snails always said to other races. The words that came from the sprites gradually became a universal cry that filled the entire cave. Kill them. The snails were terrified. Finally, For the first time since becoming slaves, the 6 tribes shared the same feeling. The name of that feeling was rage. Everyone was covered in blood, and they wanted even more blood. I looked around at the snails that had been gathered together. It would be easy to order them to slaughter them all. It would also be easy to prevent them from doing so. Now I was like a god to the goblins, and a god's commands were absolute. The goblins would obey regardless of whether I told them to slaughter or to forgive. However, that's not an order I'll give. I turned around. You all can choose. And I slowly walked towards the exit of the great cavern. Kerr? Kekerker? Behind me, I heard the goblins' confused exclamations. But I didn't stop walking. I was walking slow enough that they could follow me, but fast enough that I would disappear if they hesitated too long. The sprites, who were blocking my path, stumbled to move out of my way. I could feel the goblins' silence. The goblins looked at each other like believers who had received an esoteric oracle. As I grew further and further from them, someone finally stepped forward. Gork. Their footsteps were headed towards me, not towards the port where the snails were gathered. The dozens of goblins who had received my oracle message were the first to follow me. They were followed by the young goblins. The young goblins decided to follow the god they had met for the first time instead of getting revenge on their oppressors. Kerr. Kekerker. After the children followed, so did their mothers. And when the mothers began moving, the other goblins joined one after the other. The sounds of stone hammers falling echoed across the city. Following the lion the goblins worshipped as their god. They threw the evidence of their anger to the ground. Right? In the dark underground city, thousands began to follow behind me. Follow me, children. Follow me. Like that, we walked towards the only entrance to the underground city. No one blocked our way forward. The moment I stepped through the bright entrance, the voice of the tower sounded in my head. The goblin race has begun their escape from Remepolis. Now then, let's go home. Chapter 165. Rain, Mud, and Fire 2. 3. As I took a step forward, I couldn't help but close my eyes. Gork. The darkness in the cave was heavy, and because of this, the scene was even more dramatic as we stepped out of it. It created the illusion that a ray of light was being produced with every step we took. Kudashkur. The goblins quickly lowered their heads. The long period in the caves had changed the goblins' physiology. Their eyelids had become thinner, and their eyeballs had become larger. This caused the goblins to be affected by the light. For a while, they walked while looking down at their feet. The wind blew, and before long, sunset had arrived. Sky, the goblins muttered to themselves. It was now evening in the outside world. The light from the sunset painted the sky red. The sky is red. For the first time in their lives, the slaves looked up at the never-ending sky. It was natural for someone to look at the sky not long after being born, but for these slaves who grew up in caves, this was the first time that they were afforded this luxury. The elders were telling the truth. This is the sky. Why is the sky red? Gork. It looks like it's bleeding. Red. The world is on fire. Whether they felt astonishment, fear, or other unknown emotions, the goblins whispered among themselves. They looked around at the world that they were seeing for the first time. The goblin race has been freed from slavery. The status of the goblin race has changed. Words appeared before my eyes. Plus, goblin race. Extinction grade. B. Beware of danger. Proverb. We are fire. Description. A race with only low-ranking abilities. The individual abilities of the goblin race are negligible at best. Therefore, they have united together to form a group. The goblin race only developed a very small collection of characters. All of these characters are known by every goblin, from the ones with the lowest births to the noblest. Minimal language. Minimal characters. Knowledge does not divide the goblins. We are fire. Fire may burn in many different directions, but it always burns as one. Despite their many cultures, the goblins are all one. They hold meetings at night rather than during the day. The appearances of the various goblins are hidden in the darkness, and not one goblin is distinguishable from another. Therefore, all the goblins who participate and speak in the meetings are anonymous. Let the fire of the goblin race continue to burn. Traits: fire painting, guru doctrine, legacy of records, greed. Evolutions: unknown. There are 2 potential evolutions. Caution: several traits are at risk of disappearing. Plus, as expected. I furrowed my eyebrows. Since the priest died, fire painting is at risk of disappearing. Bei Hurayong shrugged behind me. Well, in addition to knowing how to use aura, they need to have a red aura. That's the tricky part, right? For this stage, I need to figure out what to do first. Do you have a way? If you buy it from the civilization store, it'll basically rip you off. Yeah, you're right. That's why I'm going to buy something else. I thought. Open civilization store.
Yerk.
The items in the store appeared in front of me. Plus, Oracle message, 20 points. Animal possession, 40 points. Dream appearance, 100 points. Prey search, 5 points. Search for a bronze-ranked settlement, 80 points. Clan rank general, draw, 100 points. Invention of bronze-rank technology, draw, 1,000 points. Plus, I bought an item I'd never used before. Purchase, dream appearance. Clang, the sound of falling coins appeared in my ear. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 70 race points. Okay. I also thought about the goblin that I'd use this item on. I turned to look at a young goblin. This goblin's name was Gork, and he was currently sleeping while using another goblin's, but as a pillow. It means clear water. Gork, the goblin who was given the name Clear Water, muttered in his sleep. Kirk. Veng. Kerk. Mud. Guru. I stared at Gork, who was dreaming about a different place. I used the item. Dream appearance. Pot. My vision blurred and my surroundings became white. For, after a while, I found myself standing in a field. Ho! The field appeared to be endless. It was raining in the endless field, and the ground was thick and soft because of the rain. In the middle of the field lay Gork with his mouth open. The falling rainwater landed on Gork's mouth. Gore. Gore. Gork happily drank the rainwater. The expression on his face was one of extreme contentment. This must be this young goblin's dream of his homeland. Indeed, I was convinced. Whether they're goblin or human, their desires are the same. Gork? It seemed he heard my voice. Gork relaxed his arm pillow and raised up. Who are you? It seems you can hear and see me. Gork. Gore? Human? Gork tilted his head to the side with a blank expression on his face. I tried to be as solemn and serious as possible. I'm not a human, pitiful child. I am Kekerker, the sacred white lion you worship, and the one who promised to lead you back to Guru.
Kerk?
Kekerker? That's impossible. Gork snorted. Kuffum. Goblins had big noses, so when he snorted, the sound that came out was as grand as a fart. Kekerker is a lion. He has thick, strong skin and a beautiful mane. What about you? You have thin, dry skin and messy black hair. Kekerker isn't as ugly as you. No, should I punish you? Punish?
Kerk.
What does that mean? It means to dig a hole in the ground and stick a little bastard upside down in it. Dash, this human is so foul-mouthed. Kerr. There is no way someone vulgar like you is the white lion. Gork. I taught you how to write. I taught you how to hunt. I am Kekerker and Kekerker is me. You shouldn't doubt me. Prove it. Fine. I dug a hole in the mud. Then I grabbed Gork by the ankle and stuck him into the hole head first. Now can you see the proof? Care. Kerr. A demon. A demon has appeared. What's wrong? Can't you see it? I guess it can't be helped. I like you, so I'll show you some more proof. I scooped a handful of mud and put it into the hole. It was still raining. The mud and the rain mixed together, and soon Gork was covered in mud armor. He screamed, "Believe! Kirk! I believe! You are definitely Kekerker. It's good that you were finally able to realize it." I pulled Gork out of the hole. The goblin trembled with mud covering his face. "Gork, everything that appears in your dreams has a precious meaning." I wiped the mud off the goblin's head before continuing. "I'm here because Kekerker wants to teach Gork how to use aura."
Aura?
Do you remember the priest's fire painting? His hands were covered in red energy, weren't they? That is aura. Ah, you mean the sacred blood. Sacred blood. We have a body and a soul. Everyone has a body, but we all share one soul. Gork, those who manage to overcome the limits of their body and reach the soul will bleed not only from their body, but also from their soul. By the way, Gork frowned. This is weird. These are the teachings of Kekerker. If you are really Kekerker, then how do you not know what you taught us? Child, I never taught you anything like that. All I taught you was how to write characters, count to 3 and hunt. Kerr, are there any idiots who can't count to 3? This child. I had forgotten that 200 years had already passed. Enough. If you still doubt me, then when you wake up in the morning, go to the lion Kekerker. You will know that I am the lion and that the lion is the one who appeared in your dream. So shut up and learn what I'm about to teach you. You mean the sacred blood? That's right. Now then, let's begin class right away. I raised my hand and started beating the goblin.
Gerk.
It hurts. Kerr, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me all of a sudden? The fastest way to learn aura is to learn it while getting hit. This was the method that Bei Huryong had told me in the past. In fact, it was the only method I knew. If there was a method to learn it while sitting cross-legged or whatever, then I'd love to learn it. But for now, this was all I knew. From now on, I will beat you till you're an inch away from death. Pay attention to the aura flowing into your body as you're being hit. Feel it and capture it. Find the blood vessels that spread throughout your entire body. Kerr, it hurts. It hurts. Kerk. Ha! Gork crouched down. I lightly grabbed his wrist and raised him back up. Then, with my other hand, I hit his palm, wrist, shoulder, and chest. Puke. Puke. My aura flowed through my fist into Gork's body. Kerr. This is the teaching of blood and flesh. Pay attention. All that will be left is flesh and blood. That's what I meant. Didn't you call it sacred blood? In order to bring forth sacred blood, your soul must be injured and bleed. Even after hearing my logical words, Gork kept shaking his head. This is going to kill me.
No.
This isn't real, it's a dream. So no matter how much you're hit and no matter how much it hurts like you're gonna die, you won't actually die. This is the perfect environment to learn aura. Kerp, the landscape of the dream changed. It changed from the muddy field to Remepolis. From Gork's perspective, this was probably no different from fighting in the Colosseum. Oh, that's more like it. I was delighted. Now then, Gork, the gladiators are all staring at you. The scary glow in your eyes shows the determination to do whatever it takes. Since this is a dream, you'll be fine no matter how much it hurts. So work hard. Take this a nightmare.
Ker.
A terrible nightmare. Gork wept. Kekerker, you have saved us from hell? Where are you now? A demon is tormenting your humble servant. Save me, Kerr. Save me. I already told you that I'm Kekerker. Time slowly passed in the dream. It felt like a lot of time had passed. But Gork's dream had still not ended. Thanks to this, the young goblin suffered the pain of being driven almost to death countless times. I calmly led Gork along. I couldn't help but wonder how long it had been. Oh! Flames erupted from Gork's palm. Even though it was faint, this was still a sign of aura. Look, Gork. It's aura. You have gained sacred blood. Kerr. The young goblin looked down at his palm, but his eyes were blank, as if he'd lost something precious. Just kill me. Stop sparing me, demon. I can't take it anymore. From the start, if you don't have to worry about dying, then learning while risking your life is the fastest way. The universe is filled with people who cannot learn aura even after learning martial arts for their entire lives. You, on the other hand, learned it in a single night. Do you think that is a coincidence? Please kill me. From now on, you will have to work hard for the goblin race. I smiled happily and put my hand on Gork's shoulder. He flinched. Wadash, work hard? The last priest died and there is no longer anyone to demonstrate fire painting. So you will have to take his place. I think your culture is beautiful. You should try to not lose that beauty. Kerr. However, I'm not talented enough to become the priest. Well, your aura is still in its infant stages. How about it, Gork? Are you willing to work for the next 10 days in order to perfect your aura?
I'm willing.
Gork. Priest. I'll do it. Great. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I will leave your dream now. Come to me when you wake up and check for yourself. If I am really Kekerker, I will pat you on the shoulder. Then I woke up from the dream. The dawn was quiet. The goblins had already woken up and were preparing to continue the journey home. The mothers caught fish in the river, and the children grilled the fish nearby. Many of the goblins were silently looking at the rising sun.
Kerk.
Not long after, a young goblin jumped up not far from me. It was Gork. His little green head was wrinkled and covered in cold sweat. Kerr?
He survived?
I survived. Kerr? Gork took a deep breath. He slapped himself 6 times to check if he was still dreaming or not. Finally, after realizing that his nightmare was finally over, Gork sighed heavily in relief. He sat in that state for a while. The Gork hesitantly got up and came to me. Kekerker. The young goblin looked at me with eyes filled with desperation. Last night, a demon came to me in my dream and toyed with me.
Kerr.
The demon dared to tease me by pretending to be Kekerker. I thought I was going to die. I want you to prove to me that Kekerker isn't that demon. KRRNG. Tuck. I slowly lifted my paw and tapped Gork on the shoulder with it. Gork's face immediately became stained with despair. KRR. Gore. KRRK. Do well and don't forget what I said. Child. There was no way he could understand the lion's words, but Gork trembled nonetheless. A new air of fire painting has appeared. The race is no longer at risk of losing the trait fire painting. That's good. That's good. This bastard, Bei Hurayong muttered. He'd watched me pass aura on to Gork from start to finish. Why are you teaching him like that? Don't do that. You should treat him Chapter 166. Rain, Mud, and Fire 3. Fire painting wasn't the only trait the goblins were in danger of losing. It's probably because they were suppressed by the snails for a long time. I thought of the second trait whose status window had changed. Plus, greed. Rank B. Effect. The goblin race is filled with greed. Perhaps it is because of their shame for being too ugly. Or maybe the goblin race wants to be recognized for their possessions instead of themselves.
Kerk.
I just put on warm mud. Kirk. I just covered myself with premium mud from the head of the stream. They desire to be the most distinguished. They long to be even greater. In the hearts of the goblin race, their inferiority complexes, low self-esteem, and desires for greatness combine to create a powerful form of greed. Maybe the goblin race will crave shiny treasures. Or maybe they'll catch slaves and brag about whose slaves are prettier. The goblin race are greedy, and with this greed comes potential. How their greed develops will depend on you. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Caution. After a long period of oppression, the goblins have become aloof to their desires. They have given up on the thought of coveting things since they wouldn't get it anyway. If they continue to fail in gaining their desires, their greed will disappear. Plus, greed meant desire. Being greedy meant to covet something. Greed, desire, covet. Although these words all had negative nuances, my thoughts were a little different. It's better than having no desires at all. Well, that's just your opinion. Bei Hurayong scratched the back of his head. Desire is like a river. If you build a dam and block it, it will build up until it overflows, and if you cover it with a lid to prevent it from overflowing, it will become stagnant and rotten. Where will the rotten water go? It will seep into the ground around it and corrode it. Bei Hurayang's voice was very serious. You have to release the river, and if you're going to release it, then it has to be big, so that it all flows in one direction. I think that will determine the direction of their lives. This disciple's thoughts are the same. Teacher. Hey, who the hell is your teacher? I never had a disciple as stubborn as you. How do tadpoles learn to swim? They learn by watching frogs. Mr. Sword Emperor. You are my frog, and I am your tadpole. Crazy bastard. Side by side, we tried to devise a plan, like the perfect example of teacher and disciple. Now then, what is the best direction to direct their greed? I didn't have to think about it for very long. Before I could find the answer, and even before Bei Hurayang could find the answer, someone else found the answer and brought it to us. Well, to be precise, not someone, but many someones. Kekerker. It had been 3 weeks since we'd begun our journey home. Behind me, the goblins began to make a fuss. The children, who had been following me obediently, urgently ran forward. I turned my head to see what was going on, and my eyes met Gork's. There are soldiers behind us. Soldiers. I directed my aura towards my eyes and looked out over the horizon. The first thing that I noticed was a cloud of dust. The weather was clear, but there was a large cloud of dust in the distance. This meant that it wasn't natural, and instead had been formed by a large number of animals moving together. I enhanced my vision even further. Hundreds of hounds were galloping across the plains towards us. Regardless of whether dogs were pack animals or not, there was no way that hundreds of them would gather on their own. As if to prove this, it soon became clear that each hound was carrying something on their backs. It's the snails. The snails were clinging to the hounds' backs. The snails are chasing us.
Gek.
Battle formations. Battle formations. All the young ones get in the middle. Be careful not to step on them. Horse-riding soldiers. No, dog-riding soldiers * were currently charging at us. Note. I will call them cavalry from now on, but you get the memo. 5. The snail cavalry reacted quickly. Rhyme. Drive them to the riverside. Keep your distance. As soon as they saw the goblins' battle formations, the snails gave up their charge. Instead, they slowly began forcing their prey in the direction they wanted. By lightly pressing against the goblins' weak ranks, they were able to force them to step back. Kerk. Don't break ranks. Match your steps with those beside you. The goblins had the advantage of numbers, but among them were young children and the elderly. They had no choice but to choose a formation that protected the weak and elderly. The goblins focused on defense, and the snails took the initiative to attack because of their mobility. Without rushing, the snail cavalry calmly began driving us to the riverside. They're pretty good, I thought while protecting the goblins from the front. I thought the military power of the snails wouldn't be a problem after the collapse of Remepolis. If they didn't have a good military, it would have been impossible for them to rule over the other 6 races. Didn't you win only because all 6 races rebelled at the same time? Well, that's true. It's well thought out. I had been on the front lines of many battles on the 11th floor for the Ejim Empire. In other words, I knew a thing or two about battle strategy. Boo. The snails blew horns to control the speed of their march. Sometimes they slowly advanced and increased the pressure, and sometimes they rushed forward as if they were about to charge. Rhyme. When the encirclement was completed, a snail, who seemed to be the general of this army, stepped forward. This general skillfully rode a hound that was much larger than those of the other cavalrymen. Did the snails use their mucus as an adhesive? Unlike horse-riding cavalry, the snails used neither saddles nor stirrups. I'm here to inform you mold bastards, the snail general shouted. Your little slave rebellion has been subjugated. Remepolis has overcome its defeat and risen up. The 12 cities of our great empire have formed a massive army and are now hunting down the remnants. This is proof. The general put a tentacle into its shell and withdrew something round. Then he raised it high into the air and threw it at us. It was the head of a sprite. But the general didn't stop there. Instead, he continued throwing one head after the other. Mermaid, vampire, human, elf. A head for each race rolled one after the other. Look carefully. Rhyme. This is the fate of the slaves that dared to rebel against our great snail empire. Our anger is large and fierce. These are not the first to be punished, and they will not be the last. Molds. If you don't want your dirty heads to become blood-covered stepping stones, then surrender immediately.
Che schivico. Che?
The goblins shrank back. Did they subjugate the other races already? That's a lie. Can't be. The snail's world is already over. I don't want to go back to hell, Kerr. They are shaking our morale. What are you going to do? I'll just expose that fraud over there. I stepped forward. The goblins immediately stopped whispering and looked at me from behind. There was a small space between the snails and the goblins. In the middle of that, I stood, silently staring at the snail general. Purchased. Oracle message. 20 race points have been deducted. You currently have 50 race points. I'm sorry, snails of this world. I'm one step ahead of your trick. I used the oracle message and sent words directly into the head of the snail general. The white lion sees through your deceit. Flinch. The tentacles of the snail general, who was proudly riding his hound, trembled. I wasn't too familiar with snail physiology, but I could tell he was nervous. It was simple. You couldn't have suppressed all the rebels. If the snails had won, the tower would have informed me with a message saying that the rebellion had failed, or that the other races had returned to being slaves. I have received any notifications yet. The reason was obvious. The snail general was threatening us with lies. Well, I have the benefit of the system which allowed me to figure it out, so it's a matter of using whatever you can. I opened my mouth and took a deep breath. Then I let out a loud lion's roar. Roar dash. My roar rang out across the plains. Startled, the hounds' bodies squirmed and twisted. The snails didn't fall off only because of their excellent adhesion, but they still raised a fuss. Tish-dash, the mold's god. It's one of the false gods that descended and brought calamity to the city. Those bastards did something disrespectful to Rhyme in Remepolis. Idiots! There's nothing wrong with serving Rhyme and receiving his blessings. From the snail's perspectives, I was an evil god. But an evil god was still a god. When they witnessed the goblin's god, they couldn't help but falter and lose their momentum. Good. I saw an opportunity. An opportunity to revive the goblin's greed. Purchased. Oracle message. 20 race points have been deducted. You currently have 30 race points. Despite clearing the 31st floor, participating in the Great Escape on the 32nd floor, liberating the slaves, and finding a way to continue the fire painting heritage, I had not received any race points. The reason for this would be explained in the future, but now was not the time. This is enough. I used some of my remaining points to buy another oracle message. Then I sent another message to the snail general. The white lion proposes an honorable duel. The snail general flinched again. He must have been afraid because an evil god was talking to him. However, that didn't prevent the general from asking a question. Rhyme. An honorable duel? KRRR. Hearing it 1,000 times couldn't compare to seeing it once. I turned around and walked towards the goblins. While the goblins all looked at me in confusion, I stopped in front of a certain one. Hey! It was Gork. Get on. Gork's expression darkened. Lord Kekerker. It is a great honor for you to stand in front of a humble servant like me. I hope that Lord Kekerker will continue until you find what you want. I did. I bent my forelimbs and took a position that would make it easier for him to climb onto my back. Get on.
Garup.
Gork hiccuped. He looked at me with eyes that were pleading for mercy. I don't know why the great white lion is doing this in front of me. It's very strange. Can any of you guess what the white lion is trying to say? Kerr? The other goblins looked at each other and whispered, "I think he wants him to ride on his back?" No matter how you look at it, it looks like he wants him to get on. Gork opened his mouth desperately. Karurup, how could believers like us ride on the back of the White Lion? Blasphemy! There must be some other holy meaning that we cannot even begin to understand. I bent my hind legs. Then I tapped my back with my tail. The goblins thought deeply. As expected, it seems that he's telling you to ride him? If you don't ride him, he might become angry. Wouldn't it be blasphemous to not obey the White Lion's command? Gork? Gork sobbed. Brat. I used the last of my points to directly send an oracle message to Gork. The White Lion says to get on his back quickly, otherwise he will kill you. In the end, the sobbing Gork got onto my back. When they saw Gork's tears, the people around us cheered. Look, Karukarup's grandson, Gork, has obtained the favor of the White Lion. He's so moved that he even began to cry. Gore. He's crying. But he deserves to cry. This is an honor that will be passed down to his later generations. How lucky! Gork sobbed harder. Ker, it's not that. You're wrong. Kekerker isn't the god you think he is. He's not a god, he's more like a big brother. A very bad big brother. Of course, Gork's voice was buried by the cheering of the others and couldn't be heard. Untruthful cries always went unheard. Without anyone understanding the tears he shed, Gork was carried on my back until we stood in front of the Snail General. Indeed, the Snail General looked at me, then at Gork on my back. So that's what you meant by honorable duel. I understand. The general waved his antennae. I heard that you molds didn't participate in the slaughter of my compatriots in Remepolis. Rhyme. It is your destiny to rot in the salt mines, but we will take into consideration the fact that you didn't participate in the massacre. This might also be Rhyme's will, the general muttered under his breath. Then he turned his head and shouted towards his army. The dirty molds and their god have offered us a duel. It's funny that a slave who used to break rocks in a pit thinks it can fight us. Men, is there any soldier in my army willing to break this mold's nose? I swear on my antennae that I will give the soldier who wins the duel a glorious life. Wealth, slaves,
honor.
No matter what it is. All you need to do is break this mold's nose. There was a stir among the snail soldiers. And after a while, a snail strode out with its hound. Rimu, I would be honored. It was a large hound indeed. In all honesty, I wasn't sure if it was fair to call it a hound. This beast, which was as large as a lion and had 3 pairs of feet, seemed a bit much to be called a dog. It wasn't just the dog that had a lot of legs. The Helix Apostle's heir has stepped out. The snail on its back also had more tentacles than the other snails. For tentacles held 4 swords at the same time, and each time the tentacles swayed, the swords cut through the air. Swish! Swish! All the snails were awed by the brilliant swordsmanship. Oh, a high-ranking noble. Wow, the Helix Apostle's heir is terrifying. He must have received the blessing of Rhyme. They were a funny species. Do they judge nobility based on the amount of tentacles they have? Seems like it. It's pretty weird, right? It's really exotic. Huh? Huh? As Bei Hurayong and I judged the strangeness of the snail race, the snail soldier, the heir of the Helix Apostle, approached us. I am from one of the 7 families that govern Canyon City, a member of Lekimuraim, and the heir of the Helix Apostle. Simsalam, servant of the evil god. Name yourself. Gork was intimidated by the dazzling self-introduction. Gork, grandson of Karukarup. Are you the priest? Ker. The priest died. A noble? We do not have nobles, Kirk. So a lowly slave. The snail soldier twisted his tentacles. This was probably a gesture that was made to mock the other person. Today, I will show you the dignity of those loved by Rhyme. Hia. The snail charged forward with his hound. His 4 swords clashed in the air, making noisy clanging sounds. It seemed that he was using the sound to build his momentum before the fight. I wondered who would be frightened by such a ridiculous sight, but the coward on my back immediately showed me.
Care.
Care. Gork grabbed my mane and cried. Why me? Why did it have to be like this? You demon. As I expected. I was deceived by a demon. KRRRNG. Hey, don't worry. Trust this big brother. I'll make you a hero. Chapter 167. Rain, Mud, and Fire. 4. Rhyme. I'll cut off your nose with a single slice. The noble soldier rushed in without any hesitation. Oh, nevertheless, he looked pretty interesting. He didn't use 1 or 2 swords like a human would. Instead, as if he were using the 4-sword style one. He swung 4 swords at the same time, slicing towards the top, bottom, left, and right at the same time. Heh! This was a feat that could only be performed because he was a snail who had extra tentacles. I'd been in many battles before, but this was my first time seeing that kind of swordsmanship. The top and bottom are fake. They're just bluffs. I quickly grasped the intricacies of the opponent's sword attack with a single glance. The left and right are real. The left is an attack. But the right is the true attack. The sword on the left is faster. Okay. If the left sword is blocked, the right would dig into the other side. Ku. Behind me, Bei Hurayong sighed as if he was moved. I had heard that even the dog at a street stall could learn to cook ramen after 3 years.
Kim Zombie.
You're finally starting to understand a thing or two. I am the young master of the demonic sect. Uncle. Who are you calling uncle? In any case, I had to say, it's weird that simple race differences led to a completely different swordsmanship. Huh? Isn't that natural? Yeah. But it's the fact that it's natural to develop different arts depending on your body that's interesting. This reminds me of the demonic path's martial arts. I wonder if it would help me refine my infernal heaven's demonic art. Dude, are you really gonna study snail swordsmanship now? I'm just taking a look. I skillfully leaned down and pierced through the opening in the attack pattern. Then I used my feet to gently knock the swords from the snail soldier's tentacles. Rhyme. The snail spread its antennae in shock. I'm sorry, guy. This was never going to be a fair fight. There's a clear difference in skill. The snail soldier didn't know how to use aura, nor did he know how to coat his tentacles and swords with it. I, on the other hand, had received the evaluation of having talent for Nagong too, from Bei Hurayong. So it was impossible for the soldier to keep up with me. No matter how amazing a cavalryman's horsemanship was, it would never be faster than a plane, even if it was piloted by a novice. Even though I said he was a novice, it wouldn't be long before he graduated. Evil God. Great rhyme. Give me strength. The snail swung his swords with even more enthusiasm, but it didn't make a difference. He was unable to cut even a single strand of my hair. As though I was playing a rhythm game, I occasionally tapped on the snail's swords. Kerp. Ker. Of course, I was only explaining it leisurely from my perspective. For Gork, all he could see were swords flying towards him. Spare me. Spare this goblin. Kekerker. Save him. Isn't Kekerker the demon?
I'm screwed.
Gork is screwed. TCH. It was pathetic. I'd even given my all to prepare the perfect stage in his dreams. I taught him aura. No matter how scared of death he was, shouldn't he at least show a bit of bravery at this moment? Let's say he really was in danger of dying. This was the time when he should be trying to help himself. Hey, zombie. Yeah. The way you treat this goblin is very, what? It reminds me of when someone was teaching someone else. I can't tell who the someone or the other someone is, but I think I knew the someone and someone, or maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're gonna keep reciting nonsensical rhymes, then just watch. Ha! Fine. I just feel sorry for the goblin. I never felt sorry for a human in my entire life, but the day has come when I felt sorry for a goblin. What the hell was this ghost saying? KRRNG. I focused on defense. I just hit away the snail soldier's swords with my claws, but I didn't attack him at all. It wasn't me who had to defeat this snail. It was up to Gork. This is for the goblins. I waited patiently. Kerk? I wasn't sure how much time passed. But when Gork seemed to finally realize there was no threat to his life, he began to relax a little. He stopped begging, and instead looked at what was happening in front of him. Gerp? That's right. Face it. The first step was to look at what was happening in front of you. That's it. This time, I was more aggressive in hitting the sword of the snail soldier away. My claws pushed the blades back hard. Rhyme. In an instant, the snail's body was full of openings. If I was to swing my claws again, that would be the end. Without any time to block, the soldier would be directly cut in half. But I didn't do it. I stayed still. The snail noble's face turned red. The skin of the snail race was fairly transparent, so it was obvious that the change of color was because of blood rushing to his head. The snail swung his swords more fervently. Why dash, you're insulting me. I was not. I will not bring disgrace to my family. Rhyme. If I had to pick someone here who was being disgraced, it would be me. Gork was a slave not so long ago, but now he is fighting against a noble. You are a warrior who is bravely fighting against an evil god. Regardless of the outcome, you deserve to be praised. But what about me? I was like a god in this world, but now I was toying with a noble soldier. The act of picking on the weak when you are strong didn't go against the doctrine of the demonic sect, but it still wasn't very mature. Sorry, but it can't be helped. I'm responsible for these children. A good parent didn't mind being insulted on behalf of their children. A good teacher wasn't afraid of being mocked for the sake of their students. Those who believed that there were things more precious than themselves wouldn't hesitate to accept disgrace. Then what about a god? I am now a constellation who watches over an entire race. I didn't care if I would be insulted for taking care of these children, and I could tolerate being mocked. I could bear the humiliation of putting down my sword for a while for these little ones who had been imprisoned as slaves. Now Gork. I would even enjoy being insulted. And the other little goblins as well. Look, these are the snails you were afraid of. He is a member of the nobles who lorded over you. This is all they are. With a loud clang, I hit the nobles' swords away once again. And again, the snail's tentacles spread, revealing an opening. It was similar to the opening I'd created before, but Gork had only stared blankly. Is he not confident that he can face him one-on-one? But this time was different. If you're not confident, then I'll make you. As if something had possessed him, Gork swung his arm. A red aura covered the goblin's thin arm. Thud. Ah! An unexpected groan was heard. The snail noble looked down at his body in confusion, and the young goblin looked at his fist with a blank stare. Fist mark. A bright red mark had been engraved on the snail's body as if it was stamped. Nice shot. I smiled inwardly. That's enough. In the next moment, the snail bent over and vomited. Queck. Cough. Cough. Bleck. Digestive fluids poured onto the head of the hound that carried the snail. Fortunately, the snail's diets consisted mostly of soups and stews, so there weren't any solids in the vomit, but the hound wasn't very pleased nonetheless. Wah! Kiking war! The giant hound struggled to get the slimy vomit off of its head. It shook like a mountain during an earthquake and ran towards the snail army. Clinging tightly to its back, the noble soldier was also carried away. Geek! Even as it was carried, the iridescent vomit continued to flow. Gork opened and closed his fist with an expression of disbelief. Gork! After that, the challengers continued to come. Not only the nobles of the snail race, but also the private soldiers of the nobles, soldiers who were confident in their fighting ability, and soldiers seeking riches. A total of 11 snails came forward requesting to duel. But none of them were able to get past my claws. As I'd said before, it was impossible for them to fight me in the first place. The longer he fought, the less Gork spoke. Gork! 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 But as his winning streak increased, the goblins behind us went wild. How is it? I deliberately paused between each match. Instead of accepting the duels right away, I walked leisurely in front of the goblins. Like a victorious fighter, Gork sat proudly on my back. Isn't he cool? He caught the eyes of the other goblins. Aren't you envious? Tickled the hearts of the goblins. You want to be like this too, don't you? Painted their hearts with desire. Fire painting isn't the only beautiful thing in the world. Mud isn't the only thing that smells nice. Achieving victory in a fight. Facing a challenge and overcoming it. These are also as beautiful as fire painting and smell as nice as mud. It was clear that the goblins had already fallen in love with the beauty of a duel and were intoxicated by the scent of victory. If that wasn't the case, their eyes wouldn't sparkle like that. It was exactly these smiles and sparkling eyes that I wanted to see the most in this world. Accept your envy as it is. Long for more. Dream of it. Life only becomes vivid when it flows in a direction. Envy will whisper the direction of that flow to you. Be the water that flows to your dreams, not the alcohol that stagnates and rots. I'd felt it when I saw them fighting in the Colosseum. Every goblin had fighting spirit sleeping within them. The goblins considered Gyri, who died in the Colosseum, as a strange exception in their race. They'd even mentioned her strangeness at her funeral. But if Gyri loved to fight, then there were definitely other goblins who were the same. KRRK. I slapped away the sword of the 11th challenger. The white lion is by your side. Although I was only a fake constellation, I wanted to be remembered as the being they believed in. I hit the 12th challenger's sword away. The goblin race has opened its eyes to the beauty of dueling. The tower's voice sounded in my head. The goblin race desires the honor of victory. The goblin race yearns for the spirit of challenge. Perhaps the tower had its own set of aesthetics and procedures, so it always sent notifications, but at least in this case it was unnecessary. The trait of the goblin race, greed, has changed. After all, I could tell just by looking at the goblins' fanatical expressions. The goblin race has gained the trait, competitive spirit. Words appeared before my eyes. Plus, competitive spirit, classification, guided, collective subconscious, origin, greed, B. Description: the goblin race is greedy. But this greed does not come from vulgarity, but rather the deficiencies in life. In the eyes of every race, goblins are ugly, so from the moment they opened their eyes, they were plagued with deficiencies. Life is only life when it flows into the world. From now on, the goblin race will not blame the world for their deficiencies, but will challenge the world instead. If it must flow, I'd rather it be a stream. The goblin race believes that they too can become strong. They believe that their desires can be achieved. The sword is a symbol of their faith, dueling is a process of their faith, and victory is the proof of their faith. More vehemently, the goblin race will be endlessly greedy. A more honorable duel. A more glorious victory. The goblins will constantly try to obtain tokens of their faith, and perhaps this tragedy will never end. But it doesn't matter. The goblins are willing to shed tears for this tragedy and applaud those heroes who failed. However, aura users might be treated as a privileged class. This trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, thump. As the 13th challenger was defeated, a drop of liquid fell onto my mane. Gore, KRR. Gore. At first, I thought it was sweat that Gork had shed. After all, in the first duel of his life, Gork, who was covered in sweat, had already faced 13 different opponents. He was slowly reaching the state of mental exhaustion before becoming physically exhausted. He had already been pushed to the point that it was becoming difficult to even use his aura anymore. But it wasn't sweat. It was rain. Gore?
Che schifo.
The goblins looked up at the sky in disbelief. Tuck, tuck, tuck. It began to rain. The raindrops fell onto the goblins' large noses and bounced off. Unable to withstand the force of gravity, the drops that landed on their bodies slowly rolled down.
Zen.
It's Kirka. It's rain. It's really water falling from the sky. The goblins opened their mouths and drank the rainwater. Compared to when they saw the fire painting in the cave, or when they first left the cave and saw the sunset, the goblins were much more excited when they looked up at the rain. Gore, gore, gore. Kirka. Kirka. The goblins spread their arms wide as though they wanted to hug the sky. They stomped their feet. The small puddles of water forming beneath their feet splashed, and the mud splattered as well. Some goblins even directly dropped to the ground and rolled in the mud. It would be wrong to call it sacred, but it would also be wrong to not call it that. The snail general picked up his horn. This is troublesome. I assembled a unit as quickly as I could in the city and rushed over here, but the river will overflow because of the rain. The dirty molds will easily be able to cross the river, but the water is too rough for the hounds to swim. Rhyme. How can mere mortals stand up to an immortal? Is this the doing of the evil god? The general muttered as he turned his hound around. Or is this the will of Rhyme? Then he shouted to the hundreds of cavalrymen behind him. We'll stop chasing the molds here, but we're the tentacles of Canyon City that... Rhyme. This is my decision. We shouldn't sacrifice our lives to the immortals here. Instead, we should join White Mountain City in their pursuit of the humans. Soldiers, move out. Boo! The sound of the horn pierced the rain. The snails patted their hounds with their tentacles, and the hounds kicked their hind legs, soon disappearing behind the curtain of rain and leaving nothing but a long shadow. Boo! The horn sound continued for a little longer than the shadow before finally fading as well. Now, the only sound they could hear was that of the rain falling. I looked in the direction that the dog cavalry had disappeared in for a while. As expected of cavalry, they came like the wind and left just as quickly. Looking at that army, I could see why the heretic questioner was so confident, even when it appeared that he was losing to us. Grr! I turned back to the goblins. Those children were happily playing in the rain and rubbing mud on their bodies. I did everything I could. After leading them to Guru, I would have fulfilled all of my responsibilities. The time to wrap this stage up is slowly approaching. But before that, I watched the goblins running around in front of me. Cute things. And smiled inwardly. Chapter 168. The Gap Between Master and Friend, 1. About a week after we chased away the snail army, the goblins finally arrived at their destination. The goblin race has returned to their homeland. Quest clear. You have safely rescued the goblins from Remepolis. As a reward for completing the quest, you will receive race points. Since it was the reward for completing the 32nd floor, I thought the points would be quite generous. I only had about 100 race points when combined with what I had before. At least I can find some use for it. After thinking this, I looked at the goblins' homeland. Guru. The homeland that the goblins had missed dearly wasn't in a very good state. To be honest, it would be better to call it a ruin. Well, that's natural. Behu Ryong shrugged. With no one living in it, the village would be covered in weeds in an instant. After my hometown was destroyed, I went back a while later, but it had already become a jungle. That kind of thing happened? Of course. I'm a man with a great past. If I were to write an autobiography, it would be a masterpiece with 39 volumes in the first book, 22 volumes in the second, and 13 side stories. I feel like those numbers are strangely specific. Even after dying and becoming a ghost, I could still write a glorious 3-part masterpiece. And after you die, when I possess someone else, I'll add some more side stories. Please stop there. I looked back at the old village, and all I could see were weeds. Plants had completely taken over Guru. Traces that someone had once lived here had all disappeared. Now, only a few crude pillars and statues that the goblins had made a long time ago remained with moss covering them. Oh! Among them was a statue that was vaguely familiar. I wasn't familiar with the statue because I'd seen it before, but because I knew what it had been sculpted after. White stone. A mane carved by clumsy hands. Large fangs. They even made you a statue? It was me. You picked a white lion, so they used white stone to create it. Hey, that's a lot of work. They did their best. I know. I looked around slowly, wondering what was so good about this overgrown place. The goblins had put down all their belongings and were prancing about happily. There were even goblins who used the hammers they got from Remepolis to knock down trees. They seemed eager to make a place to live in as quickly as possible. I'm not their master. The boundary between master and friend. Among all the people closest to a person, I think only their parents had the right to choose. Parents could act as masters or friends. But that choice was probably not up to the children but their parents. There's something I should tell them before I leave this stage. That night, using the 100 points I had left, I bought an item from the store. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 0 race points. All other race points have either been invested or are currently unavailable. I entered Gork's dreams. Hey, brat. Long time no see. Kier. Dadash. Demon. I received a warm welcome. Hoo-hoo. If you treat me that nicely, I'll feel shy. You must have missed me after not seeing me for so long. I'm sorry that I can't read your mind. If you're really sorry, then please stop entering my dreams. Gork jumped up and down. I thought I was going to die last time while fighting those snails. Hey, you didn't die, did you? Everything that can't beat you will eventually be beaten by you. Gork, don't get beaten up by the world. You must live a life where you beat up the world. Why dash, your mouth is still filthy. How can you say such filthy things? Cur. Whether you're a god or a demon, I wish you'd speak nicer. You're so cool when you're a lion. But you become like this in my dreams. Gork muttered to himself, an expression as though his fantasy had been broken on his face. I didn't deny what this little guy said. Instead, I said something else. That's it. Gork, the goblins are currently filled with sweet fantasies. You have this fantasy that I am your savior, wonderful and perfect, and that I'll take care of you unconditionally. But the real me is a bit devilish, as you said. A bit? Gork made a philosophical expression at that moment. Perhaps the first philosopher of the goblin race was about to be born. If he ended up leaving words like, all things are made of Kirk, then students in the future would certainly suffer. You are the only one who knows who I truly am. I am not the god you think I am. Instead, I am more like a helper and an advisor. Gork, you have the responsibility of spreading this truth to your friends and family.
Che schivico.
I don't want to. That sounds annoying. In the last fight, your aura was still unrefined and didn't reach a satisfactory level. Let's restart your training in your dreams from today. Perhaps a year would be enough time for you to learn. Gork loves the truth. Gork will definitely share the truth. Gork was brimming with passion. I was happy to see it. But I have a question. If you are not our god, then why does Kekerker take care of us? Why do you care about us? Why did you save us from the calamity in the beginning? And why did you rescue us from the snails? I don't understand why Kekerker would do that. First of all, it's because you guys are really adorable. Kerr, are your eyes broken? This bastard. Actually, it's because I'm not very different from you guys. There's almost no difference. So if I had to pick a reason, it's because you guys are a bit like me. Like you? That's strange. Kekerker is not like us at all. I'm not talking about looks. I scratched my head. I'd be worried about people who thought they look like you guys. To put it simply, I see myself in you. See my greed in your greed. And see my situation in your situation. Gore? I care about you. Because I care about myself. I rubbed Gork's head. Nevertheless, if you wish to serve me, think of me more as a close friend than a god. I would rather be treated with friendship than reverence. Trust is much better than faith. Friendship instead of reverence, trust instead of faith, right? Think of me as a close friend that accompanies you from time to time. Wouldn't it be nicer to say, I am a friend of God, than I am loved by God? Gork stared blankly at me. There are signs that the belief of the goblin race is changing. The primitive religion, White Lion faith, is likely to gain a new doctrine. I smiled. I wish you the best of luck. I have to go away for a while. Make sure to teach the other children how to use aura. And let them know that I want to be your friend. Why dash, you're leaving? That's right. I brought you to Guru, so I've already done my job. Next time I return, I'll be upset if I find that you were beaten up by the snails again. I pinched Gork's cheeks with both hands, causing funny Kirk sounds to come out of his mouth. You have to teach the other children Aura and what I'm really like. And I forgot to say this before. You did good in that last fight. It was pretty cool. I tapped him lightly on the shoulder. All the best. Gork opened his mouth to say something, but I swiftly left his dream. The longer the farewell carried on, the more regrets would follow, so it was better to leave as though we would see each other soon. Item usage has ended. I woke up from my dream. As soon as I woke up, I ran out of Guru as quickly as I could. It was the middle of the night, and the goblins, who had returned home after weeks of travel, were all exhausted. None of the children should have been able to follow me. Unexpectedly, I found a small presence trying desperately to follow me. Gork. He called me a demon, but it seemed that he really liked me. I treated him roughly to avoid this. Feeling the heaviness of the bond between people, I moved a bit faster. Gork persistently followed me, but he was unable to keep up with my speed. The distance between us just grew wider. After running in the forest for a while, I could no longer feel his presence. Now then, I shook my mane with a soft KRNG. The other hunters should be thinking about it now as well. Worried? Yeah. The heretic questioner already showed his crazy behavior of staying in the stage. And the tower allowed him to. Other people might think, isn't this better than going out? 2. A so-called battle of wits. The problem is, only the heretic questioner would do something that crazy. Lasting hundreds of years like this. Hundreds of years could become thousands of years. Couldn't it? Only someone who is 130% a pure psycho like the heretic questioner would do something like that. Furthermore, the heretic questioner had been eliminated from this stage, because he couldn't stop the great escape of the slaves. In the end, everyone will have no choice but to give up and declare, stage clear. I'm only hesitating because I might lose out if I declare clear first. I see. Bei Hu Ryong nodded. Then what will you do? What can I do? In the end, someone will have to be first and everyone else will follow. When I was far enough away from Guru, I muttered to myself. I declare stage clear. Swoosh. White light enveloped my body. Stage clear. You have cleared the 32nd floor. Your compensation will be settled after entering the 33rd floor. Chain layers in progress. You will be sent directly to the 33rd floor. 2. The next moment, I found myself standing in a white space. Before moving to the 33rd floor, it seemed that I would be staying in the waiting area again. There was a hunter who had arrived here earlier than me, who declared stage clear first. Aha! You're here! The heretic questioner. The only one who failed to accomplish his quest, who failed to clear the stage, waved his hand. I was waiting for you, Death King. Although Remepolis fell, the rest of the Snail Empire is still intact, but it seems that I automatically failed after failing the quest. It's too bad. Ha! I sighed. I had a hard time in this stage because of you. No, come to think of it, I've suffered a lot because of you before. It was the same in the Tales of Somerwin Academy. Huh? I was pretty calm at Somerwin Academy, wasn't I? I'm sure you think so, but that wasn't the case from my perspective. The image of the heretic questioner laughing loudly as his ego was eaten by the evil lady was still etched in my mind. It was a long time ago, so maybe I don't remember the details correctly. The heretic questioner put his hands behind his back. Flap. His blonde hair fluttered a bit. I worked non-stop for 200 years. I did my best. I assure you, even if I reach the top of the tower, I will never work as hard as I did for the Snail Empire. Do you understand, Death King? I used my ability to the fullest. Nevertheless, I still lost to you in the end. That wasn't my intention, I said. It's a loss for all of us. It doesn't matter. The heretic questioner shook his head adamantly. From rank 1 to rank 7, you are the one who united our companions. I dare to say that the odds were not in my favor for even a second. I won't embarrass myself by doing a full evaluation. The heretic questioner chuckled. In the end, this is the limit of my skill. My judgment is worse than yours. My ethics are worse than yours. And my competence can't compare to yours. I'm relatively incompetent when compared to you. The judgments of the incompetent will lead to ruin. The deeds of the incompetent causes destruction. I don't want to be the one who presses the buttons of ruin and destruction. It is better to leave the judgments and deeds to someone more competent than I am. What are you talking about? It's simple logic, Death King. The heretic questioner smiled. I will take you as my master from now on. Chapter 169. The Gap Between Master and Friend. 2. Master. I calmly looked at the man standing in front of me. The fact that the heretic questioner wasn't using the word master as a figure of speech was clear just from his smile. This man, who sometimes felt like an innocent child, did not know how to make a joke. Couldn't help but ask. Just so we're clear. Heretic questioner, by saying that you want to take me as your master, does that mean I will obey all of your commands? The heretic questioner responded before I could finish my question. I will kill anyone you tell me to kill, and I will spare anyone you tell me to spare. As I said before, your judgment will be my judgment, and your actions will be my actions. The heretic questioner lifted his hand and placed it on the right side of his chest. Then, he gave a slight bow which reminded me of a butler. I will be your most useful tool. The best part of a good tool is that they have a performance that remains consistent. I don't mean to brag, but I do not believe there is a tool more useful than me when it comes to purging warlords, supervising the internal situation, and keeping the group together. Death King. You will always be able to count on my performance. To put it differently, the heretic questioner was basically saying one thing. I will never change. You can count on me. The heretic questioner said these words with a bright smile. When I saw him being so confident in his own inability to change, my heart ached for some reason. I feel like I've become a mischievous child after regaining my emotions, because I knew the heretic questioner could change. I think I'm becoming addicted to feeling emotions. Have you always lived with these emotions? I was the only one who knew a side of him that even the heretic questioner had not experienced. Beneath the white blossoms of the magnolia tree, the heretic questioner muttered, if I had done it like that back then, or if I had done it like this, I wonder if I still would have lived a wandering life like this, filled with drifting thoughts. This is why you all are so beautiful and so lovely. If I were like you all. I couldn't forget the words the heretic questioner had spoken at that time, and I could guess the words he'd swallowed at the end. If I could feel emotions like you, I wonder if I could have lived a different life. I could tell because I had met many psychopaths. The boundary that determined whether someone was a psychopath or not was usually connected to a small phrase. If only I could be like you. From the moment he could say those words. For me, it showed he wasn't just a psycho, but a man who had unknowingly ended up living his current life. Name. I opened my mouth. Ha! Your name. Not your title, your real name. The old man's name is Marcus Calambury, and Venomous Snake's name is Liao Fan. And the Count's real name was Nisha. The Crusader had accidentally called the Count by her real name before. However, since the Count had never told me that directly, I pretended to not know. The Sword Saint and Venomous Snake were the only two people among our group who told me their real names. Heretic questioner. I would like to know your name. Ah. The heretic questioner blinked. Is that an order? Can you not tell me your name if it's a request and not an order? That's right. Why? No. We made a pact with the Black Dragon Master a long time ago. We were abandoned by the outside world. We are strangers who have thrown our nationalities, properties, ties, and everything else into the Dead Sea. So let's also throw away the names we received from the outside world. From now on, when we refer to each other, let's use the names given to us by the tower. Indeed, I didn't know they had such a pact. It suddenly occurred to me that I wasn't a part of the original group that came to the tower. The Black Dragon Master has complicated feelings about the outside world. She hates it, despises it even, but still longs for its approval. Ha ha ha. She's probably the most emotional out of all of us. The heretic questioner tilted his head to the side. In any case, the Sword Saint withdrew from our group, so he doesn't need to be tied down by our pact. And Venomous Snake wasn't a part of our pact in the first place. Nevertheless, I value promises. So, Death King, if you really want to know the name I had in the outside world. The heretic questioner narrowed his eyes slightly. Please order me to tell you. I will obey you. I could tell. This wasn't a question of whether he wanted to say his name or not. It meant that he would prioritize my orders over his pact with the original members. It was a pledge of his loyalty towards me. Can I take responsibility? I thought about it. Could I give this person a different life? Could a psychopath really be put in charge of another psychopath? I had the desire, and I had the greed. However, was I capable enough? I looked at the heretic questioner. Without saying a word, the heretic questioner simply waited for my response. I had the opportunity to reform the heretic questioner in Tales of Summerwind Academy. But I failed. I missed the chance. I was so focused on doing my best to help Raviel that I didn't even pay attention to this child. If only I had one more chance. At that moment, I was wondering if I could provide a better life for the heretic questioner. I can do it. I found my answer. I want to do it. I nodded. Yes. Although the second chance hadn't come around yet. For the time being, I would take care of this child in front of me. Tell me your name. The heretic questioner chuckled. My real name is Bambolina. His laughter caused his blonde hair to bounce. Strictly speaking, it's hard to call that my real name. It would be better to say it was a nickname. Nickname. I was raised by the mafia as a child. The mafiosos always called me Baby Doll. And that's where the name comes from. Bambolina means doll. I was also called Kikna. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. The organization that imprisoned me was based in Bulgaria. It was a very large organization with many branches that stretched in different directions. I was trained to be used in the business of one of those branches. The reason you're using past tense is because they don't exist on Earth anymore. The heretic questioner smiled gently and took out a small lock from his pocket. Like a coin-spinning trick, the lock bounced around the fingers of his left hand. I was held captive for 11 years. Usually, after training, I would lay on my bed and wonder, if I can open the lock on the door to my room, is there a reason to not open it? Click. With a soft sound, the lock in the heretic questioner's hand opened. But after thinking about it, I realized there was none. So he escaped. I couldn't find a reason to not kill the person watching over me. And I also couldn't find a reason to not kill the boss too. There were people who wouldn't do things without a reason, and there were people who would do things without a reason. The heretic questioner was definitely the latter. Because of that, there was a feud between the 2 high-ranking officers and the 4 lower ones. I also manipulated the scene a bit so that their suspicions could grow. Half a year later, they seemed to have begun to suspect that it was actually my fault, but ahaha. By that time, half of the organization had already been destroyed. The mafia's baby doll then entered the tower. And the tower had acquired a terrifyingly capable beast. Why do you want me to be your master? The first reason is, of course, because the Death King is more competent than I am. The heretic questioner paused for a moment after saying that. The second reason is because I started hesitating. Hesitating? Yes. How can I say it so you can understand? The heretic questioner furrowed his eyebrows as if he didn't know what to say. A rare phenomenon. After we cleared Tales of Summerwind Academy, I felt a bit strange. Even if I punished terrorists as usual, I couldn't execute them as quickly as before. To others, there might only be a 1-second difference, but for me, that 1-second difference was strange. The heretic questioner was deep in thought. Because in that 1 second, I seemed to recall the scenes in the Summerwind Academy that I shared with the Death King. Is that weird? No, it wasn't weird at all. Instead, I was just surprised. The influence is still there. The route where the heretic questioner had been completely enamored with the lady of golden silk had disappeared. It was gone. However, even in the new route that I took, the heretic questioner must have felt some feelings for the lady of golden silk, albeit slightly. Even if the immersion rate was less than 10%. No, even if it was only 1%. The baby doll must have experienced emotion. Death King, you are the reason for my hesitation. The heretic questioner continued. You took away 1 second of my life. It was my first time experiencing something like that. If it's you, I feel like that 1 second might become 1 minute, or even 1 hour. The heretic questioner smiled brightly. I understand now. Perhaps this is what humans call hope. Maybe people are always waiting to find someone else who takes up their time. So in that sense, you are my hope. The fact that you can take away my time doesn't make it less. Yes. Somehow, without fully understanding why, I understand this. The heretic questioner stretched his hand towards me, and on it was a small rusty lock. It will just add your rhythm to my melody. My monophony, 1. I can barely imagine your tune blending with my monotonous humming. I took the lock. Because of you, it might be possible for me to become music, Death King. Even people like me. The heretic questioner smiled. Can I use you as my hope? I felt heavy. I was afraid. There was only a slight difference between heaviness and fear, so it was possible that I was just afraid of carrying the weight of the heretic questioner on my back. 2. I thought of the weight of Preda. I thought of the weight of the cult members and Sylvia Evenale. I thought about the weight of the Constellation Killer. I thought about the weight of the goblins. And finally, I wondered if I could handle the weight of another person. Yes, the heretic questioner was my companion. I will be your hope. It didn't matter if the heretic questioner was a beast. Humans were also beasts who envied others. This child and I were on the road to becoming humans. Without my permission, I ordered, don't kill anyone. Yes. Without my permission, don't torture anyone. Yes. And without my permission, don't lock anyone up. Understood. Please tell me if you have any concerns. I will always listen to you without judging you. I won't even look at you strangely. I'll always try to think from your perspective, Bambolina. Please think of me as someone like you. The heretic questioner put his hands in front of his chest. It felt like he was saying a prayer. Yes, you are more capable than I am. Since you are my hope, I will work hard for you. 4th ranked. 10,000 Temple Master. The baby doll swore allegiance to me. I was eliminated on this stage, so I can't accompany you to the 33rd floor. Even this is only a temporarily arranged meeting I got after asking. The lady who walks through the mirage. It will soon end. I'll keep the Death King's orders in mind when I return to Babylon. Yes. I stroked the heretic questioner's head. Please take care of the house, Mr. Pseudo-Sect Leader. Ah, point. The heretic questioner laughed. I will heed your orders. Gongja. With those words, the heretic questioner's figure faded. The heretic questioner failed to complete the quest. The heretic questioner has been eliminated from this stage, and in the next moment my other companions appeared around me. Sword Saint, Black Dragon Master, Count, Venomous Snake, Crusader. This group, who had successfully completed the quest, all looked at me in confusion. Have you been here for a long time after you declared stage clear? The Black Dragon Master responded. Death King, you were the first one to declare clear. Where have you been? I smiled. I was just saying goodbye to the heretic questioner. The path we took was by no means meaningless. Even if we couldn't say it or see it, someone somewhere was being influenced by us. Holding the lock tightly in my hand, I said, everyone worked hard. Let's head to the next stage. Chapter 170. The Gap Between Master and Friend 3. Everyone got together and talked about the stage we attacked, the 32nd floor. We talked about our escape from Remepolis. and about how we evaded our pursuers. Of course, we also talked about someone behind his back. We have to do something about that dog heretic questioner. As if fed up, the Black Dragon Master spoke in an angry voice. I don't know what he was thinking. No, I do know. And that makes me even angrier. He doesn't usually do things like that. Well, that bastard is far from normal. Venomous Snake spoke in a resentful tone. His expression also wasn't good. After learning that the heretic questioner had ruled on his own for 200 years, Venomous Snake's looked like he'd eaten dog *T. He's always been like that. There's no way he'd change now. There's something more important than that. I finally opened my mouth. It's our reward. Guys. Huh? Reward. Right? You didn't get your reward for clearing the 31st floor. Did you? The tower said that we would receive our reward for the 31st floor on the 32nd floor. But on the 32nd floor they said we'd get our reward on the 33rd floor. Our rewards keep getting pushed back. The Count touched the tip of her chin with her fan. Her eyes shined slightly. Among all the top rankers, the Count was probably the most perceptive when it came to money and rewards. That's indeed the case. As far as I know, the tower has never owed a hunter before. I wonder if they are deferring it because they have nothing to give. Ha! That's impossible. The lady who walks through the mirage. Pop! The lady appeared with a ridiculous sound effect. But the sound wasn't the thing that stood out the most. Instead, it was the fact that the lady stuck her head up from the ground like a mole rat. Venomous Snake, who was beside her, jumped. What the hell? That scared me. Sorry. I was late because I had to do something upstairs. Ugh, it's really annoying to deal with talented people. It's so much better to just have average skills. The lady hurriedly climbed out of the hole in the ground. And after she'd fully extracted herself, the floor returned to its smooth, white appearance. Do something? Upstairs? Humph, after all, I am a high-ranking person. I have to participate in managing the tower. Anyways, are you talking about the rewards? The lady spoke as she brushed off her knees. It's not that we're being stingy with your rewards. We were just going to combine them and give you a big reward when you clear the 40th floor. The Count lifted an eyebrow with a ho. So you're saying you intend to give us the rewards for 10 floors all at once? Humph. There's a reason for that. You'll find out later. The lady turned to look at me. The constellation was smiling. I think some of you already have an idea of what it might be. But it would be too much of a pity if I stick to secrecy too much. How about this? Although I can't give you your stage clear reward yet, I can give you something. Ahem. I have at least that much discretionary power, one. The lady puffed up her chest proudly. Let's see. If I split up and distribute the points Heretic had. That's it. Ring. A message appeared in front of us. The lady who walks through the mirage has allocated points. You have received 9,160 race points. You currently have 9,160 race points. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. What? The Black Dragon Master muttered in a low voice. Hey? Did you give me the wrong amount? 10,000 points. Our entire group was stunned. Did she give more than intended? I was shocked as well. Looking at the Black Dragon Master's reaction and everyone else, it seemed that we all had received 9,160 race points. It's right. The lady confirmed in a calm tone. I'm not doing you guys a favor or anything. Heretic got knocked out. I just split the points he had by January 6th. It's a rule to give preferential treatment to the winners. Wait a minute. You're saying the Heretic questioner had 60,000 points. 54,964 to be exact. There were 4 points left after the even split, so I just gave those to the sortie. Think of it as consideration for the number 1. We were all speechless. What's wrong? The lady tilted her head to the side. Heretic controlled the floor for 200 years, 6 months and 21 days all on his own. It's natural for him to have accumulated that many points. All said and done, you should be happy. The lady clapped her hands. It's time to get started on the 33rd floor. Is there anyone who wants to use their points in advance before I speed up time in that world? The Sword Saint raised his hand. I have a question. Huh, Swordy? Say it. What do you mean by in advance? Exactly that. That world is still out there. Cool. It's really annoying to talk about it since it doesn't have a name. In any case, the world that your races reside in is currently in stasis. Should I say it's paused? If you buy items now, they will have an impact on the future. The lady wagged her index finger. Then purple letters appeared in the air. Plus, the invention of bronze-grade technology, draw 1,000 points. The invention of silver-grade technology, draw 3.000 points. The invention of platinum-grade technology, draw 6,000 points. Plus, if you were to pick any of these items now, they would be reflected in history and appear in the next stage. Although there is the disadvantage of not being able to control history in real time, from your perspective, these items would still be very beneficial to you, wouldn't they? Indeed. The Sword Saint stroked his beard. Even if we can't manipulate history, we would still be able to alter its flow to an extent. Last time, we skipped the stage without having this opportunity. I guess I owe you guys an apology since Herediki did that to you. The lady sighed. Herediki took advantage of a loophole in the system. It's my fault for exposing the loophole in the first place. Seriously, like the Death King, he doesn't leave the system alone. While the lady grumbled under her breath, everyone slowly became lost in the civilization store as we decided what items to choose. As I looked from the lady to my companions, I couldn't help but ponder. She brushed over talking about the stage rewards. My companions didn't seem to notice anything strange, but, having experienced the future, I knew. The fact that they were deferring our rewards was a kind of hint. As soon as I started mentioning it, the lady appeared and changed the subject. I was naturally going to give a clue to my companions. Is the lady intentionally restraining me? My eyes met the constellations. The lady smiled and waved. There was no animosity on the constellation's face, but I couldn't figure out her inner thoughts either. The lady who walks through the mirage asks for your understanding. My understanding. Well, I looked at the lady and silently nodded. If I tell them everything from beginning to end, I'll take away their opportunity to grow. Until now, I had guided my companions using the knowledge I gained before my regression. It was a privilege of knowing the future, but that privilege would soon expire. The Flame Emperor only cleared up to the 40th stage. Beyond that was an unknown area. I knew the concept of the 40th to 49th floors. I also knew that the 50th floor was a world shared by all towers. But that was it. I had no knowledge from the 51st floor onwards. At that time, it would be hard to move with subordinates who only knew how to do as they were told. I need companions who can fill in the parts one didn't even think about and defend the points I can't. Taking everything for yourself and keeping everything to yourself. Eating alone is as harmful as poisoning oneself. 2. It might be useful to deal with the difficulties right now, but in the end, it would eat away at our tower's power. I can't follow you Suha's footsteps. I accepted the lady's intentions. I'll leave my colleagues to realize the truth on their own. They're all people who suffered like me, and they're all way cooler than me. They'll definitely figure it out in time. The question now is, where should I invest my points? I looked closely at the civilization store. In fact, it didn't take me long to decide on what item to buy. There's a reason that I invested so much of my spare time on the 32nd floor. I read the item's description. Plus, race evolution, rank, undetermined. Effect, certain races have the capacity to evolve. But in a world where magic power exists, the ecosystem is very complex. And because of this, evolutions can sometimes be quite dramatic. Aura is the ability to materialize will, and changing according to one's will is much faster than evolution through natural selection. There is no guarantee that the direction of the evolution will be a good one. It's possible for a race to rely on the wrong thing. A race that relies on destruction might evolve into a race wholly focused on slaughter, and a race that relies on seclusion might choose to completely isolate themselves from the world. Please choose carefully. Price: 8,900 race points. The current investment has been calculated to 1,100 points. Unlock conditions. Your race must have at least 3 traits. The goblin race satisfies the evolution conditions. Plus, I originally invested because I thought it would be possible to obtain this on the 34th floor. There was a twinkle in my eye. But I can buy it now. Race evolution. This was the reason why goblins were able to fight against the high elf civilization the Flame Emperor had created. Before I returned, the Flame Emperor chose the distinguished elf race. The elves had innate talents for aura and magic, so they were able to progress quickly under the Flame Emperor's guidance. But in the end, the goblins were the ones that made the elves lower their heads in defeat. To be precise, it was the goblin race's final evolution. Huh? Bei Hurayong made a sound to match his blank expression. What the hell? Did something like that really happen? Of course. Do you think I chose the goblins for no reason? I thought it was because you felt they resembled you, so you felt pity. I did feel it. I do feel it. But I told you, didn't I? They will soar one day. I really meant that the goblins will soar. You were serious? TCH. I wouldn't lie about that. Your whole life is a lie. You soothsaying bastard. Those were just white lies. Milady. I'd like to buy this. I pointed at Race Evolution as I said that. My other colleagues couldn't see it, but the constellation could definitely see the hologram in front of me since she let out a soft heh sound. Death King, you should really use your points more wisely. Isn't that a waste? With that much, you could buy several the invention of bronze-grade technology or nation-grade General S.
No.
No matter how much technology was invented, it was meaningless if they couldn't use it well. Even if an outstanding talent did appear, it would also be meaningless if they failed to succeed because of jealousy or envy. On the other hand, race evolution was something that the entire race could enjoy. I'll stick with this one. You won't regret it? I won't. Why do you keep asking? Do you really want me to pick something else? This is why cheat players. The lady let out a soft sigh. Thank you for your purchase. Clink. A sound effect like coins falling filled the air. Purchased. Race evolution. 8,900 points have been deducted. You currently have 206 race points. Okay. The item was activated immediately. An upheaval of times. The goblin race is evolving. The status of the goblin race will change. You won't be able to see the evolution of the goblin race until you enter the next stage. I smiled happily. Okay. There's just one more step before they can achieve their final evolution. I'm growing closer to my goal. The day would soon come when the goblins stood tall as the masters of the world. The time is approaching when the shouts of Kirk would come from every corner of the world. A fire has been lit in my cold, lonely heart, and it's slowly beginning to pound. Crazy bastard. The others also made their purchases. Some spent all their points, some saved for the future. Even though the points had been distributed easily, there were still many variations. Is that everything? Nothing else. The lady looked around before nodding. Good. You better not regret it. From now on, the history of this world will change. How many years will it be this time? Heh? Ha! The lady blinked. A lot more time passed than last time. It's been 660 years since the fall of Remepolis. 660 years. Compared to when the heretic questioner had forced the progress along, the years had flown by. The losers of the last era. The snails. How unfortunate. What happened to the snails? Ha! Well, go in and you'll see for yourself. The lady who walks through the mirage spread her arms wide. I'll open the 33rd floor now. Pot. The light we had grown accustomed to blinded our eyes for a moment. The sensation of my brain juices swirling around in my head was a bit more bearable now. Oh! The next moment. Sounds that seemed to shake the heavens hit our eardrums like a truck. Kill them. Cut off all of those dirty snails' tentacles. Charge. Charge. Don't allow the enemy to get away. Stick to them till the end. We found ourselves on a battlefield. Chapter 171. Fight for the Holy Land 1. There were people who compared the sight of people losing their lives in war to flowers blooming beautifully. But I'm certain that those people have never been on the battlefield before. Oh! Push the gate. Push it down. KRRNG. KRRK. Countless sounds rushed into our ears like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Crack. Right beside us, a huge axe crushed an armored soldier. The sound of flesh splitting. The screech of iron breaking. The moans and groans of the injured. On this battlefield, lives were extinguished like popping bubbles in a hot swamp. Wait a minute. What's going on? The Black Dragon Master spoke with a shocked expression. She wasn't shocked because of the cruelty of the battlefield. She was shocked by the fact that we'd suddenly appeared in the center of one. Milady, what's going? She's gone. Did a quest window pop up for anyone? It didn't. Same here. How unkind. The Black Dragon Master clicked her tongue. Is she telling us to figure out this situation on our own? Although his personality was a bit strange, the librarian was a kind constellation. Ha! Everyone, let's fly up and check this war situation from the air. That should be better. Tot! The Black Dragon Master tapped on the ground with her foot. Ha! However, her body didn't fly into the air. The Black Dragon Master furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. What's going on? I can't fly. It was as she said. We were able to fly freely on the 31st and 32nd floors. This made it possible for us to observe everything from a bird's eye view. Maybe you could say it felt like we had transcended. The real fight starts now. I understood the meaning behind this surprising situation. Rather, this is pretty good. Regardless of whether it's a skill or an ability, if you grow too reliant on it, your skill as a hunter would deteriorate. Even if there are any accidents, in the worst case, I'll just go back in time. I looked around. Currently, we were still invisible like before. The body parts and blood that flew through the air passed freely through our bodies. Naturally, it wasn't a pleasant experience to have someone's bloodied organs flying through our bodies. But it's not just one or two races participating in this battle. If we focused, it was easy for us to observe what was happening around us. The humans, elves, sprites. It's a multi-race alliance. They seem to be fighting against each other, but they also seem to be on the same side. Each race is in charge of a different army branch. The humans form a shield wall and take the position of infantry, while the elves are the archers, and the sprites are the cavalry. I narrowed my eyes. The vampires are acting as aerial units. I can't see the mermaids, but it seems that all the races that were once enslaved by the snails are a part of this allied army. Then the enemy. Yes, I nodded. There's a 9 out of 10 chance that it's the snails. The allied army gradually pushed forward little by little. It was difficult to understand exactly how the battle was progressing because we were surrounded by soldiers, but we could tell that the situation was gradually changing. This won't do. If we stay here, we'll see nothing but corpses. The Black Dragon Master grabbed my hand. I'll go scout with the Death King. It'll be hard to gather together if we all scatter, so you guys wait here. Is that fine with you, Death King? I realized what the Black Dragon Master wanted to do. Space transfer technique. The Black Dragon Master intended to scout using her special skill. This skill allowed her to transfer not only herself, but another party. The only limitation was that the other party had to agree to use the skill. Yes. Good. Black aura leaked from the Black Dragon Master's body and latched onto my wrist. Transfer. The next moment, we were in the air, looking down at the thousands of soldiers that crawled beneath us like a swarm of insects. When we began to be dragged down by gravity, the Black Dragon Master used her skill again. Transfer. And we stopped falling for a while. You don't intend to use space transfer every time we're about to fall, do you? We can't fly, so I don't have a choice. Transfer. During my long career as a hunter, transfer, what I realized was transfer, a skill is like a muscle, the more you use it, the easier it is. Transfer. Wow, that's really not cool. Can being cool feed you? Transfer. I'm busy using my skill, so pay attention to the situation on the ground. Sure. I quickly achieved a state of empty mind and carefully observed the war below. Ha! I was immediately struck by a sense of déjà vu. This place seems familiar, right? I also felt like this place is familiar for some reason. This isn't a civil war. It's a siege. As we expected, the ones fighting the snails were the ones fighting the Allied forces. The snails had set up a fortified camp at the entrance of a large cave which seemed to only have a wall and a gate. Isn't that Remepolis? The city where the historic slave escape had occurred. Now, the races that were no longer slaves were attacking. 2. They called it the Holy Land. The Sword Saint said. We all shared the information we collected. I heard the conversation of some soldiers in the humans' barracks. They said that they will definitely take the Holy Land in this expedition. Judging from the fact that they said this expedition, I don't think this is the first time they've attacked Remepolis. From what I've heard, this is the 6th expedition. The venomous snake raised his hand. The Alliance army was formed hundreds of years ago to deal with the Rime Empire. Most of the empire has already been destroyed, and I heard that Remepolis is the only base that has yet to fall. Holy Land, another annoying phrase. The Black Dragon Master pressed her palm to her forehead, her expression sour. If I had to pick the 3 words I hate to hear the most in the world, they would be terror, Holy Land, and heretic. In the early days in the tower, all kinds of heretics went around screaming, "The tower is the Holy Land. It is the Tower of Babel that God gave to us. It was the Church of Neo-Babylonians." The Crusader folded her arms. In all honesty, they were just weaklings. I remembered the heretics going crazy and screaming, "This place is Relaya, 1. I tilted my head to the side. Relaya? What's that? I don't know the details either. Something about a city that appeared in a novel, but sank into the Pacific Ocean. The tower isn't in the Pacific Ocean, is it? The tower was everywhere and nowhere. To put it simply, the tower that was seen from the outside world was more like a miracle. Regardless of where you were, you would be able to see the shadow of the tower on the horizon. Regardless of whether you were in Seoul or Busan, Korea or Chile, you could see the tower anytime, anywhere, as if it was seducing you to run to it. There are heretics who truly believed the novel. Don't expect them to think logically. Just so you know, many of those heretics are still active in the 10,000 Temple. Is that really okay? They're all psychopaths. Now you understand why we entrust the 10,000 Temple to the heretic questioner. Death King. The only one who can rule over crazy people is someone crazier than them. Indeed, the 10,000 Temple was more impressive than I thought. The Black Dragon Master sighed. The most efficient method was to leave all of those issues to the heretic questioner. I'm sure we suffered a loss by doing this, but in the end, they were useful but unnecessary. The battle paused for a while. The battlefield, which was extremely fierce during the day, became quiet as the sun began to set. As a cool night breeze blew over, the multi-race alliance began to prepare their dinner. How could a place like this be considered a holy land? It's only natural for it to be considered a holy land. I concluded. This is the land where all the guardian deities of the 7 races descended. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't regard this place as a holy land. From the snails to the humans, mermaids, sprites, and elves. This is a holy land for every race. The Sword Saint nodded. The snails are trying to defend this place, and the other races are trying to capture it. More importantly, this is the only city that remains of the Empire. This makes it difficult for either side to back down. The multi-race alliance had a history of being oppressed as slaves by the snails. So faith, resentment, and politics were all mixed. This was something that could not be solved easily. Ugh! The Black Dragon Master groaned. It's strange. I knew something like this would happen, so I constantly reminded those vampire kids. There is no God in this world. And even if there is a God, it's not me. Did they forget my teachings? I did something similar. The Black Dragon Master's words caught my attention. What did you spend your points on, Black Dragon Master? Race evolution. I was almost certain the Black Dragon Master would act like a squirrel and save all her points. You made a big investment. I'm surprised. The Black Dragon Master stared at my face with a dumbfounded expression before letting out a sigh. I overheard what item you were going to pick. Huh. I said I decided to follow your choice. I'm not sure about it, but you chose it. I figured it must be a good item, so I chose the same thing. But aren't you copying me too much? So noisy. There's nothing wrong with using other people for reference. Wow. I admire your shamelessness. Vampires are basically intelligent bats. I wonder how they changed after they evolved. I don't know. Maybe they'll only change a bit. Shoo! The Crusader raised her hand and pointed to one side of the military camp. It's getting noisy over there. We shut up immediately. As the Crusader said, there was a commotion in the Allied army's camp. The soldiers, who were happily eating their dinner, quickly swallowed the rest of their bread before rushing over. Let's go too. We quickly gathered around the Black Dragon Master as she prepared to transfer. I feel like I've suddenly become a mama pig. Although she complained, she knew this was the fastest method. The entrance of the military camp. Hundreds of warriors were lined up here. They were warriors of a race that didn't look like the mermaids, vampires, humans, sprites, or elves. The commander of the humans called out, "Warriors of the wetlands, what brings you here? We are allies who made a sacred pact of past resentment. Do not invade this place with swords and spears." Ugh. The leader of the warriors bowed his head slightly. I am Jerkisa, a great warrior ranked 73rd in the Fire River Council and the leader of this expedition. My ancestors are the ones who dug up rock salt in Remepolis. You can rest assured, our swords have not yet been pointed at you. They were goblins. Riding atop a lion, the leader of the group approached the Allied camp. Expedition? The people of the wetlands declared that they would not participate in this war. We said that we would not join your expedition. The goblin warrior spoke calmly. Although a bit late, the council has decided to participate in this war. What did you say? War? Ugh. As one of the nobles representing the council, I came to inform you of this decision. Let it be known that we have no intention of betraying or surprising you. It was at that moment that I really felt that 600 years had passed. Their way of talking has become very sophisticated. Even in the previous stage, the unique pronunciations of the goblins remained the same. At the end of each sentence, they often said words like, "Gork." However, there were barely any traces of that in the warrior's speech. The pronunciation also became a bit fuller as "gore" became closer to "ugger." No. Is the way they talk really the problem here? Bei Hurayong muttered from behind me. These guys have really grown a lot. He was right. The goblins, who used to be as tall as dwarves, had nearly doubled in size. Now, they were as tall as or even taller than the humans. Race evolution worked well. They were larger than humans but smaller than orcs. Karar. He even rode on a lion that was larger than him. The lion sniffed and glared at the human commander, causing him to take a step back. Don't worry. The goblin patted the lion's mane. This child is a good friend. Relax. No, what do you mean by participating in a war? Do you mean that you intend to take the side of the snails and fight against our expedition? Make it clear. Are you the envoy who has come to declare war? I swear on the names of Kekerker and Gork. I am not. Even if he swore on Kekerker, did he have to swear on Gork too? Little brat. It seems he became really successful. We are only here in the name of God to prevent evil crimes from being committed. Crimes? Evil crimes? That's right. You are all making a mistake. The guardian gods never wanted us to destroy the snail race. In the era of the Great Escape, the guardians turned away from us when we tried to retaliate against the snails. The meaning of that is clear. The goblins smiled fiercely. A war beyond this is no longer honorable, nor is it sacred. Just as it was wrong of the snails to whip us like that, it is also wrong of us to destroy the snail's last sanctuary. What? In other words, the vengeance for those who were bound in chains has already been dealt with. The great warrior of the goblin race continued. Stop the fighting. We are here to end this old war. Chapter 172. Fight for the Holy Land. 2. The Allied army started to make a fuss. End the old war? They don't want to destroy the snails. And it wasn't a good fuss. Instead, the commanders of the other races, who were listening at the side, all began to vent their anger towards the goblins. That means they're siding with the slavers. That's a bunch of bullsh*t. That's probably why they were hesitating to participate in the war. They probably waited until both armies were weak and tired before coming to make their move. It's possible that the snails asked them for help. Aren't you guys ashamed to face the spirits of your ancestors? Criticism poured in like a flood. But the goblin warriors didn't even bat an eyelid. It doesn't matter what you say. We have boldly revealed our intentions. The Fire River Council held 12 small meetings and 6 large ones. And our consensus at the end was that this war, which will lead to the extinction of the snails, goes beyond simple revenge. Traitors, you should put chains around your ankles again. Wait a minute. Flap. Hundreds of bats, who were hanging from the fence that was built around the camp, spread their wings. Then one of them flew down and transformed into a humanoid form. A vampire wearing a dark cloak. That was the evolutionary form of the bloodsucking race. I am Carrion of the Blood Forest, commander of 1,600 elite soldiers. My ancestors lived on the roof of Remepolis, and my grandfather and grandmother were great warriors in the last expedition. The Black Dragon Master shook. Although she'd expected it to an extent, the evolution of her own race took her by surprise. Warriors of the Wetlands. You were the first to escape Remepolis in the era of the Great Escape. You were the first to pick up your stone axes, but when we had the chance to destroy the snails once and for all, you turned your backs. A noble of the blood-sucking race, a blood-sucking noble, bared his fangs. According to the legends, the snail pursuers also let you go for some reason. I can't help but feel suspicious. You, who refused to participate in any of the expeditions, have now appeared before us and cried for the war to stop. Why does it feel like you made a secret pact with the snails a long time ago? It has been more than half a millennium since that time. It was thanks to the achievements of Kekerker and his apostle Gork that we defeated the snails' pursuit. The apostle Gork climbed onto the back of Kekerker and defeated 13 snail warriors in a row in one-on-one combat. Hey, our Gork was appointed as an apostle? For some reason, I felt happy and sad. He was a kid who called me a demon and said he didn't want to get hit by me. But now he has left his name in history. Impressed by their ability, the commander of the snails retreated with his army. Heh, how impressive. The vampire sneered. The honorable duel of the noble prophet and the admiration of his adversary. That is indeed a heroic tale that can be sung in legends. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that was more like a pact between two sides, rather than impressing the enemy. The expression of the goblin commander changed slightly. It was by no means an honorable duel. Kekerker has a cruel and vicious side. He forced Gork, who didn't want to fight, to participate. Huh? The apostle Gork made a request to us even upon death. Kekerker is not our god. Instead, he is a friend who wants to help us. But because he has a dirty mouth and a foul temper, he's not a friend you should keep close. Huh? That's right. To put it simply, Kekerker is a bad friend. How can you call your god a bad friend? That's blasphemy. The human commander shouted loudly. However, the solemn expression of the great warrior dispatched by the goblins didn't change. That's what the lore says. The names that are used to refer to Kekerker are Foul-Mouthed Lion, the one who loves to hit with their hands, and Believer of Education through Violence. The other hunters slowly turned to look at me. I could tell from their expressions, their gazes. It was like they were all suspicious of me and were inwardly criticizing me. It had been a long time since I'd received these kinds of gazes from my companions. Death King. The Black Dragon Master opened her mouth. You, I didn't think you were that kind of person. Have you been beating up these children when we weren't looking?
I'm shocked.
To be honest, I'm very shocked. It's said that a person's true self is revealed when they become parents and have to raise children. The Crusader looked at me with a sharp gaze. How bad were you to the goblins to have lore like that passed down? Death King, how many times did you hit that goblin's small boy? I hope you reflect. No. Wait a minute. Stop. Hold on. I waved my hands violently from side to side. It's not like that. I'm not violent. You know that. Well, you had to do something, right? Otherwise, such words wouldn't have been passed down. I did hit him, but I did it while using the dream possession item. It was in the item. The item. No matter how much he got hit in the dream, he wouldn't get any injuries. So I used the quickest method to teach him aura. Oh my God. Did you try to kill the goblin in its dreams? The Crusader asked with wide eyes. My other companions also murmured softly. Leaving no injuries on his body is different from mental scarring. Mental injuries could be many times more serious. Moreover, education through violence. Foul-mouthed lion. The one who loves to hit with their hands. Believer of education through violence. No, wait a minute. Seriously, that makes me sound bad. But it wasn't like that. I can't tell you exactly how it was, but I assure you it wasn't that bad. Really. I was just making sure the little blinnies didn't lose their culture. You have to believe me. Typical self-explanation. Just like in domestic violence cases. My reputation. My image was being tainted. My precious image that I could be relied on at any time, anywhere, and that I was reliable, kind, and competent. Hey, who are you talking about? Me, of course. You really are a crazy bastard. While my image was being shattered, the leaders of the Allied army were also looking at the Goblin Great Warrior in shock. It's well known that the descendants of the rock salt miners have gone crazy. How could they treat their god like that? Are they out of their minds? As expected, we can't mix with these weirdos. Well, it seemed the goblins also had a strange image. That wasn't my fault. Was it? No, I don't think. Maybe. Ugh. The Goblin Great Warrior sighed. We have conveyed the intentions of the council. I do not care if you accept us or not. However, keep in mind that we are here to end this war. Whether it's the snail race or another race, we will not sit back and watch them be annihilated. Ho! Do you think you can do whatever you want? We always do whatever we want. After saying those words, the goblin turned his lion around. Keep in mind, we are just the vanguard. The chairman of the council is directly leading the main unit. The rain-drinking lions and the fire-loving warriors are all on their way. You ought to be afraid. Then he said to his subordinates, Let's go. The goblin warriors moved as one, leaving the Allied army with frustrated expressions. If they wanted to stop them, they would have to fight, but there would be no benefit fighting forces that were neither allies nor enemies. The Allied army could only furrow their brows as they watched the goblins who were doing this and that.
No.
Then, those guys? As they looked at the goblins, the Allied army suddenly erupted. Even their leaders were shocked. Dash, they're building a camp there. In the place between the camps of the Allied army and the snails. The goblin warriors settled down in a place that would allow them to reach either side in an instant. The viscosity of the dirt here is not bad. It's just sticky enough. I'm tired from marching. Do my back for me. A stream flowed through the plains, and beside it were roughly 400 goblins kneading the mud on its banks. They pressed the mud to each other's backs and carved intricate patterns on their bodies. It was a leisurely and relaxed scene similar to that of a group on vacation. One would never have expected to see such a scene on the battlefield. Those who didn't know anything might think they were just there to hang out. How shameless. Somehow, I feel like this is familiar. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. The hunters beside me began to look back and forth between me and the goblins. Couldn't tell why. I've done nothing but good things for those kids. Move as soon as you pick a number. After their bath, 2 goblin warriors left the camp. One faced the allied army. The other faced the snails. Only 2 warriors stood, blocking the paths of 2 armies. Ugh! The goblin warrior looked at the allied army while holding a greatsword. It was as though he was telling them they would have to get past him to go forward. Those, realizing the meaning behind his action and gaze, the leaders of the allied army were indignant. Those rude bastards! Do they really think we wouldn't dare to fight them one-on-one? The goblins are always like that. They talk like nobles, but their actions are barbaric. We are the knights who are upholding the holy will of the guardians. How dare these noisy mongrels who mock their god block our way? Send fighters. Sending one of our fighters is more than enough. Soon after, an elf fighter got onto a white horse and stepped out. Mold bastard! I will bury your smelly corpse in the ground today. When he saw the elf standing before him, the goblin warrior called out. My name is Mormu, descendant of Kekerker and the great warrior Gorger of the Great Escape. I'm ranked 631st among the warriors of the Fiver River Council. What is your name? I don't need to tell you my na. At that moment, the goblin warrior threw his greatsword. The huge sword flew through the air like a windmill. Me! Shocked, the elf barely managed to raise his twin swords in time. Clang! With an explosive sound, the fairy was sent flying. He had blocked the blade, but the force of the attack was so great that he couldn't negate its momentum. C-cough? Unable to even perform a proper landing, the elf let out a cough before trying to get to his feet. However, the goblin was already approaching while riding on his lion. The lion stepped on the elf's shoulders with its front paws. Not revealing your name and that of your ancestors shows that you lack etiquette. Ugh. Puke. The goblin then controlled his lion to step on the elf's head. After the head of the elf disappeared, the lion swiped its paw across the ground before letting out a roar. The duel had ended in an instant. Nay! The white horse, which had lost its owner, cried out and pitifully ran to the other side of the plain. Or at least it tried to. Nay! One of the goblin soldiers suddenly threw a spear into the horse's chest. The plains instantly became quiet. The goblin then rushed to the horse and dragged it back. When the allied army stared at them with blank expressions, the goblin realized they had done something embarrassing and bowed their heads politely. Sorry. I'm a bit hungry. I thought it would be a waste to just let it run away like that. Meat is precious. Or at least that's what I think. Go back to fighting. And with that, he leisurely returned to the goblin camp. He had been perfectly polite when he bowed his head. The allied army found it hard to close their mouths. That cheap bastard. I never thought there was such an ignorant bastard in the world. He threw his sword in an honorable duel. Is that what you call a warrior? If you think it's unfair, throw your swords too. Ugh. The warrior who killed the elf scrunched his nose. And we've always been like this. What? We learn aura from a young age, and the big brothers who teach us it beat us up. We are originally a weak and ugly race, so if we don't want to die, we have to learn how to use aura. They beat us to the point where we wished we were dead. But they were so skillful at beating that we couldn't die. By getting hit over and over, we learned how to use aura. Choosing one of the older brothers and beating them up instead was the process to be recognized as an adult. The goblin warrior looked at the sunset sky. His bright eyes seemed to contain sorrow that couldn't be expressed in words. Even a council member like me can't believe that there is such an ignorant race in the world. But it can't be helped. This is for the best. There is no method more effective at teaching aura than the pain of death. This is the teaching that Kekerker gave to the Apostle Gork over 600 years ago. The warrior murmured. We call this the Sherbal aura training method modeled after Kekerker's manner of speech. It's really crazy. Behind him, the other goblin warriors all shouted out. Friendship instead of reverence. Trust instead of faith. Sherbal. Shibble. The warrior nodded. The river of our race is deep and wide. There are no gods in this world, just bad friends. So we have to do our best. We have no choice but to do our best. Those who were once bound in chains with us. Stop destroying the snails. Otherwise, you will lose. The plains became silent. I was also silent. But my companions weren't silent. That's the Death King. Definitely the Death King. Death King. Why are you over there? When did you grow your teeth and paint your skin green, Death King? Wait a minute. Was there something wrong with my image? Chapter 173. Fight for the Holy Land 3. Why is it like this? Was this some kind of karma that parents had to bear? If the parents are good, the children will be good, and if the parents are bad, the children will also be bad.
A. Raviel.
It would probably be best if we didn't have children. I wasn't sure if I could endure it. Imagining a child that looked like Raviel coming up to me and saying, "Daddy, Sherbal." Huh? Now that I think about it, isn't that kind of cute? Crazy bastard. I really want to know if something is wrong with this bastard's brain. Race status open. While imagining a happy future, I checked on the status of the newly evolved goblins. Plus, goblin race. Extinction grade. C. Slight risk. Proverb. We are fire. Political system. Republican. Description. What the hell is going on? The goblin race suddenly experienced an astonishing evolution. The goblin race has developed a very interesting civilization. It is the Aura civilization. For the goblins, an adult is defined as none other than a person who is capable of using aura. Politicians, artists, warriors, regardless of their occupation, their success is determined on whether they can use aura or not. As soon as a goblin masters aura, they join the council on the day of the next full moon. The Fire River Council is made up of every adult in the goblin race, and they are the ones who decide what actions the race takes. In the goblin race, everyone uses aura, even ordinary civilians and doctors. The ranking of the council is dependent on how skilled they are at using aura. The person who ranks number 1 in the council, or the most proficient aura user in the goblin race, is elected as council chairman. Sherbal Gore. Or, in other words, the strongest member of the goblin race. On the nights when the surroundings are quiet and the moon is full, the goblins gather together. The meeting time of the goblins is at night when their ugly appearances can be hidden by the darkness. Intoxicated by the cool night air, the goblins solemnly discuss the fate of their race. Chairman, I don't believe that solution will work no matter what. Shall we fight then? Let's fight. Bring it on. Here I come. Despite all the citizens gathering together to decide, the Fire River Council boasts amazing efficiency. This might be possible because the chairman was the strongest warrior in the entire race. I can't believe there is such an ignorant and battle-hungry race. If this race was created by someone, then I think they need to take some time to reflect. Traits. Republican tradition. Bad friend doctrine. Method to pass on the Sherbal aura training method. Fire painting. Legacy of records. Reverence towards victory. Evolutions. Unknown. There is one chance for evolution left. Aliases. Hobgoblin, etc. Plus. Right. I smiled inwardly. Hey, the goblins evolved into hobgoblins. That's great. Zombie. Is that really something you should be happy about right now? *T. How did this happen? I held my head in my hands. I just wanted to help them so that they wouldn't lose. Fire painting. And point. Greed in a positive direction. I guess the positive direction for them was idolizing your bullying. That's not it. My teaching method was not wrong. Now that I think about it, hundreds of goblins have become aura users, haven't they? It's possible that there are even thousands. That's amazing, isn't it? It's awesome. It's a mistake, but it's a happy mistake. As expected of me. A parent who failed to raise his children properly is still looking for self-justification. Crazy bastard. I looked at the goblins' traits. 600 years was a long time. In that time, they had acquired a few traits that I'd never seen before. For example, Republican tradition. Plus, Republican tradition. Category, politics. Origin. Fire painting. Description: the goblin race created a republic. This republican system originated from the unique funeral of the goblin race. In the past, when a clan member died, the goblins gathered in an underground cavern and held a meeting. The underground cavern was very dark, which made it impossible to tell one goblin from the other. Although the goblins only held funerals in this way to avoid the surveillance and oppression of the snail race, they unintentionally created a veil of anonymity. In the dark, the goblins could discuss freely. How did this person die? History. Did this person live correctly? Judgment. How should we respond to this death? Morality. Is Kekerker a lion bastard or a dog bastard? Philosophy. As time went by, the goblins began to discuss not just the dead, but also the living. After escaping the underground cave, the meetings were held every evening. Naturally, the issues agreed upon at these meetings were regarded as the consensus of the entire goblin race, and they were later referred to as the council. Unlike other councils, eloquence wasn't so important here. Ugh. Regretfully, it seems that there is a significant difference of opinion between us. If one of us beats up the other, that difference will certainly disappear. That's an excellent solution. Respecting the strong. In a sense, the council was still the place to hold funerals. However, this trait can change depending on how history progresses. Plus, it got mixed up. I was pretty sure that something, somewhere, had gotten mixed up. They respect the strong, but it's not a dictatorship. They have a council, but the rankings are determined by strength instead of eloquence. What the hell? Something's not right with that. Isn't this the result of your teaching? Bei Hurayong clicked his tongue. Their foreign policy also seems to be the same. We will use our fists instead of talking. Or we'll talk, but we'll use our fists anyway. This is perfect. They are exactly like Kim Zombie. This is what I'm truly like? It's said that parents learn who they truly are while raising children. Shock? It seems that I might be more muscle-headed than I thought. The Death King's race is really good at fighting. The Sword Saint looked out at the plains. It's already been the third round, but the goblins have yet to change their fighter. Although the gap in their martial arts ability isn't that large, they seem to be quite proficient at using aura. As the Sword Saint said, the duels continued. The Allied army and the Goblin army both sent out fighters in turn. But until now, it was the goblins who had yet to change fighters that were victorious. The Black Dragon Master muttered, "You're right. I thought that even if they looked different, they were just goblins. But their use of aura is quite sophisticated." Hoo-hoo. Death King, why are you suddenly doing a shoulder dance? I don't want to see that, so please stop. As the person in charge of your image, it's quite disappointing to see that. The children are doing so well, so my shoulders moved on their own. More than that, Black Dragon Master. Speaking of my look, why do I have to wear this black leather outfit? How should I say this? It makes me look like I have 8th grader syndrome. When I searched on the internet, I found a lot of people criticizing my outfit. It's fine. You look good in leather. Are you sure it's not just because you like it? No way. The Black Dragon Master spoke in a calm manner as if she had no idea what I was talking about. I objectively picked out an outfit that I think suits you. There were absolutely no ulterior motives. My suspicions deepened together with the day. These damned mold bastards. The leaders of the Allied armies grit their teeth. They were filled with shame. They had fought for an entire night, but the results weren't good. For every 4 Allied soldiers that die, only 1 goblin dies. A vampire lamented. Since they're the vanguard, I'm sure they picked elite soldiers. But the ratio is severely lopsided. The leaders of the multi-race alliance army were furious. The situation is the same on the snail's side. H*T. They basically placed a wall in the middle of the battlefield. Are we going to keep putting up with those molds' tricks? We are on our way to the Holy Land. We are supported by the wills of the gods. Let's ignore those molds and drive the entire army forward for an all-out attack. So you want us to declare an all-out war on the goblins? That's stupid. What? How is it stupid? If we were to give in to our emotions and rush forward, The snails would be the only ones who benefit. Didn't the mold say it already? They are just the vanguard. The chairman of the council, the king of the goblins, is the one leading the main army. According to tradition, the great goblin king is a monster capable of blocking a river and catching fire with his bare hands. If we are attacked by them, we will have no chance. The vampire commander grumbled bitterly. The snails at the front and the goblins behind, we would be wiped out. Fortunately, the snails are probably facing the same dilemma. So it's a deadlock. Humph. Then what should we do? The sprite commander grit his teeth as he said that. The sprites were the ones who had been enslaved by the snails the longest. So the hatred they had was much more than the others. We pushed all the way to Remepolis and gave up just before capturing it. Don't you all know how much this expedition cost? Should we just return to our countries and say that we couldn't do it? Ridiculous. What would you say to our soldiers who willingly gave their lives and served the people? Are you guys still generals? The other commanders remained silent. The next day was the same, and the day after that too. There were times when goblin soldiers died, but there were usually 3 allied soldiers or snails to accompany them in death. In the end, the goblins achieved their goal of blocking the battle between the allied army and the snails. Finally, on the 4th day, hundreds of goblins sniffed at the same time. The wind smells like mud. In the 4 days that they'd been there, about 100 goblin soldiers died. This group of warriors, which was a bit smaller than before, all turned their heads to look at the horizon. I missed that earthy smell. It's a smell that makes you want to roll your body in it and taste it with your mouth. The smell of Guru. Their sense of smell was right. After a while, an army slowly crested the horizon. There were about 3,000 soldiers, all riding on lions. Strange tattoos were engraved not only on the bodies of the warriors, but also on the lions beneath them. Maybe it was because of that, but from a distance, the markings seemed to be moved across their skin like tentacles. Boo! A warrior at the front of the army blew a trumpet. Only then did the allied army and the snail troops garrisoned in Remepolis notice the army on the horizon. An army that was marching towards them with their backs to the sun. Boo! The trumpet sounds continued in a strange manner. First, there were the trumpets made with the shells of snails. Then there were trumpets made from the horn of a sprite. There were trumpets decorated with the skulls of humans, and even trumpets covered with vampire teeth. These were all trophies from the enemies they had defeated in the past. At the head of this large army, atop an enormous white lion, was the leader of the goblin race. Wow! The venomous snake muttered. That's not a great king, that's more like a demon king. Hey, Death King. You somehow managed to create a demon king. Congrats. The leader of the goblin race, the chairman of the Fire River Council, had led his warriors to war. 3. Hello everyone. Thud. In the middle of the battlefield, a battle axe with a haft the size of a pillar was embedded into the ground. The chairman of the council then put his foot on the beard of the battle axe's blade. The chairman's voice, which was strengthened by aura, shook the heavens and the earth. Living beings that shine like stars in this world. I am the 212th chairman of the Fire River Council, Aburka. His presence overflowed with pride. His body was covered in muscle. On his face, there was a long scar, as if to show that he'd experienced his fair share of battles. The chairman spread his arms wide, which showed off his bulging chest muscles. Today, I have a lot of Sherbal to say, but there wasn't a lot of dignity in his words. Not everyone can enjoy the blessings of life, but can't we all enjoy Sherbal? Although our 7 races look different, we are comrades who shared the same Sherbal. The hunters behind me muttered. What does Sherbal mean to the goblins? Since he's using Sherbal so much in his sentences. I don't know. I'm guessing it's just a saying. It can mean anything, or it can mean nothing. Death King, your teaching is. I really wanted to see that child that looked like Raviel. No, I just missed Raviel. Children don't matter. We don't need them. As I did my best to escape reality, the chairman continued his speech with increased momentum. That's right. We are comrades. The spirit of my goblin race is embedded in my left pectoral, and my love for my comrades is embedded in the right. Look, my chest muscles burn with spirit and love. That analogy was a bit dubious. It was too much. I couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous as I looked at the bulging green muscles. What the hell was this? It wasn't just his body, even his head was muscular. If an orc was to casually pass by, it would probably look at him and call out, "Big brother." His word choices are a bit. The more I look at him, the more similarities I see to Death King. I'm really not that bad. The Allied army and the snail defenders quietly stared at the chairman from both sides of the battlefield. Despite being enemies, the soldiers from both sides had the same expressions. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Nevertheless, I am very sad. The crazy guy made an expression of anguish. Even if the snail race committed unpardonable sins 600 years ago, completely annihilating their races is too great a revenge. It's not right. It's not good. It's not beautiful. You're even fighting here for Remepolis, which you call the Holy Land. But it's not even holy. We have decided that this is a truly ridiculous situation, and hereby declare that we are participating in this war. After the chairman finished speaking, the goblin warriors raised their weapons in the air. Sherbal, Sherbal, Sherbal. Listen up, beings of the 7 races. The leader of the madmen spoke up again. The fact that we were oppressed by the snails is not bad. What can we do to resolve the hatred of our ancestors? The snails aren't bad either. They have no choice but to fight back since they don't want to be destroyed. An eruption arose from the 2 armies. Shouts of "What the hell is this guy saying?" and "Is there really mold in those mold bastards' heads?" could be heard as all of them stared at the chairman with strange gazes. That's right. They're not bad. The words that he said next caused the 2 armies to go silent. The thing that is bad is the Holy Land. All of the soldiers' faces seemed to be saying, "Ha! There are no gods in this world, so there shouldn't be any holy lands either." Nevertheless, everyone seems to have placed their lingering feelings and beliefs into this holy land. You're just pouring your precious, sparkling life into a bottomless pit. Therefore, the Fire River Council has decided as follows. What the hell is he talking about? The leaders of the 2 armies were confused. Not caring about this, the chairman crossed his arms over his chest and continued. We will destroy the Holy Land. The plains became silent. We can't share the Holy Land. It just divides us and forces us to fight each other. So join us. Let's destroy the Holy Land together. If you can't forgive others for having something, then no one should have it. This is common sense. Therefore, we will thoroughly demolish Remepolis so that no one can occupy it and no one can live in it. Now, my comrades, let us destroy the Holy Land and build a happy world together. Like descendants who followed in the footsteps of their ancestors. I had created a race of nutjobs. Chapter 174. My son is too strong. 1. What do you think about our offer? Comrades, the leader of the goblin race, Aberka, laughed loudly. I think it's the perfect solution. It's so perfect that everyone appears to be at a loss for words. Ugh, I understand. Whenever someone is fixated upon a task, their vision becomes so narrow that they can't think of a proper solution. But luckily for you, we came here to present you with a fresh solution. It was fresh. It was so fresh that it gave everyone who heard it a stomachache. The 2 opposing groups, the Allied army and the snails, both had expressions as if they had eaten something disgusting. The sprite commander of the Allied army pointed at him and muttered with a dumbfounded expression. Crazy. What the hell is this mold bastard talking about? It's fine. We understand your hesitation. Chairman Aberka nodded solemnly. No matter how perfect a solution might be, it's impossible for everyone to accept it easily. You will feel like you've lost something, and you'll feel like you've given in. Every being hates to lose, or to be precise, every being hates the feeling of losing. You poor things. No. That's why we will defeat you completely and overwhelmingly. The chairman stretched his hand out. Then, a goblin warrior stepped forward and handed him a spear. Aberka closed his eyes and slowly took a ready stance. He opened his eyes. The chairman's arm muscles trembled and swelled.
Hup!
A beam of light shot forward. That was the only way to describe it. A red beam of light. A spear wrapped in red aura was thrown. No, it was more accurate to say it was fired. Whoosh! A javelin. Aberka's posture was as elegant as an Olympic athlete, but the power of his throw was anything but elegant. Instead, it could only be described as savage and destructive. With a loud cry, the spear fell towards the Allied army. A huge dust cloud appeared in the middle of the Allied camp and the soldiers screamed, but no one was injured. The soldiers had just been bowled over and tossed around, creating a ruckus. But that wasn't the end. Hup! Chairman Aberka lifted another spear. This time, he aimed it at Remepolis and the snail camp. A red streak of light shot across the plain before hitting the wall of Remepolis with a loud boom. When the dust cleared, only the quivering tail of the spear could be seen sticking out of the wall. The sprite commander who had pointed at him was as stiff as a log. Dash! The snail soldiers were also dumbfounded. I have been given the title of strongest chairman in the 600-year history of the Fire River Council. Chairman Aberka, who silenced both armies, smiled fiercely, revealing his fangs. In the history of our race, there has never been a goblin stronger than I am. When it comes to military matters, I have no equal. My official record is 260 wins out of 261 fights, and after I became an adult, I have never lost to anyone. Warriors who were born in the same era as me. Lament. Your Sherbal will begin because of my existence. Sherbal. 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 As you can see, the warriors of my goblin race have already been quite considerate towards you. Chairman Aberka folded his arms. When the next full moon rises, the leaders of the Allied army and the representatives of the snail race will gather here. We will come together and hold a meeting. Our goblin race will ensure the safety of both sides. This isn't a proposal, this is a threat. If you don't agree to join us, I will blow you away with a javelin. It was more than just a threat. At that time, there is no guarantee where my spear will go. I don't know, you don't know, and maybe even Kekerker doesn't know. Could hit your gates or it could blow off the head of your commander. Comrades, please don't force me into the situation I just mentioned. Even I am afraid of my own strength. After saying that, the chairman picked up his axe with an ugger. We will continue to accept duels until the night of the full moon. Feel free to jump at us and relieve your anger to your heart's content. If you want, you can even attack with an army. If you're confident that you can bear the losses, of course. Then I heard the tower's voice in my head. The 7 races fear a single warrior. The leader of the race you guide has become a hegemon. Amazing achievement. You have received 900 race points. You currently have 900 race points. My little boy had become so awesome. 2. We roamed around the army camp and collected more information. There was useful information and useless information, but when it came to the goblins, the information we gathered could be summarized into a small phrase. World-class nutjobs. Even I felt the same way. According to what we heard from the chatting soldiers, the goblins usually lived their lives quietly in their territory. But whenever a world crisis occurred, they appeared out of nowhere. 100 years after the Great Escape, it was the goblins who blocked the Snail Empire when it tried to launch a massive war of conquest. Don't races like this only appear in legends? But these were my kids. Hey! I think that guy might be able to fight us if he keeps going at that rate. The venomous snake was looking at the goblin camp from the corner of his eyes. Duels were still occurring on the plains. Aberka didn't participate in any. Instead, he simply watched from the side with his arms folded. However, even with that alone, he gave off enormous pressure. Aura continually bloomed all over his body. It's not just about fighting. If you make a mistake, you might just get beat. You know? I nailed the truth. You heard what he said earlier. He is the strongest warrior in the history of the goblin race. In terms of talent, he is one of the greatest that I've ever seen. He might even have higher potential than us. Hey, we're still guardian gods to them. If we get beat up by the kids, it would be shameful. What's wrong with that? We're not guardian gods because we're stronger than them. You're only that relaxed because it's your race. Aberka. While thinking about that child, I said, in any case, there must be a reason why this period was chosen for this stage. The quest didn't pop up, so we'll have to figure out the conditions for clearing on our own. Perhaps, other than the snail race, another race could be in danger of collapse. Heh! The Black Dragon Master nodded. Right? I think so too. It's possible that one or more races are in danger of collapse. Just like the last stage was either the other 6 races or the snail race. Indeed, maybe at least one race will be eliminated per stage. MHM. And the hunters who lead that race will also be eliminated. The Crusader stroked her chin. That makes sense. So which race is the closest to collapse? First of all, it's definitely not the snails. The Count folded her fan. The snails were eliminated from the 32nd floor. It's probably not the goblins. As much as I wish it were. No, that's not true. Crusader. The Crusader tilted her head to the side. What do you mean? It's actually the opposite. I'm guessing that the goblin race is the one that is in danger of collapse. Everyone blinked. The goblins? Those muscle-headed guys. No way. Listen to me first. The Count patted her palm with her folded fan. The goblins will probably achieve the peaceful negotiations that they're aiming for. Not only are they strong, but it would also be difficult for the snails and the allied army to attack them since they would have to pay attention to their opponents as well. However, what about after the agreement has been signed? The Count narrowed her cat-like eyes. Until now, the various races must have been united as one against the snail race. This unity was achieved because they had a common enemy. But after a forced peace negotiation, the common enemy would inevitably change. Think about it. Who would that enemy be? I opened my mouth. The target would shift from the snails to the goblins. I furrowed my eyebrows. The goblins are too strong. The leaders of the various races have no choice but to be wary of them. They would either break up the alliance and acknowledge the supremacy of the goblins, or strengthen their alliance and engage in full-out war with the goblins. Oh, you speak my language. The Count smiled gently. I think so too. And unless they are incredibly dumb, it's impossible for the alliance to voluntarily break apart. There's a high probability that they decide something like, the Goblin King is too strong, let's wait till he dies, or something like that. My fellow hunters were lost in thought. The goblin race is definitely strong now, but there is no guarantee that the next generation will be strong, or the generation after that, or the generation after that. Didn't the big musclehead say it before? There has never been a goblin in history as strong as he is. It is much harder to maintain a hegemony than it is to obtain it. Indeed, I knew that at least one race would be eliminated because I'd read the guide before returning. The Count listened to my hint and pointed out that it was the goblins who were in danger this time. Right? These are the colleagues I need. Each one complimented the other. With joy in my heart, I asked, what should I do? Count. That's simple. Death King. Just use a trick to maintain your supremacy. The Count smiled like a cat. It's clear that the goblins don't have very high political power. They have the force, but they don't have the direction. Force without direction is not power, it's violence. I think there are some who want to get their hands on this power. What do you mean? Hugh, do you remember how the guild leaders treated you at first? The Count tapped my shoulder with the tip of her fan. You were an unprecedented rookie. We could have been afraid of you. We could have been vigilant and wary. But what did we do? I tapped my chin. You used me. Or to be precise, you bought my name for a price. Instead of just cooperating, I asked to be treated like an equal. Right? It was a win-win situation. It's obvious that the goblins have the potential to have great power. So if the other races see that power as beneficial to us, the goblin race will not collapse. Do you have an idea of what to do? Yeah. I nodded my head. I have an idea. I taught the goblins how to endure the world. Now it was time for me to teach them how to give to the world. 3. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 800 race points. That night, I immediately used the item I purchased and entered the dreams of Aberka, the goblin chairman. If the peace negotiations were to continue like this, the goblins would be in danger. So I had to let him know that while he might be recognized as a hegemon currently, they could be facing a crisis in the future. Ugh. In his dream, I found Chairman Aberka sitting cross-legged in the middle of a mud pond. It was the lotus position. His posture was perfect, like a monk who had been eating temple rice for a long time. Oh my God! Is he meditating? The river crossing technique. No, this would probably be called the river sitting technique, right? Aberka skillfully used his aura to sit perfectly on the surface of the pond without sinking to the bottom. If Master saw this, a river would probably flow out of her mouth. As I got closer, Aberka suddenly spoke. Who is it? Aberka had his eyes closed. This meant that he'd sense me with nothing but his senses and aura. My muscles are wriggling. I don't feel any hostility from you, but I feel a strange energy. Do you usually use your muscles to detect hostility? Ugh. It's called mind and body as one. When a person is angry, their facial muscles are the first to move. Emotions communicate with your muscles and are transmitted through your muscles. That is what allows me to sense hostility. What the hell? This guy, he didn't only have a talent for martial arts, but also a talent for talking bullsh*t. Aberka, listen carefully. I am the one you call a bad friend, Kekerker. Ho? Aberka finally opened his eyes. His bright red eyes locked onto my face. You are Kekerker? That's right, chairman of the goblin race. I am the one who helped you escape the primeval forest, and the one who helped you when you want to get out of Remepolis. Interesting. With an ugger, the chairman laughed. According to the story passed down from generation to generation, the old apostle, Gork, also met Kekerker in a dream. He said that he looked like a human and called himself Kekerker. Whenever he met him, he beat him up. Did you also come here to beat me up? No, child. I don't see a need to beat you up. In fact, I'm not even certain whether I could defeat you. Aberka frowned. If not for a duel, then why did you come here? I came to warn you that you might be in danger. Then I told him the Count's reasoning. The reasoning was plausible and I myself agreed with it, so I was able to talk smoothly. At first, Aberka looked at me with an amused expression, but as my speech progressed, he gradually became more serious. So you're saying that we will be destroyed because we're too strong? Not to the point of extinction. However, it is highly likely that the race will decline. No matter how strong you are, it is not possible to take on 6 races on your own. Indeed. So this is my advice to you, Aberka. Don't blindly force the peace negotiations. You should give the other races some form of benefit as well. In my opinion. Wait, Juk. Aberka raised his left arm. Stop talking. Ha! I know that you feel no malice towards me. My chest and arm muscles are calm. If you had said a single lie, your muscles would have wobbled and they would have felt it. What kind of horrific thing was that? Was this ego muscle that surpassed ego sword? However, whether or not I listen to your advice is a different matter. I do not listen to the advice of someone weaker than me. What? In other words, only those who are stronger than others have the right to interfere with them. Chairman Aberka uncrossed his legs and slowly stood up on his feet. Unsurprisingly, his aura output remained perfect and he didn't even waver. As he stood up, there was only a small ripple in the mud pond. Come at me. Aberka gestured with an index finger. If you beat me up, I'll listen to your advice. While I was still speechless because of the sudden change, Aberka took a step forward. If you don't come to me, I will go to you. Wadash, wait a minute. Am I not your guardian god? Your eternal friend? Do you want to attack me even though I'm like a father to you? If you are the real Kekerker, then to you, Gork is like your child. Fathers are bound to be paid back for the things they did to their children. Even if you hit me, I won't say anything bad about Kekerker. Crazy. Was this right? Get ready. Man who might be my father. While spitting out a line I never expected to hear, the greatest musclehead of all time rushed towards me. Chapter 175. My son is too strong too. This is my son. I hurriedly raised the holy sword. There was no time to draw the blade, so I blocked the musclehead's fist with the scabbard. Clang. Our auras clashed fiercely. Ho! I deliberately used the momentum of the clash to move back, widening the distance between Aberka and me. I used this gap as a way to give myself some time. Then, I grabbed the hilt of my sword and took a proper stance. This way I'd be able to properly deal with this musclehead's charges. Good. Very good. Aberka smiled happily. Your muscles look delicate, but they are fairly sturdy. Did you add the weight of your soul to the weight of your body? I only build muscles internally. You rude bastard. Ugger? Internal muscles? What's that? I appear slim on the outside, but my muscles are quite solid. It's a magical muscle-building technique that allows me to keep my shape while increasing the strength of my body limitlessly. Internal muscles is the style of masters, and the style of outwardly growing muscles like yours is nothing but garbage. I didn't expect Kekerker to say things like this. Aberka made a strange expression, and his breathing slowed down for a moment. It was natural for someone's brain to go rigid whenever they encountered something that surpassed their *T limit. It was that very distortion in breathing that I was aiming for. Tot! Kicking off of the ground, I shot towards Aberka. Aberka's red eyes widened. He was much larger than the average goblin. This meant that he had more places I could hit. I swung my sheathed sword around like a club. I'm sorry, child. I'll try not to hit you too hard. Aberka simply smiled. Ugger. He looked down at me, who had reached in front of him in an instant. Then, without dodging or blocking, he watched me slap my sword to his body. Clang. A sound that seemed to defy common sense resounded. What I expected to hear was PUK or POK, not clang. My arms were also numb as if I just hit a steel wall. Is this stone durability? My body is made up of muscles. Aberka smirked, showing off his fangs. I was born with albinism. It stung to go out in the sun, and I could hardly see because my eyesight was bad. I couldn't even put mud on my body in the scorching sun. I struggled because it was difficult for me to enjoy ordinary pleasures. And that was when I realized. Aberka spread his arms. If I could cover my body with aura, there wouldn't be a problem. Crazy. From that day on, I devoted myself to my aura training. First I practiced by covering my entire body with aura, even if it was only for 1 second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When I could maintain it for 1 hour, I became an adult. And when I could maintain it for a day, I became the chairman. For me, Aberka, a birth defect is only a minor obstacle. The hobgoblin took a bodybuilder pose, his biceps quivering. Ugh! If I had eaten any greasy food before, my stomach would definitely have been uncomfortable at that moment. I trained my muscles till they burst so that my aura could seep into them. When my muscles tore, my aura helped them regenerate. As a result, aura flowed through the reconstructed muscles more easily. By tearing, and healing my muscles over and over again. By doing so, I succeeded in gaining the ultimate muscles. Dudung. Budung. Aberka's left and right pectorals bounced up and down one after the other. It was amazing. The performance in front of my eyes was bombarding my psychological defenses. To be able to inflict damage without even making a move, this guy was at an incredible level of mastery. Now I'm able to control everything, from my smallest muscles to my thickest, at will, aura muscles. This is the muscle road I recommend. Even his *T sounded elegant. I don't know why, but no one has followed me yet. Poor things. All you need to do is use your aura with the mindset of restructuring your entire body. Hey, wait a minute. You achieved refinement and rebirth. You really might be my father. This child, perhaps the only goblin in history to gain the title Refined Musclehead, shouted. "You're stronger than I expected. That's great. It's been a long time since I met an opponent who could take one of my blows. So, lift your sword. Fight me with all your might." Whoa, I'm not used to being the one who says this. But Aberka, is fighting all you know? Mind and body, muscle instincts, muscle eruption, rumble. Aberka's muscles began to wriggle like magma which became restless before an eruption. He grew, and grew, and grew some more. Son? Eventually, Aberka became unbelievably huge. This wasn't an exaggeration, he was now the size of a small hill. My entire body was covered by his shadow. He didn't really grow much. It wasn't Aberka's body that grew. Instead, it was Aberka's aura that stretched out from his body to make the giant figure. Like a pilot controlling a giant mech, Aberka's body sat in the chest of the giant. In other words, this figure, which was as large as a hill, was made purely from aura. Hugh! Thud, the ground rumbled. Aberka only took a step, but the ground shook in response. I looked at Aberka with a speechless expression. There's no need to get so serious. Can't you go back to being smaller? Daddy is getting a little scared. This is my true form. Giant mode, Aberka spoke in a booming voice. From shoulders to fingertips, there is nothing that is outside of my control. Dream being who calls himself the White Lion. My fist will pierce your chest. Hey! This is a sin against heaven. Fine. Then in the name of victory, I will gladly sin against heaven. Aberka shouted loudly and punched forward. A fist, almost the size of a house, fell towards me, covering me in its shadow. Sherbal aura method? Giant style.
Martial art technique.
Humiliating fist. It was a name as elegant as a tadpole's eyes. 1. Isn't the name of that martial art too long? The value of a martial art is in its power, not its name. He certainly was right. Aberka had gained profound destructive power in exchange for abandoning his naming sense. Crack. The ground cracked, but the power of the punch didn't end there. Poured down like heavy rain. The ground shattered. And because the hot aura smashed into the ground, a lot of the surrounding soil melted into mud and splattered onto me. In an instant, I became like a mouse that had been covered in muddy water. Hot! With a shriek, I avoided the other waves of mud from Aberka. You brat whose ignorance will shake the world. I didn't raise you guys like this. Quit your *T zombie. You didn't raise those kids. While I did evasive maneuvers that made me look like a tap dancer, Bei Hurayang muttered. Like he said, fight with all your might. There are many cases where parent and child fight each other. There are even certain sects and cults that have a tradition of the young eating the old. *T. I drew my sword. I don't care anymore. You didn't care for a long time. I was proud of my child. I raised my aura, and the image I pictured was of fire. The underground torture chamber in the mansion. A child outstretched their hand, bound by chains and covered in flames. A deep resentment for being young. Fire. My heart became hot in an instant. I embraced the feelings from the scene in that mansion's basement. A tale that would eventually be forgotten if left untold. Then I unfolded those feelings into my aura. My shadow is the shade of that basement. Without being buried by the emotions. My fire is the touch of that child. I didn't need to be obsessed with the form. You and I aren't fire. Fire is the one. Fire that covers and burns the world. Thus, the tip of my sword became the tip of someone's finger, and my blade became their scream. Infernal heaven's demonic art? Reformation. First form. The burning young sword. Burn. Ahahaha. Indeed. My aura swayed in the shadow like the head of a snake. The opponent's hand. Even if this was only the hand of a giant that had been summoned. The image in my mind became more solid. Hotter. Stronger. I cut the hand off. Definitely. My opponent resisted. My opponent, whose left hand had been cut off, tried to resist with his right hand. Was he trying to make space to readjust his stance? I struck again. He bent his back to avoid the blow. But as my foot struck the air, the shadows of flame latched onto his right arm. 1 thread, 2 threads, 3 threads. Dozens of aura threads covered the giant's fist. There's no doubt about it. I burned it. It's Kekerker. The giant tried to restore his hands. I'm sure he had more aura. If that was the case, I would just have to cut off my opponent's limbs faster than he could restore them with aura. You have returned to our race after 600 years. I cut the left foot before the left hand could grow. I cut the right foot before the left foot could grow. Then I cut the left arm again before the right foot could grow. I completely cut up the figure of the giant. There is no lack of dignity in your victory. No, that's wrong. I didn't try hard enough to win. Cut it. Amazing. Ugger. Amazing. I can't believe you're not strengthening yourself, but using the reinforcement of others. I buried the giant in that blazing basement. Aura, the fire of the soul. I didn't know it could be used this way. Like burning paper, the giant was consumed by the flames. It grew smaller and smaller. The giant's aura was also red, so it resembled a scene where a large fire devoured a smaller fire. Do they have to be different? As I watched the giant get swallowed by fire, I had a sudden thought. Aberka inflated his arms and legs. He extended them. He used his aura as a tool to expand. On the other hand, I use it to attract the screams of others. The reddish aura burned red. Is there a reason why both things can't be done at the same time? Fireworks went off in my head. I was so focused on converting Master's Infernal Heaven's demonic art to my Infernal Heaven's demonic art. But do I really need to attract screams? Can I carry all of the karma by myself and draw all of that resentment on my own? Should I? The fundamentals of aura usage appeared in my head.
No.
A solution appeared in my mind. Anyone could be fire. I opened my mouth. Aberka, think about this. Ugger? Should I tell him about the underground mansion? No. Think about the dark underground of Remepolis. I would give him something closer. There, living in one of the many pits dug into the ground, are 13 goblins. There are also young goblins among them. Children who, from the moment they were born, have never seen the sun, never been hit and soaked by the rain, and never been able to cover themselves in mud to their heart's content. Think about those children. I pushed the history of the goblins onto their strongest warrior. They are only given a few fish in the mornings and evenings. That is all they were allowed to eat. The mothers sometimes roast the rare mushroom that they could find, but that is the only change in their diet. Are you thinking about it? I'm thinking. Whenever they cook, the narrow pit gets filled with smoke. The mothers are crying and the children are coughing. But that doesn't mean they can come out. In the distance, the snails monitor them, their tentacles waving in the air. Can you imagine the smoke in the cramped pit, and the soft coughs of the mothers and their children? I can. A young goblin stretches for a fish on the fire that isn't fully cooked yet. I hit the giant's fist with my sword. The mother hits the hand of the child. She grabs his wrist. She already hit him, and yet, the child keeps reaching for the uncooked fish whenever she looks away, because he is hungry. Whenever his mother blocks him, he bursts into tears. In the end, the mother has no choice but to give the fish to the child as soon as it's cooked. The child eats it quickly. Then he looks at the other grilled fish. He wants more. I hit the giant's fist away, forcing an opening. Then I swung my sword in this opening, reducing the size of the giant a bit more. Think about the child's gaze, the mother's gaze, the child's outstretched hand, the mother's hand that blocks and holds the child's. Draw the path of the smoke in that underground pit. If it's you, I'm sure you can draw it. Ugger. Show me. The giant swung his fist. Copy me. I dodged and deflected it. The direction of the fist changed again. Cry. The giant's stance twisted. You are a race who knew how to sing to the fire in sorrow. Those flames were nothing more than a simple fire, but you were able to read emotions by looking at the angles in which the wind blew it, the speed that it rose at, and the dispersion when it sank. Aura is no different. One character holds the sky. One rhythm sings sorrow. Why can't aura capture the sky? Why can't you use it to draw sadness? Embed that image in your mind. The giant's stance collapsed. I hit him in the shin and helped him regain his balance. He straightened. The giant's fist flew through the air in what should have been a straight punch. Go ahead. Suddenly, fire burst from the giant's fist. The fire split into 5 tongues. These 5 tongues then separated again, becoming 25. Aberka looked down at his fist with a blank expression. Some of the flames were strong, some were gentle. None of them resembled Aberka's mannerisms. Although it was still at a rudimentary level. This was definitely a punch that resembled the infernal heaven's demonic art. Not bad. You really are supremely talented. I nodded. That's how you do it, child. Aberka finally opened his mouth. Our father, you are too strong. Chapter 176. My son is too strong 3. 4. A good warrior keeps winning. A really good warrior knows how to accept defeat when they somehow lose. I lost. The musclehead was a really good warrior. I'm confident that I wouldn't lose in terms of quantity of aura, but when it comes to the usage of aura, the difference is like heaven and earth. Ugh. I feel like I've been treating aura too simply. Don't blame yourself. I rubbed Aberka's head. I also didn't realize it on my own. Instead, I was taught martial arts by my master. No matter how talented an individual might be, it would be difficult for them to compare to the history of an entire faction. There are thousands of years of history behind the demonic path. Kekerker. Dad. I don't even want you to call me father. Why don't you call me sire? 1. My identity shakes when a big guy like you calls me dad. Understood. Daddy? 1 asterisk. The sound is only slightly different, but the connotation is really unpleasant. No. If you absolutely must call me something, then call me whatever you want. Daddy, I have a question. Why have you been sitting on my head all this while? It's because you're huge, Aberka. Anyone who sees a giant like you would have the impulse to climb up. People have a natural desire to climb. It's hard for me to resist. I see. So there was such an impulse. Aberka nodded. Shake, shake. As I was riding on this child's head, I naturally experienced a sensation similar to the Viking ship ride at an amusement park. It was kind of fun. Now that you've lost to me, listen to my advice carefully. Of course, after you listen to me, you can still decide whether to do what I say or not. You can even tell me if you have a better idea. Ugh. Even if you were to force the peace negotiations, the chaos in the world would not end. I stroked Aberka's head again. You have to carry out the negotiations so that all parties can be satisfied. Not only the snails, but the other 5 races should also benefit in some way. How can we make them benefit? That's simple. For now, put aside whatever you might think from your perspective. Instead, think about the perspectives of the other races. Then you will find an answer. I said, the snail race will welcome peace. That is because it will help them escape the fate of being destroyed. However, it would be difficult for them to accept, removing the source of the conflict by destroying Remepolis. Do you understand why? Because it is the Holy Land? TSK. If Remepolis is destroyed, they won't have a city to live in. I smacked the top of Aberka's head. They would be happy that the crisis of being destroyed had been averted, but they would be anxious since their future was not guaranteed. In other words, if you can somehow relieve this anxiety, the snails will accept the peace negotiations. A new city, a new place to live, right? It would hurt to have their holy land destroyed. But as you said, you destroy the Holy Land, so no one can have it. That is something they would be able to accept. Understood. Aberka nodded and my Viking ship returned. We will promise the snails that we will protect them as they make a new settlement to live in. They will probably be anxious if we were to put them in a place close to the other 5 races, so we'll have to lead them to a place as far away as possible. Right? That's it. The The snails have good technical skills, don't they? You can set the condition of them teaching a few of these skills to you. That way, the warriors of the goblin race will have fewer complaints. Is that so? To be precise, it should decrease the sheebles a bit. That sounds the same, but the connotation feels different. It wouldn't completely erase the complaints. Nevertheless, within the goblin race, the law of respecting the strong was deeply ingrained. They would follow the will of Aberka, the chairman of the council and the #1 goblin. Because the magic words, "If you have any complaints, then come fight me," existed. Aberka, your will to prevent the destruction of a race is good. However, if you want to live ignorantly, then you mustn't be ignorant. It's better to think hard about whether you can achieve something or not. Daddy, what do the other races need? I just told you. I chuckled softly. Can't you just think from their perspective? 5. We will help you when you feel like you will fall. The night of the full moon. Although reluctant, the snails and the leaders of the allied army attended the meeting. Nevertheless, none of them had good expressions. It would be better to say they were forced to attend than attended. Unfortunately, there was no one who could stand up to the leader of the muscleheads. Under the tent where the representatives of each race gathered, Aberka declared with ambition, "Look, the Snail Empire, which boasted the greatest prosperity after the primeval forest burned, also collapsed. There is no such thing as eternal prosperity. The Allied forces are in a good condition now, but it's possible for one of you to decline someday. This is the logic of the world that we can't control. The defeated race will become the slaves of the victorious race. The enslaved race would then experience the humiliation of 600 years ago, and the master race will repeat the same mistakes the snail race made 600 years ago. That's not good at all. Both sides will have Sherbal, and eventually the whole world will be filled with Sherbal." Aberka had a sad expression on his face. In other words, he opened his mouth, showed his fangs, furrowed his eyebrows, and wiggled the tip of his nose. When the strongest hobgoblin in history made such an expression, there weren't many who could bear to look at him. The vampire leader spoke in a cautious manner. In other words, you will help us in the future just like you're helping the snails now. That's right. When you are on the brink of extinction, I, Aberka, chairman of the Fire River Council, promise to come to your aid. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Excuse me, is there a guarantee that this promise will continue from generation to generation? There isn't. Then I'm sorry. But this conversation, Aberka grabbed the haft of his battle axe. Flinch, and all the representatives in the tent shrank back like frightened deer. There isn't, but now there will be. What? Wait here. Chairman Aberka left the tent and approached the goblin soldiers who had surrounded it. Members of the Fire River Council, listen up. I will conclude the peace negotiations in the name of the council. And from now on, if any of the tribes here are on the verge of collapse, we will help them. The warriors glanced at each other. And one of them, who seemed to have eaten a lot of jambap too, said, "We will do as the chairman says. This promise will remain valid even after I die." Hugo? How will that work? Because you will all vow, my descendants will never break this promise now. And if any of your descendants break the promise you made with me, they will be considered sinful and a disgrace. What if we don't want to vow? Defeat me. Sherbal. The warrior who had eaten a lot of jambap picked up his spear. I'm against that decision. My name is Merk, descendant of Kekerker and Gorger, the great warrior who ran beside him. Ranked 49th in the Fire River Council, and brother of Mormu, who died honorably in a duel after defeating many opponents in this war. Aberka hefted his axe onto his shoulders. Nice muscles. I'll only beat you within an inch of your life, instead of killing you. True to his words, he beat up the warrior who'd eaten a lot of jambap. Guek! Aberka buried his fist in the warrior's stomach, and the warrior showed his jambap to the world. The name of his exhibit was Two Fish Va a Bit of Centipede Chicken. It was a work that stood out because of the contrast between the thin gastric juices and thick ingredients. The various goblins who witnessed his exhibit trembled with emotion. He's still as ridiculously strong as ever. I really want to know what the chairman eats that makes him so crazily strong. Even a double-digit ranker was sent flying in one hit. That's insane. Doesn't he seem stronger than before? I think it's a really good decision, Chairman. Chairman is the face and honor of our race. Hooray for the chairman. Who said that? That shameless bastard. Get out here, you slug. Afterward, several warriors stepped forward to contest the decision. There were those ranked 100th and even the warrior ranked 6th. Nevertheless, no warrior was able to force Aberka to use his axe. All of them fell with just one punch. When the number of beaten warriors reached 33, the goblins had no choice but to join together and chant one word in one voice. Shurbal. Shurbal. Aberka put down his axe and folded his arms. Weak. How are you guys so weak? You're so weak that I feel bad for hitting you. I'm already very sorry, guys. Quietly agree to my decision before I become even more sorry. A good warrior keeps winning. A really good warrior knows how to accept defeat when they somehow lose. In that sense, all of the goblins were really good warriors. I agree. I agree, Hugo. Those who are against it, speak up. Silence. Only the sound of the bonfires burning could be heard in the military camp. All the members of the Fire River Council and all the warriors on the battlefield expressed their approval. Aberka looked around and nodded. Good. Then, as the chairman of the Fire River Council, I hereby declare that, if one of the 6 races is on the verge of extinction, we will help that race. Those who shouted in approval, and those who remained silent despite their opposition, as well as their descendants, cannot disobey this decree. Everyone, swear on the sacred earth. Aberka thumped his axe on the ground 3 times. Thud, thud, thud. Without speaking, the goblin warriors also raised their weapons and thumped them on the ground 3 times. Aberka returned to the tent and took his seat. The representatives of the 6 races stared at him blankly. Arms crossed, Aberka looked at the representatives. We have made a vow that the promise will be passed down to our later generations. Any other questions? The vampire commander bowed his head politely. That is sufficient. I don't have any other questions. One bowed his head and another raised their head. It was the representative of the Oni 3 race. Hey, Mold. You're really strong. Our father is stronger. Huh. Son of a bitch? You're wrong. We are not sons of bitches. When Kekerker descended, he borrowed the body of a lion. Therefore, we are the children of lions. That expression could only suit the snails over there. I'm disappointed that you don't even have such basic common sense. So you can go ahead and correct yourself by calling me son of a lion. Huh? *T. Anyway, the Oni commander drew his sword. I speak for the rest. We led the expedition all the way here, pouring in countless resources into it. Even if you say, we'll help you when you have a crisis later, so leave now. That's not enough, is it? What should we do about the resources that have already been poured into the abyss? So what do you want? Compensation. We are not a rich race either. We consider it a virtue to eat what you earn in a day. So we can't compensate you even if I wanted to. Then we can't negotiate with you either. Ugh. That's not it. Aberka stroked his chin. You must be worried about something else. What? The problem is that you spent so many resources but returned without a proper result. The nobles and landowners who were ripped off by you will definitely express dissatisfaction. It might even lead to a revolt which would cause you to lose power as a result. If you're not lucky, you would be made into a scapegoat and executed. That's what you're worried about, isn't it? Aberka recited the words we'd discussed in his dream. When he heard the unexpected remarks, the Oni commander was shocked. Just once. If there is a rebellion in your country, I will help you. I won't add this to the agreement. It is something I'll do on my own. With this body, an axe and 12 spears, I should be able to change the minds of any rebel. How about it? Will you assist us in destroying the Holy Land now? Aberka bared his fangs. If you still need an excuse, then come fight me. saying that you lost to me in a duel should be good enough of an excuse for Oni like you. You bastard. The Oni commander became flushed and brandished his sword. Fine then. Let's duel. But if you think I'll go easy on you, you're sorely mistaken. If you think that I won't go easy on you, you're mistaken. I'll cut you some slack. The Oni commander was subsequently beaten. His horn was bent, his nose was broken, and his leg was twisted. After a few of his teeth fell out, his appearance was thus completed. The Oni commander, who was then buried headfirst in the ground, let out a groan. Fucking dog bastard. Aberka smiled at his masterpiece. You look more like a warrior now. If someone were to bury a person upside down in front of you, you would naturally have a lot less to say. So that night, the representatives of the 7 tribes signed a peace treaty. Chapter 177. The Giant's Legacy 1. The Tale of a City. Ramepolis. A city that survived on the mining industry and trade. Ramepolis had one of the largest and purest salt mines in the Snail Empire, which increased its prestige. There were people who asked, can you get food and wealth from digging into the ground? And the answer was, yes, we can get both. The Great Cavern. The skull of the Earth God. We collect the teeth of the goddess. It was such a place. A city that prospered from the wealth and glory that came with digging up the ground. The deeper into the ground they dug, the more glory they received, until one day, when they swung their pickaxes, they heard a clanging sound. They'd reached the bottom. The mining ability of Ramepolis has deteriorated. There was still some rock salt left. However, they would have to dig too deep to find it. The work time would be much longer, and the level of difficulty would also increase. The cost of the Ramepolis salt industry increases. The slaves had fled. The snail's skin was naturally weak to salt. It was fine for them to swing pickaxes or manage workers at the entrance of the mines, but it was difficult for them to go deeper. This was why they needed slaves from the other 6 races. As the slaves disappeared, the economy of the city, which was powered by rock salt, shrank rapidly. The snail race's dominance weakens. The mermaid race looked like regular mermaids, but the seawater irritated their skin, which forced them to remain in the rivers. However, one day a special species was born. Even when this special species entered the sea, they could withstand it, only saying, "Ah, it's a bit salty." Even those who were born with mixed blood from the special species were able to withstand the sea. The mermaid race evolves. The sea was a magical place that the snails had a hard time going in and out of, and the fact that the mermaids could now go into the sea meant that they would no longer have to interact with the snails. Then, one day, one of the special mermaids accidentally tasted some of the soil from the tidal flat. "Ha! It's salty." Of course, the soil would also be salty since it was a tidal flat that seawater constantly flowed over. Can it become more salty? They remembered the time when they had been imprisoned by the snails in Ramepolis. You have to dig a hole to get salt. This stereotype had been implanted onto them. So the mermaid dug a hole in the middle of the tidal flat, put wooden sticks in the corner to keep its shape, covered it with reeds before adding mud on top of it. In that way, they created a primitive jar. A week later, when the mermaid checked the jar, they found that it was filled with seawater. They scooped up the seawater and baked it in a kiln. When they tasted it, they found that it was very salty. It was sea salt. New technology had been created after an old stereotype met with a new environment. A new technology has been created. The snail race's competitors appeared. The mermaids were natural sailors. After all, they were amphibious from birth, so they wouldn't die even if they were to be caught in a storm. The sea god, which was terrifying, was now their guardian deity. Ships laden with salt flowed in and out of the waterways like guests at a house. The production and distribution of salt had been completely taken over by the mermaids. An ideological conflict has arisen. The snails couldn't accept it. According to the mythology of the snail race, salt came from the teeth of the goddess. So it was difficult for them to accept that eating salt from the sea would not cause sickness. There were several attitudes that a person could take when they couldn't accept the opinions of another. It's sorcery. The snails chose the easiest one. It is the work of the devil. Sea salt is cursed food created with the breath of the devil. The mermaids are all demons who worship the devil. The fact that their skin can withstand the sea is proof of their devil worship. The snails could have taken a more difficult path. They could have simply modified their mythology a bit. The goddess actually split in half when she died. Half of her body was buried into the ground. The other half sank deep into the sea. They could have done that. The more the empire expanded, the more at jeopardy their myths became. Salt, which they thought only came from the land, also appeared in water. Their world expanded. As their perception of the world grew wider, the myths lost their individuality, and the subjects of the myths seemed to lose character. Those who eat salt made by the demons. Regardless of the reason, it is blasphemy. But the snails didn't do that. Salt dissolves when it goes into water. Water dissolves salt. So how can salt come from water? This is a trick of the devil, a scheme to deceive the people and lead them along the wrong path. Instead, they justified the reason why it wasn't possible. From now on, all citizens must only eat rock salt produced by the empire. Anyone who digs up salt from mines not recognized by the temple, those who make salt from water, and those who try to bring sea salt into the empire will be punished. Trade of water salt is prohibited. Block all the rivers and waterways. Seize and sink every mermaid ship that is loaded with salt. It was defended by those priests who believed in the old myths. The warriors who fought against the slaves responded. The citizens who still looked down on the other 6 races cheered. Their support, response, and advocacy became a source of support for the snail nobles. And there was no person who could stop the priests, warriors, citizens, and nobles all at the same time. Ah! I will serve you as my master from now on. The god who could do that had already been eliminated. The snails have destroyed the mermaid's port. The snails are looting the mermaid trade ships. The snails forced other races to trade rock salt. The mermaids are revolting against the actions of the snails. When an old power declines, a new power rises to take its place. When the industry leadership changes, when either side fails to accept a new ideology, when they miss the opportunity to reform, the things that are meant to happen, happen. A war of supremacy has broken out. That was the tale of the past 600 years. Ugh. There were 6 wars. And in the end, the empire collapsed. Now, according to the peace treaty signed by all 7 races, we will destroy the Holy Land. The priests lost their religion. The warriors lost their victory. The citizens lost their peace. The nobles lost their power. All that was left was a mine where rock salt and glory were dug up for 600 years. However, a single line in a history book couldn't stop the spear of time, and an empty cave could not feed the people. But by the time everyone noticed, it was too late. It was much too late. You have 3 options. Chairman Aberka spoke. First, I can just destroy everything on my own. I want to do it too. The title, The One Who Destroyed a City, is something I'd love to have. But not only am I strong, I am generous. I can put my greed aside for a while. With a hup, Aberka took a bodybuilder pose. His left pectoral bounced slightly. Second, the snails can destroy the Holy Land with their own hands. You guys can do it. But I don't think you want the title. The ones who destroyed their own Holy Land. That name would be very disgraceful. Nevertheless, I will give this chance to you. Aberka's right pectoral bounced. And finally, all 7 races destroy it together. Aberka let out a laugh. Smash the city until your anger has completely dissipated. Breaking something always makes you feel better. Just smash it. All the soldiers who worked so hard to come here and all the people who did their best to protect it. You guys can do it. I'm sure you can. The last king of the snail race, the Snail King, spoke in a trembling voice. Frightening warrior, what if a fight breaks out after we lead them into the city? Worry not. Us goblins will take care of security. The hammers you wield will be used to smash buildings, not the heads of people. Some things must be preserved. We engraved our history on stone pillars. Dismantle it and take it with you. What's the problem? They would be very heavy. Then choose only the things you can take with you. A history that can't be moved is not pride. It's stubbornness. If you let it go, you will be much lighter. If you are light, you will be more free. And if you are free, you will be strong. Remepolis is our last remaining city. Where do you intend to take us? To a place that will make you lighter, freer, and stronger. Some of our citizens don't believe you. That's fine too. Aberka put his hands together and flexed his muscles. His biceps bulged. Tell them to come at me. A total of 944 snails stepped forward. Of course, 944 snails couldn't rush forward all at once. So the 16 bravest warriors rushed out first. Could be said that the race had fallen, but they were all soldiers who had eaten jambap till they were sick of it. I will give you all the honor of seeing my true form. The aura giant descended. What? Crazy. The snail soldiers were only able to mutter these short words before they were all sent flying by Aberka's aura. Not just the 16 people at the front, but even the 28 waiting to go after them were sent flying. Ahahaha! The giant let out a thunderous laugh. Come at me if you can, little ones. My chest is wide. Whether it is 900 or 9,000, I will accept you all. It's unfortunate that there aren't enough of you to make me work up a sweat, but it's fine nonetheless. I have enough muscles to make all you kids into adults. I'll be your dad. There weren't many who would want a goblin as their father. Rather than dealing with the stress of being beaten by the huge musclehead, the snails decided to release their stress by destroying the builds of their ancestors. It was a wise choice. Damn it. Sureball. After one day and night, Remepolis was completely destroyed. Shouting side by side, the 7 races were able to smash the city to powder. The final blow had been dealt by none other than Aberka. Hup! Aberka became a giant and punched Remepolis. Thud! Thump! Thump! The beating lasted for more than half a day. The city within the cavern vanished. The ceiling shattered and rocks poured down as the mountain that contained the cave also collapsed. Crazy. The scene of a single hobgoblin destroying a city on his own. Hut. Chairman Aberka's lips quirked. It was the unique smile that a child usually had after destroying a sandcastle that had been meticulously built. At least I'll get a City Destroyer title because of this. This event declares that the peace treaty has been completed. Goblins, pack up. Snails, do your best to follow us while carrying those ridiculous stone pillars. Neither before nor after. The strongest warrior in the history of the goblin race spoke. We will return to Guru. The war of supremacy has ended. The multi-race alliance has achieved an incomplete victory. The snail race has escaped the danger of destruction. And the stage also ended. The goblin race has gained the prestige of hegemon. The prestige of the goblin race increases. The authority of the goblin race increases. The chances that the goblin race will develop a new trait have increased greatly. You have received 9,000 race points. You currently have 9,800 race points. My fellow hunters murmured. Hey, that guy's a real monster. There's no way that guys like that would be born in the goblin race constantly, right? Otherwise, I'd feel kind of sorry for my own kids. That probably won't happen. The Crusader shook her head. Such an unprecedented warrior rarely appears in history. It was by chance that he appeared in the goblin race. Perhaps the next hero will appear in another race. We just have to wait for our golden ages. The tower's voice then rang out in our ears. You can now declare stage clear. Would you like to clear the stage now? Heh! The Black Dragon Master flipped her hair to the side. It doesn't necessarily say that one race will be eliminated. Are we certain that we've overcome the crisis of destruction? It's possible that another race might be in danger of being eliminated without our knowledge. We watched from a distance as the armies of the various races scattered and disappeared. It had been 800 years since the primeval forest burned. We were still reigning like constellations, but the kids were slowly beginning to walk their own steps rather than following the constellations in the sky. I opened my mouth. Great job, everyone. Did we even have a hard time? That child from your race solved everything on his own. I never felt this comfortable in a stage before. The Black Dragon Master smiled happily. I'm going to watch how those kids live for about 10 days before declaring the clear. How about you, Death King? Then I'll also stay for about 10 days. There are still some things I want to teach Aberka. What else are you going to teach that monster? Don't worry. Something good. Something good. We parted ways after deciding that we would declare clear after 10 days. That's right. I still had something to pass on to Aberka and the goblin race. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 9,700 race points. Aberka, who was floating on the mud pond, looked at me. Ugger, you're back, Daddy. Yeah, Dad is back. I guided the snails as Daddy advised. Quickly, praise me. Aigu, my little boy. Did you save a race that was on the brink of extinction? Ujuju. Good job, you did really well. My little boy is so amazing. It was worthwhile to raise such a good boy. The goblin race is the coolest in the world, and my baby boy is the coolest in the goblin race. You're so much better than Daddy. Ugger. Ugger. Aberka let out a laugh. After pouring out a baptism of praise for about 10 minutes, I finally changed the subject. Aberka, there's something I want to teach you. Ugger? To be precise, I want you to learn this before teaching the others, so that it will not be forgotten even 100 years after you die or 100 years after that. What do you want to teach me? I smiled. Then I illuminated my hand with red aura. I will teach you about the fire of the world, the new infernal heavens demonic art. I was going to pass my own creation to the goblin race. Chapter 178. The Giant's Legacy, 2. Aberka, I realized something while watching the way you used your mana. You mean the Sherbal Aura training method? I can't help but mourn your horrendous naming ability. Anyways, right? I saw a profound possibility after looking at the Sherbal Aura training method. I spoke as I say atop Aberka's head. It's the formation method. Formation method? Aberka tilted his head. What's that, Daddy? Formation method. Chunfa. Before meeting Master, I knew hardly anything about martial arts, but I'd learned a lot about the common sense of Murim from Bei Hurayong. The formation method was literally a method, fa, of attaining a formation, chun. 1. Martial arts is basically the method of learning to utilize one's body. On the other hand, you could think of the formation method as the method to spread it among several people. Ugger. Do you mean like battle formations? Similar. But it's not the same as simple hand-to-hand combat. I told him, let's say people from different factions fought on the same side. They might be attacking together or carrying out joint attacks, but it couldn't really be called the formation method. It's the same principle. Only when they use their aura in the same way could it be called the formation method. Does Daddy want to teach me the formation method? Right? To be precise, I want to teach you the Infernal Heavens demonic art first and then develop it into a formation method with you. I've never used a formation method before, so I'm not sure if it'll work. But so what? I'm still interested to try. I don't quite understand. Is there a reason to learn it? Hey, baby. If you look for a reason or value before doing everything, then you will never do anything. I tapped the top of Aberka's head. For now, we'll just test it. Then if it doesn't work, we can just give up. But if it does work, then we'll delve deeper. Alright? So it's just relaxed. MHM. Relaxed. I smiled. But baby, I have a question for you. What is it? Have you ever starved for more than a week? Aberka blinked. Huh? After that, I slowly taught him the relaxed Infernal Heavens demonic art. The Infernal Heavens demonic art is divided into 9 forms. The first form is the Asa Sword of Starvation. In other words, it is a sword that was created from the longing and desperation of hunger. This is why you are starving now. This dream world is really useful. Time passes, but you won't die no matter how much you starve. Kill me. Aberka, who had already been starving in his dream for a week in his dream, cried out. His legs and arms were bound by chains, and I was sitting in front of him, eating delicious fruits and fish. This was the result after I defeated him in a fair duel. I'd prefer if you killed me. Is it painful? It's painful. Does it hurt? It hurts. It feels like all of my muscles are screaming. That's it. My baby. I want you to input that pain, that feeling into your sword. I've also been forced to starve for a week. But even if you're starving, you can't starve without thinking. Think of a farmer starving to death in the middle of nowhere because of a bad harvest. Think of the farmer's child. You have to starve while thinking about that. Daddy, you're crazy. I taught him. This dream world really is nice. If I think of a snowfield appears, and if I think about an epidemic spreads. It's the perfect environment to learn the infernal heavens' demonic art. There was nothing like this in my time, Phew. Cold. Daddy, I'm so cold. This is what it means to freeze to death. Imagine someone who doesn't even have a blanket and has to use fallen leaves to cover themselves. I'll freeze before I can imagine it. That's fine, that's fine. You won't die. My baby is the strongest goblin that ever lived. This is easy, isn't it? It's been a long time since I've said this word in this context. But, Shibble, I taught him. Is it difficult to learn? Is the burning too painful? I understand. I'll experience this one with you. Even if it hurts, it'll be fine as long as we feel the pain together. Are you not okay? Does it still hurt? That's natural. It's supposed to hurt. But baby, I can't hear you at all. Even if your vocal cords are burnt, you can use your aura to speak. Look at Dad. I'm not moving my lips. I'm using my aura to talk freely. Now, try it. Is hell. Agu. As expected of my baby boy. Such a fast learner. It can be said that Infernal Heaven's demonic art makes the users experience the various hells one after the other. This horrible martial art. Did Daddy learn it as well? That's right. I smiled brightly. I also had to learn it. I taught him. Purchased dream appearance. 100 points have been deducted. You currently have 8,800 race points. 10 days. While the other hunters were busy spending their time caring for their races, I poured all of my time into Aberka. And if one were to count the time spent in each dream, it would be much longer than 10 days. I scratched my cheek. Well, it's not bad. Not bad. I'm a bit disappointed, but I'll have to be satisfied with this. That's it? Aberka grit his teeth. I endured living hell for 10 days.
No.
That's true. I also realized it while teaching you. You have great talent for the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. But it's not something that's easy to understand even with overflowing talent. That's natural. Only a psychopath would be able to fully grasp the starving death, dehydration death, drowning death, freezing death, poison death, sickness death, blunt force death, and burning death. A person can only die once, and when they die, it's all over. If this wasn't a dream, I wouldn't dare to learn this. Well, the demonic cult has always been a bit of a hard place. It's strange that Daddy is even able to perform such a horrific art in the first place. I don't know how you can do it. No, the amazing thing is that you're still sane. I smiled. Thanks for the compliment. Now, I will be saying goodbye to this era after today. So before that, we need to create a draft version of the formation method. Even if you haven't fully comprehended the Infernal Heaven's demonic art, you have at least reached the level of Rising Demon. Aberka, you and I are now seeds that sprout in the same direction. We can now share our dreams, or even fulfill each other's dreams. I jumped off of Aberka's head. Sit down. You go. Unlike martial arts, formation methods aren't organized. They're all over the place. Most sects use the basic level of formation method in teams. I sat down in front of Aberka and grabbed a few stones. Using my aura, I rolled the stones around on my palm. Think of each stone as a martial artist. Understood. 5 out of 6 of them are moving in a certain rhythm, almost like music. Those who are fighting them will get used to the rhythm of the 5 people. And the moment they get used to this rhythm, the last one rushes in with a completely different rhythm. Swish! One of the stones suddenly leapt forward, striking Aberka's chest before he even had a chance to respond. There was no damage to speak of. Nevertheless, Aberka stared at me with a blank expression, as though he was unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. This is the basic level of formation method. People have intelligence. Intelligence is the ability to understand rules. Rhythm is also a rule. The key to formation methods is to use people's cognition as an opening. Is it really that amazing? It is amazing, but that's on the basic level of formation method. I smiled. It was worth it to learn this and that from Bei Hurayong whenever I had time after learning the teachings of the demonic cult. The next level of formation method is magic. I sent aura to the palm of my hand. What do you see? It looks like fire. That's right. Even though it's not fire, it looks like it. This is because I copied the appearance of fire with my aura. Aberka, you're not actually a giant, but you can make yourself become one with your aura. I focus my aura on the 6 stones. What if 6 people made their aura like fire? Imagine being surrounded by those 6 people. You'd probably feel like you were in a furnace, right? Ugh. This is also the path we will go along when we plan together from now on.
Tac.
I caught the stones in the air. The only ones who have mastered the infernal heaven's demonic art so far are just me and you. But what if there were 3? What if it increased to 6? Imagine what would happen if we increase the number to 12 or 24. Imagine what would happen if 100, 300, or even 600 people were to all learn the infernal heaven's demonic art and they all performed it at once. Aberka's eyes slowly widened. The corners of my mouth raised like a cunning villain. On my own, I might only be able to create a furnace 5 steps wide. However, if we work together, we might be able to burn 10 or even 15 steps away. And hundreds gathered together. They could burn the entire battlefield. Aberka opened his mouth. His eyes were dazed as though he wasn't looking at me at that moment. He was probably imagining the scene I just described. The souls of hundreds of warriors burning at the same time with the same image and technique. The battlefield would definitely turn into hell in an instant. That's right. Not a personal skill, but a group skill. That was the way I envisioned the new infernal heaven's demonic art to be. Daddy called it magic, but I think differently. When fantasy imposes itself on the world, it becomes real. What do you think? Is it worth doing? I want to try. Okay, then let's try it step by step. I smiled. In order for this to succeed, we'll have to have the same image in our hearts. After all, if a choir wants to sing the same song, they'll have to memorize the lyrics. Aberka, you will have to share not only the infernal heaven's demonic art, but also the scenery we create to the others. What scenery are you talking about? I'll show it to you now. I drew a mansion on the ground. I encountered the children's dolls in a remote mansion and talked about everything I'd experienced so far. The scenery I'd seen. The first scene. Little dolls in a burning mansion. The second scene. Petra who lived at the edge of a village. The third scene. A peony blooming in the middle of winter. The fourth scene. The moon whose heart was stolen by a mirror. The fifth scene. Teardrops falling onto a rooftop. Sometimes I drew pictures on the ground. Sometimes I drew them with my aura. I talked about the stories I'd experienced with my body and the scenes I'd seen with my eyes. These were just stories. Since they didn't yet have a form, they couldn't be called the formation method. But these were scenes that would someday become the foundation of the formation method. These are the scenes I have. 5. There might be more in the future and it'll probably increase. But for now, there are 5. I see. Aberka murmured. Daddy, you've experienced a lot. You've proudly lived a more intense life than anyone else. I'm certain now that Daddy is even more diligent than I am. The density of your time is incredible. That's because I travel around a lot. Will I also be able to travel to places like Daddy has? Well, I got up. Perhaps. Because you have already merged your mind and body. Maybe you'll reach the stage of rejuvenating your body. I'm about to leave this era. But it's possible that you will survive until the next era. I'm going to live for a very long time. Aberka let out a laugh. I will spread the story of Daddy to our race. I will make our meetings into a play and have it performed on stage. I will share it to the younger generations. I will make the 5 stories into 5 fire paintings and personally showcase them during the full moon. I swear. Just as Daddy has taken care of our race, we will not forget you. I stretched out my arm. Aberka bent over and held out his arm as well. My tiny human hand grasped the hobgoblin's giant hand and we shook them. Aberka. You're an amazing child. Continue to spread your sherbal to the entire world. Aberka grinned widely, showing off his fangs. Of course. Daddy. Then. I declare stage clear. Stage clear. You have cleared the 33rd floor. Your compensation will be settled after entering the 34th floor. Chain layers in progress. You will be sent directly to the 34th floor. A white light enveloped me. Chapter 179. The Giant's Legacy, 3. The place that the light took me to was also filled with gentle light. It was a place where you could only see white stretching infinitely no matter which direction you looked. In this place, someone had arrived before I did. Oh. The 2 of us made eye contact. The other smiled in a way that was eerily reminiscent of a cat. Welcome, Death King. It's been exactly 10 days. I must say, there's no one more reliable than someone who keeps their promises so perfectly. The keeper of the tower's gold. The master of the merchant union. The Count. The Count was dressed in traditional Indian attire. Despite her immense wealth, the Count only wore a simple one-color sari. The resplendent folding fan in the Count's hands was the only thing that stood out. Thank you. How are those elf race kids doing? Ugh, don't ask. They became so shameful after I left them for a while. The Count waved her fan. The golden arabesque designs sparkled and shone. Those kids had no concept of money at all, so I focused intensively on teaching them how to manage it. Regardless of whether they are elves or not, can they survive on just eating grass? But those guys quickly fell in love with the taste of money. Now, they judge everything based on whether it can make money or not. I can't believe it. The fate of the elves was truly strange. Before my regression, they reigned as a bloodthirsty fighting race under the rule of the Flame Emperor. Children really do resemble their parents. Doesn't that mean that they're faithfully following the Count's teachings? Ugh, what kind of person do you think I am? I'm the type of person who treats money as water. It falls as rainwater, then flows into a river before returning to the ocean. In other words, you spend money like water. Egu. That's correct. I suppose I can't pretend in front of the Death King. The Count giggled over her fan. Anyway, when are the others coming? It seems we have been getting along too well these days and they've become indisciplined. Haven't you guys always been close? We became careless. In the past, we were all best friends, so there was a lot of chaos. After the Great Purge, things became a bit strained. But we started to grow close again after you arrived. Heh. Of course. There are some who never stopped being close. I see. They had many ups and downs. Although I was certain that I was getting along well with the other hunters, I still didn't know much about their past. The Heretic Questioner. I'd heard about Bambolina's past not so long ago. By the way, after thinking about the Heretic Questioner, a thought popped into my mind. I heard that the Crusader is dating someone. Do you know who it is? Why do you ask? I'm a bit curious. The Crusader always wears a helmet. So I was wondering if she wears the helmet while on dates with the person. No way. The Count let out a laugh. I can't speak for others, but the Crusader cares a lot about hair care. Even when she takes off her helmet, her hair is perfect. Really? Of course. It glows like a beach at sunset. The reason she wears the helmet in the first place is because... Pop! Suddenly, we heard a ridiculous sound effect. The Count and I turned our heads at the same time. Sorry. I was working on something in the tower, so I'm a little late. The Constellation, the lady who walks through the mirage, appeared with a pillow in her arms. It seemed she had been busy. With a soft phew, The lady wiped sweat from her brow. Let's see here. Ah, you cleared the 33rd floor. Have you finished talking? Talking? We're waiting for the others. Ha! The lady tilted her head to the side. Why are you waiting? The others are waiting for you. Ha! Ah! Sorry. This is something that I also can't explain. It's been a really long time since I was in charge of a stage, so I always forget things. Really. My intelligence was really nerfed too much when I fell down to a constellation. It's almost like the main body in Zrakwa. What was she talking about? When she saw our blank gazes, the lady stopped speaking and waved her fingers instead. The lady who walks through the mirage will now announce the person who was eliminated on the 33rd floor stage. I turned to look at the Count, and the Count also turned to me. Eliminated? Weren't we all moving to the next stage with no one being kicked out? The lady opened her mouth. If you completely give up your right for supremacy, or fall to the point where you are unable to claim it again, you will be eliminated. Simple, right? That's what happened to the snails on the 32nd floor. And on the 33rd floor, the tower's voice sounded again. The Count was eliminated on the 33rd floor. My eyes widened, and the Count's eyes followed suit. The tower made another announcement as if to drive the nail in further. Another reminder to everyone. The Count was eliminated on the 33rd floor. Wait a minute. That's not possible. The Count finally spoke up. She was so flustered that her ears perked up like a cat. Why is it saying that I was eliminated? The elves gave up their right of supremacy. You are automatically eliminated because you are in charge of the elf race. I know you might be mad at me, but I also have to follow the rules. Sorry. It doesn't make sense. The elves were quiet throughout the entire stage. They didn't actively participate in the war, so it didn't consume much of their power. How could I be eliminated? Well, what happened was... This is annoying. See for yourself. Boing. With another strange sound effect, a video began playing in the air in front of us. Did constellations decided on their own sound effects? If that was the case, then this one deserved to be judged. In the video, several elves were gathered together. Each of them had long, pointed ears. The goblins have become monsters. I heard the rumors, but I didn't think it was true. They're even more terrifying than I imagined. The elders of the elf race wiggled their ears as they whispered to each other. I thought the general was lying because he didn't want to take responsibility, but that wasn't the case. Oh my God! Did you plant spies in the expeditionary army? That's traitorous. Anyone who didn't plant spies is a fool. What if the general who went out in the army was to suddenly turn his sword towards us? I know all of you planted your own spies. No need to pretend. That's right. Yes, that's right. You can't always believe your own race. We are all experienced and we know this. Such selfishness. We didn't care about the commanders we chose, and only cared about our spies. It's no wonder the holy expedition failed. What was this? This was far from the discussion among elders that I was expecting. What can we do? The money we spent to organize the Allied army was wasted. We intended to make up for the potential losses by taking the snails as slaves. Now isn't the time to discuss the original plan. The problem is that the goblin race has become the hegemon. We spent hundreds of years developing the plan to take control of the mermaids, but now people have come to mess with it. It's time for us to reconsider our grand strategy. I looked at the Count in bewilderment. Merchant Union Master? No way. I'd thought that a multi-race alliance like that one couldn't have occurred without reason. Perhaps? The Count seemed equally as surprised. I only taught those kids how to use money a little bit. I'm sure it's not just money. Did you also teach those kids to become a hidden power? I didn't mean to. I told you, didn't I? Those kids grew up in a weird way. No, more than that, isn't this a racial secret? It should be confidential. Why are you showing it to the Death King? The Count turned to the lady. Unbelievable. While I was raising my goblins with a pure heart, the Merchant Union Master had been aiming for an economic victory behind the scenes. If I hadn't seen this video, I might not have found out about this till after I cleared the 40th floor. Wow. Now that I think about it, I also moved according to the Count's advice, didn't I? At that time, when the goblins were about to clash with the Allied forces, it was the Count that made the suggestion to me. So, following her advice, I entered Aberka's dream and told him to negotiate in a way that benefits every race. In other words, the Count was trying to suck honey all on her own. When and how did they start taking control of the mermaids? They're like ghosts. Come on. They didn't take control, they were only helping them. A mutually supportive relationship. It's difficult for the mermaids, who live in the water, to make trade ships. The elves, on the other hand, live in the forest and are experts at handling trees. Oh my God! So the ships they carry the salt on were made for them by the elves. To be precise, they were loaned to them. The Count groaned. All the ships operated by the mermaids are owned by the elves. They simply pay a shipping tax for every trip. In addition, all ships owned by elves can only be anchored at ports run by the elves. Why could they do that? They get 30% off their shipping tax when they anchor at an elf port. They also get a free repair service. Wow! And while the mermaids can swim in the water, they cannot supply salt to villages and cities that aren't near water. The elves are the ones in charge of this. If they take an elf ship and use an elf port, of course, they will use an elf wagon. As long as the mermaids work hard to make the salt and bring it to the port, the elves will play the role of distributors, is that right? The harder the mermaids work, the more free money the elves make. Something like that. My mouth fell open. What was this? It was such a vicious tactic. You really are the merchant union master. If you want to make a lot of money, it's necessary to dominate a platform. The Count was furious. I just taught those kids the obvious truth. More importantly, I don't want to receive that kind of look from you who raised the goblins to be a bunch of muscle-headed pigs. No. I raised those kids to be strong enough that no one would bully them. With pure hearts. That purity was frozen to death and became a twisted mummy. I just taught my kids the truth of the world so that they wouldn't have to futilely work hard and suffer. A child needs to suffer a bit in order to grow properly. What the hell are you talking about? If you're suffering, that means you're not living a good life. It's because of parents like the merchant union master that kids these days are so narrow-minded. It's because of parents like the Death King that kids these days are so sick in the head. You're so salty. You're really worthy of your name. What's wrong with Kim Gongja? It's truly filled with the disposition of a classical scholar. You're crazy. The lady observed our quarrel. You guys are interesting. You make me think about my mom too. Amid our debate on the philosophy of child education, the holographic video continued to play. We should point the blade of the Allied army towards the goblins. No. Cost-wise, it's not worth it. The snails had a holy land. What do the goblins have? What's the point of taking over a village full of mud? I heard the mud is really good for your skin. I'm sure you'd like that, dear. But I'm not interested. We should surrender. The elf elders blinked. The Count and I closed our mouths. Let's surrender. We can win in a fight, and we have nothing to win if we fight. There's nothing to gain even if we pour all of our money into it. No matter what we do, it wouldn't be good for business. That's why we should fold early. Are you crazy? Do you want us to stop doing business? I meant that we should spread out a new mat. The elf elder explained. We'll offer to become a vassal race of the goblins. And in return, we'll receive their protection. Vassal? Protection? We will give authority of all the ports and ships we own to the goblin race. The entire continent is intimidated by the goblins. So if we sail or trade with the flag of the goblins, we will be much safer than we are now. Since we will be the first to become their vassal, they will certainly trust us even more. Then we'd be able to use the name and force of the goblin race almost for free, like a donkey in a lion's skin. The elders were troubled. Do we really have to give up so much? The cheaper you are in the beginning, the more expensive tills will be later. It would hurt our pride. It'll be fine as long as we can recover what was damaged. Aren't we just doing it to make money anyway? That's true. We'll pay a tribute to the goblin race every year. They'd probably be happy if we said we'd give them 10% of our yearly profits. Minus 10%? Isn't that too much? In fact, we only need to give them 1% and say it's 10%. It'll be fine. There isn't anyone in our race who doesn't know how to maintain double ledgers. That's also true. I'd never heard of the elves using double ledgers in my life, but it seemed to be common sense to them now. An elder briefly muttered, "Right, let's surrender. It's just a matter of becoming a vassal race." What do the goblins like? Dirt? Would they like it if we brought dirt from our place? We need to think of a plausible reason for our surrender. From what the spies told us, they're not that smart. How about we say that we fell in love with their muscles and that we'd like to live with them to appreciate them even more? It would probably work if we told them that we have money, but we don't have muscles. Really? Are they really that ignorant? It's amazing that such an ignorant race even managed to last this long. Nevertheless, it is a good thing. The more ignorant they are, the easier it will be for us to get into their good graces. We should be thankful. Thank you, great cat. Thank you. Like today, let us continue to sponge off of pushovers under the care of our guardian deity. Like today, let us make free money tomorrow by making others do the hard work. Let all the honey be eaten by us, in the name of ship tax, land tax, logistics tax, distribution tax, warehouse tax. Thank you. The elders then drew something in the air. This seemed to be a prayer unique to the elves. The way they all bowed their heads was truly sacred. I was silent. The Count also had no choice but to remain silent.
No,
So they surrendered. The lady smiled. They have no interest in supremacy. They seem to be happy as long as they can make money. Sincerely, they said that they would be a parasite on the goblin race and suck honey forever. So you were eliminated because they voluntarily gave up their right to hegemony. Any questions? I have a complaint.
Sorry.
I don't accept complaints. The Count has failed to clear the stage. The Count has been eliminated from the stage. This is unreasonable. The Count's figure began to fade. She was probably being sent to the first floor. It doesn't make sense. I only taught them how to secretly suck honey in life. Why would they give up their right to hegemony? Power. Power is the final destination of wealth. So why? Elves are usually not that greedy. After learning the joy of making money, why would they need more? As you said, they just want to suck honey. To dash Death King, the Count reached out to me. Help me. Complain with me. I can't accept that I'm being eliminated like this. I'm sorry, Merchant Union Master, but honestly, I think this is your own doing. I'm not upset about you calling me a scholar or anything. I'm just saying. No! The Count let out a scream as she was wrapped in light. When the light faded, the only thing that remained was her echo. Pot. And in the next moment, the Sword Saint, Black Dragon Master, Venomous Snake, and Crusader were summoned. The Black Dragon Master looked around. We were made to wait this time too. Death King. Did something happen? I shook my head. Nothing happened. Let's move on to the next stage. I will never forget your eye-opening elimination, Count. Make a lot of money. Chapter 180. Our children have changed one. Naturally, everyone wouldn't just accept my words and move on because I said nothing happened. They were all curious about how the Count was eliminated. So I gave them a rough explanation of everything I saw and heard. That person is really beyond pitiful. How unfortunate. The Black Dragon Master's expression was strange. Her expression was usually blank, so whenever her facial muscles moved, it was easy to read her emotions. For example, just by making a slightly disbelieving expression, she had the ability to make the actions of others appear extremely ridiculous. It was amazing. It's her fault for choosing the elf race in the first place. They aren't that greedy, so it's easy for them to be satisfied. Since she gave those children a taste for money, there's no way they would care about anything else. Count. The Crusader looked up into the air with pity. It was as if she could see the Count's figure smiling and waving above us. We had a moment of silence for the absurd being known as the Count. By the way, what about the Count's points? Will they be distributed to us? Right. But I don't think it'll be as plentiful as the heretic questioners. The lady yawned. The Count used up her points whenever she got them, so the lady who walks through the mirage will now distribute the points. You received 2 race points. You currently have 8,802 race points. There weren't many points for me to distribute. Crazy. We were all shocked by the penny pincher Count's zeal. It wasn't even, so I'm left with 1 point. I'll give this to you, Sorty. Since Sorty is number 1. You have to take care of me too. Don't you? Thanks in advance. That's what you should take it as. Thanks. It was nothing. In the end, what the Count left us with by being eliminated was an understanding of the importance of 1 race point, and a group of frugal elves who had become obsessed with making money. What was going on? Why did it feel like my colleagues were making things more troublesome whenever they were eliminated? By the time we cleared the 40th floor, I'm afraid we'd have to change the name of our tower from Dunction City to Deungson City. Now then, I'll send you to the 34th floor. Is there anyone that wants to buy items before you enter? Hurry up and pick. I took a look at the civilization store. There was an item there I was looking for. Plus, race evolution. Rank, undetermined. Effect, your race can evolve a total of 2 times. The cost of the second evolution is much more than the first. Price, 30,000 race points. Unlock conditions. Your race must have acquired at least 6 traits. Plus, I clicked my tongue. It was too expensive. It'll be hard to get the final evolution. I just wanted to see our kids grow up and conquer the entire world. Unfortunately, it seemed like I would have to postpone my wish for now. I can't even believe those crazy guys can grow even further. Do you know what a hobgoblin becomes if it evolves 1 more time? Well, a dwarf? Or a troll? So this gentleman also doesn't know. I laughed in my head. Wait and see. When those kids grow up, you'll understand why I picked the goblin race. At that time, even I won't be able to recognize the goblin race. Zombie, don't laugh like that. You look terrible when you do that evil laugh. Those words were too harsh. The others chose the items they wanted. Seeing that everyone was finished with their preparations, the lady nodded her head.
No,
all the items you bought have been reflected in history. I hope you understand that refunds are not possible. Then, if I were to progress time until the next stage, this time, 300 years have passed. 300 years. More than 1,000 years had passed since the primeval forest had burned down. I recalled that it was around this time that the Flame Emperor had begun to earnestly unify the world. The elves who worshipped the Flame Emperor as the fire god's incarnation began to burn the continent. I think it should be fine now since the elves were more interested in making money than burning people. Then I'll open the 34th floor. You didn't get any quests last time, but you will this time. However, it's not a joint quest that everyone can complete together. It's a solo quest. I will give a quest to each race. The lady put down her pillow and smiled. Your children's childhoods are slowly coming to an end. If they were people, would this be around the age of puberty? It's time for the problems to arise. And it's time for them to have some growth pains. Pack. The lady clapped her hands together. Good luck, everyone. The scary kids are beginning to run around. So be careful. Good luck. It was only after the white light enveloped us and I heard the voice of the tower that I understood the meaning of those words. The goblin race has gained the new trait, noblesse oblige. As history developed, the goblins had probably experienced several changes. While waiting for the 34th floor to begin, I heard the voice again. The characteristics of the goblin race's bad friend doctrine have begun to change. The goblin race has gained the new trait, demonic cult. What? Demonic cult? Before I could even begin to reflect on the meaning of the voice's words, I was sent to the next era. 2. As soon as I was transferred, I was immediately able to notice a difference from the previous stages. I was standing in the center of a secluded street. Black Dragon Master? Sword Saint? Hello. Is anyone there? And my companions were nowhere to be seen. The lady truly meant it when she said that we would be separated and made to complete our own quests. It seemed that we had been scattered to cities that belonged to our races. Ugh. Let's have a drink in the evening after training. As expected, I was placed in a city belonging to the goblins. Watermelon is in season. When you grind watermelon and mix it with alcohol, it's really delicious. Doesn't it damage your muscles after a while if you drink alcohol? Sometimes you need to drink alcohol in order to make your muscles more flexible. Goblins walked along the street in groups of 2s and 3s. The goblins had become the hegemon in the last stage. But that fact couldn't be seen from this city. There were neither colorful buildings or dazzling streets. Should I say that it looked like a nest that was neatly built by termites? Bumpy white buildings flowed in a row. There's a fire painting play tonight. All the popular actors will be there. It's called the biggest hit in 2 years. The seats are sold out. If we don't hurry, we won't even have the space to stand. Occasionally, there would be unusually large circular buildings in the city. They were theaters. In front of the theaters, ticket clerks sold standing tickets with bright smiles, and surprisingly the ticket clerks were all elves. Come. Almost sold out. Almost sold out. What was even more surprising was the title of the play. A special experience tonight. Bring your lover. Bring your colleagues. To experience Raviel and Kekerker. Performed by a luxury theater company with 300 years of experience. Po-hop? I choked. The love story of the century. The heavenly romance. Why did the most beautiful princess in the empire abandon the crown prince to choose Kekerker, who had little to show? What words did Kekerker use to seduce the lovely princess? Contains the lesson that, in the end, the most important things in life are words. Raviel and Kekerker. Perhaps you too could learn the wonders of your tongue. No, these bastards? I ran to the front of the theater. At a 3-way intersection in front of the theater were posters painted in ink. Portraits of the actors that played Raviel and me. Naturally, the actors were both hobgoblins. The hobgoblins stood in front of the posters and chatted amongst themselves. So beautiful. Hugo. Honestly, haven't we already seen Raviel and Kekerker many times since we were young? Now I could even recite the lines with my eyes closed. You don't know anything. Nowadays, it's popular to reinterpret classic masterpieces. The last time I saw a play, it was a remake of Raviel and the Lady of the Golden Silk. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't it be The Silver Lily and the Lady of the Golden Silk instead of Raviel and Kekerker? The title is a scam. Don't look down on it. It's gained a lot of popularity in some areas, right? I heard that some people got obsessed with the play and poured their fortunes into it. I heard that the elf playwright got a lot of money. It wasn't just that. A golden opportunity. The best fire play, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, is coming to you tonight. Witness the enchanting flames demonstrated by the Grandmaster ranked 16th in the Fire River Council, especially for the role of Sword Emperor. The only large-scale fire play. The number of extras alone reaches 66. Estel. From Saintess to Witch. The only place where you can witness this play is at the Swamp Theater in Guru. Great value for your money. If you buy a ticket now, you'll get 1 free watermelon beer. The elves promoted the various plays in loud voices. There were about 3 or 4 theaters concentrated in this 3-way intersection alone. They were all competing on one boulevard, so it was natural for their acts of solicitation to intensify. The elf ticket clerks also fought amongst themselves, and they even grabbed each other's ears. Hey, watermelon beer. You can't seduce them with food. You should compete fair and square using the quality of your play. There's nothing wrong with doing business. You should also develop your own products. Only losers talk so much. Ugger? Are they fighting now? There should be a play where the ticket clerks fight to see who wins. I'll be the referee, so good luck. It was a shocking and terrifying scene. Tage dash. Those crazy little. Of course, it was as Aberka said. I will make your stories into fire paintings and pass them from generation to generation. But I'd imagined it as grandparents telling their grandchildren. I never thought it would be commercialized. Is this the influence of the elves? They did say that the elves were obsessed with money. Bei Hurayong let out a bitter laugh. Hey, that one looks interesting. Let's go watch it. In the theater he pointed to, Raviel and Kekerker was in full swing. Half distracted, I followed behind Bei Hurayong. The circular theater resembled a huge cave. It was dark everywhere, but the actors freely controlled their aura while reciting lines. Should I say that it was more like a musical than a play? Ah, Miss Raviel. I now understand what my heart is telling me. Sylvia. Like a clam, I feel a weakness in my heart, a disease, a sparkling ailment. Just like my destiny, this ailment hardens and becomes a pearl. Miss Raviel. I cannot resist this beautiful disease. A hobgoblin performed on stage. It was a great performance. Seeing as they were called Sylvia, the hobgoblin must be playing the young lady. Sylvia, no. Stop it. If you say more. The person I love is not the son of the Empire. Is not my butler either. Miss Raviel. Your Excellency the Duke. The one I long for is you. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you out of your mind? Young Lady Sylvia. The kids were insane.
No.
I'm extremely sober. Tomorrow I will give my farewells to the Crown Prince. He may be angry, but his anger will not consume my love. No, I'd prefer if he tried to consume it. I am willing to burn. Young lady. My mind went blank as I stared at the play unfolding before me. The plot went like this. Raviel could not accept the heart of the Lady of Golden Silk. The Crown Prince and the Lady of Golden Silk break up, and the Crown Prince, who was unable to contain his regret after the breakup, attempts to assassinate her. Finally, as the climax, the butler Kekerker tries to stop the assassination and is killed instead. I can't die, you bastards, I shouted without realizing it. Like the hobgoblin had said before, the title, Raviel and Kekerker, was a scam. However, my voice couldn't be heard by the goblins around me. Instead, they chattered on as if they were moved after the fire play ended. The fire today was wonderful. This is already my 4th time watching it and I still can't get enough of it. All the actors used their aura very well. Gore. Frankly, I was quite moved. I want to be on stage someday too. No, something wasn't right. I knelt down at the 3-way intersection in front of the theater. Why have our kids become so weird? Bei Hurayong looked at me with a strange expression. Your kids were weird from the very beginning. Zombie.